nos digam. Vamos começar. Bom dia a todos. Bem-vindos ao Composing Worlds 2024, um simpósio internacional sobre o cruzamento entre as humanidades, o ambiente, a saúde e o bem-estar. Estamos em Portugal, por isso começo por cumprimentar em português o Sr. Reitor da Universidade Fernando Pessoa, professor Álvaro Nascimento, o Sr. Diretor da Faculdade de Ciências Humanas e Sociais, professor Pedro Reis, o Coordenador do Mestrado Integrado em Medicina, professor Lúcio Santos, e a Sra. Presidente da Cátedra Internacional de Bioética, professora Teresa Toldy. Cumprimento os colegas presentes nesta sala e os que nos acompanham à distância, assim como os alunos, funcionários da Universidade e o público aqui presente à distância. Este é um simpósio internacional, em que se falarão 3 línguas, português, espanhol e inglês. Sendo o inglês a língua principal deste encontro, e para os que nos acompanham à distância e não conhecem a nossa língua, falarei daqui em diante em inglês. Obrigada. Dear all, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants, welcome to the Composing Worlds 2024 International Symposium on Humanities, Environment, Health and Well-being. My name is Marina Lencastre, and with my colleague, Estrada, we warmly welcome you to the University Fernando Pessoa and to the different panels of the symposium. We are truly honored and grateful to have with us today and tomorrow very esteemed representatives from diverse areas, universities, and international organizations. Their dialogue underscores the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation and research for the complex challenges facing our society and the planet today. This is one main goal of the Composing Worlds Network at the heart of the present symposium.
Bom dia a todos. I'm going to say some words in Portuguese because we have a lot of participants that are Portuguese. Como disse a minha colega Maria Lencastre, nós estamos a viver uma época de vastas transformações, tanto nas sociedades humanas como nas sociedades não humanas, na saúde e no bem-estar. Estas transformações exigem uma reflexão crítica sobre o futuro que queremos construir e ainda sobre o papel determinante que as humanidades terão nesse futuro. E a propósito disso, deixem-me só contar uma pequena história. Havia um famoso retórico e professor na Antiguidade Clássica que se chamava Górgias, que seria aquilo que nós hoje diríamos uma pessoa das humanidades. E o Górgias tinha um irmão que era médico. O Górgias tinha um irmão que era médico e que de vez em quando lhe pedia para ir com ele às consultas, para falar com os doentes e para aconselhar os doentes e para persuadir os doentes. É justamente esta versão, este desafio humano-tecnológico, entre outras coisas, naturalmente, que nós vamos aqui também discutir nos diferentes painéis deste simpósio. Dito isto, dizer ainda que estamos profundamente agradecidos a todos os intervenientes que aceitaram estar aqui hoje conosco, aos nossos moderadores, que irão discutir estas questões, questões hoje centrais, como a inflação tecnológica que temos, e a rede Composing Worlds, esta rede que promove este encontro e este congresso, permite justamente pensar esta interdisciplinaridade, ou seja, nós não vamos inventar a roda, porque a roda está inventada há muito tempo. Enquanto formos humanos, precisamos ter humanidade nas coisas. E, portanto, temos que humanizar os chats GPT, naturalmente. É isso que temos que fazer. Mas isso já é uma coisa mais ou menos óbvia. Não é, Marina?
In extending a warm welcome to the opening panel of the symposium. Their presence here today shows the university's commitment to an interdisciplinary collaboration to address today's compelling problems and opportunities. Thank you for your presence. We will now listen to the opening words by Professor Álvaro Nascimento, Dean of the University of Fernando Pessoa. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll address everyone in English if you don't mind. And first of all, let me thank you, Marina, for inviting me to be here at the opening session of this symposium. I'll be very brief for obvious reasons. You have hard work ahead. And so I will just say a few words and make a few remarks. Marshall McLuhan, a Canadian philosopher, once said that there is no passengers on spaceship Earth. We are all crew. It is with great pleasure that I welcome all participants to this symposium here today that we held at the Universidade de Fernando Pessoa. Marina already said, and I'm going to stress this again, we are committed to build a vibrant academic university and a vibrant academic community where we can discuss freely all the challenges the world is facing and address the most pressing concerns of sustainability. Today, and also tomorrow, we bring together here at the university and across the world a group of scholars from different universities, different scientific fields, and several nationalities to attend a holistic discussion that spans from humanities to life sciences. This panel here just shows how diverse this is. We believe multidisciplinarity is needed to better understand the problems of the world today and gradually build an interdisciplinary approach to seek and find answers to our fears and our ambitions. You'll find diversity in the program of the symposium, which contents are shaped to reflect our portfolio of specific knowledge. When I mean our, I mean universities or portfolio expertise and our capabilities, and which are at the core of our ADN. We span from communication to the most recently added medicine to our portfolio of education and research abilities, and that's where we are at the moment. Marshall McLuhan, however, is better known for his quote, "The medium is the message." And because of that, I wish you are all inspired and use the power you have to convey the message of change, to reshape people, culture, and, as the title of this symposium is, compose a new world. Thank you and good work for everyone.
Thank you very much for your words. Now we are going to listen to Professor Pedro Reis, Dean of the Faculty.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by greeting the Rector of University Fernando Pessoa, Professor Álvaro Nascimento, also Professors Teresa, Toldy, and Lúcio Santos, and the coordinators of the network Composing Worlds, Professors Marina Lencastre and Estrada, whom I thank for inviting me to this opening session. Naturally, I would also like to greet and welcome all those teachers and students who are present here in the auditorium, as well as those who are following us via streaming. The direction of the Faculty of Human and Social Sciences would like to thank the organizers and speakers of the symposium. We are very pleased with this initiative, which contributes greatly to the qualification of our faculty. In fact, the symposium aims to address important issues such as the vast social transformations, inclusion, health, well-being, which are central to our research. It will also contribute to consolidate the connection between the faculty's scientific areas and other areas at UFP, as the Rector already mentioned. Given the inter- and transdisciplinary approach of the symposium, which aims to bring the humanities and social sciences into dialogue with the natural and health sciences, promoting a critical and emphatic reflection of these fields of knowledge, seeking to represent and diagnose new complex realities, but also focusing on future challenges. Talking about the network composing worlds itself, if I may, as a multidisciplinary and interinstitutional project, it advocates the crossing of fields to promote a holistic understanding of complex human challenges while advancing scientific knowledge and strengthening the relationship between science and society. The research undertaken by this project coalesces around challenging problems that no single field can solve alone. This approach privileges the development of multi- and interdisciplinary research, seeking answers to the complex issues that humanity faces today, recognizing that the interconnection between areas of knowledge is the best way, if not the only way, to reach solutions to the complex problems of contemporary societies. Naturally, it goes without saying that it is expected that this research will continue to be materialized in scientific production, desirably aligned with the strategic principles of the faculty and the university for scientific production, such as collective publications in first or second quartile indexed journals that is linked to our study cycles, especially master's and PhD programs, and preferably also with the participation of students as co-authors. In this context, I would like to applaud the outcomes of the network Composing Worlds, not only books and papers, but also an interesting collection of podcasts published monthly, to which I would draw the attention, particularly of students, as it seems to me that those podcasts can trigger or reinforce your interests. Therefore, if I may, I would like to address a special message to the students, especially those following us via streaming, encouraging you to actively take part in this symposium. Raise your concerns, express your opinions, ask questions. In short, take the opportunity to learn from the experts, but also to debate ideas, which is the main purpose of these initiatives. In conclusion, I would like to renew the acknowledgement of the direction of the faculty to the organizers and to the speakers. And I truly believe that the event will be very fruitful and will contribute to share inspiring ideas on the topics under discussion, which are of the utmost importance and of great interest to all of us. So have a very nice day. Welcome to our university, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Pedro Reis. So now, please, you may please take the word, Professor Lúcio Santos, coordinator of the Integrated Master of the University in Medicine of the University of Fernando Pessoa.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. On behalf of our medical school, I greet all participants. I would like to emphasize that our school, the youngest at Fernando Pessoa University, aims to be an instrument in building a future, inclusive, and promoting knowledge, equity, and respect for living beings. I wish you a great symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lúcio Santos. I'm going to finish this initial presentation with Professor Teresa Toldy, an expert in ethics and president of the International Chair of Bioethics. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So let me begin by greeting the members of this introductory panel, the Dean of the University, the Director of the Faculty of Human and Social Sciences, the Coordinator of the Integrated Master of Medicine, and my colleagues, Professor Marina Lencastre and Professor Estrada, coordinators of Compor Mundos, so Composing Worlds, whom I would like to thank for inviting me to say a few words at the beginning of this symposium. Given that time is short, I will immediately move on to a brief reflection on the theme of the symposium, phrasing it in a possibly broader context proposed by a philosopher whose name needs no introduction, Martha Nussbaum. I've chosen to talk a little about her thinking based on a book of hers with a very suggestive and disruptive title. The title is Not for Profit: Why Democracy Needs the Humanities. The author believes that we are in the midst of a crisis of gigantic proportions, a crisis that goes unnoticed, but which is ruinous for the future of democracies. It is the crisis in education. Why? Because, according to her own words, thirsty for national profit, nations and their systems of education are heedlessly discarding skills that are needed to keep democracies alive. If this trend continues, nations all over the world will soon be producing generations of useful machines rather than complete citizens who can think for themselves, criticize tradition, and understand the significance of another person's sufferings and achievements. This leads Nussbaum to conclude that the future of the world's democracies hangs in the balance. In her view, this crisis is due to a radical change. This change consists of the elimination of humanities and arts, which provide imaginative, creative, and critical thinking, since nations prefer to pursue short-term profit by the cultivation of the useful and highly applied skills suited to profit-making. Now, what worries Martha Nussbaum is that she considers that this crisis is facing us, but we are not facing it yet. What's more, we are being carried away by it. Continuing to follow Martha Nussbaum's thinking in a field that is of particular interest to me, the ethical field, I will draw attention to a criticism of this profit-based thinking for the damage it does to the construction of empathic societies. She considers that this thinking not only devaluates social sciences and humanities, but also empties the capacity for thinking that make us human, capable of human relationships rather than relationships based on manipulation and/or power. In her own words, when we meet in society, if we have not learned to see both self and other in that way, imagining in one another inner faculties of thought and emotion, democracy is bound to fail. Because democracy is built upon respect and concern, and these, in turn, are built upon the ability to see other people as human beings, not simply as objects. It is obvious that Nussbaum considers that we should have no objection to a good scientific and technical education. However, a concern, which I share, is that other abilities equally crucial are at risk of getting lost in the competitive flurry, abilities crucial to the health of any democracy and to the creation of a decent world culture capable of constructively addressing the world's most pressing problems. I am therefore glad to be at a symposium that values the useless, that is, the unprofitable. And I say that as a compliment, because what the program of this symposium promises is a look, an interdisciplinary look at the knowledge that builds the world, according to Edgar Morin, and as such that can frame that technical knowledge, which is necessary to serve humanity, not to put humanity at its service. Let me just add a final word. The university is, of course, the privileged place to think about what Martha Nussbaum says regarding the relevance of humanities and arts for democracy. It is also the place to think about what Edgar Morin says regarding the 7 knowledges that matter. The university is not an ivory tower. It is a window to the world. I hope this symposium opens windows to the world. Thanks again for the invitation to be here. Best wishes for a successful symposium.
Thank you very much, Professora Teresa Toldy. So let's start the Composing Worlds 2024 Symposium. We will next listen to the inaugural conference by Jonathan McFarland. Jonathan is Associate Professor in the Faculty of Medicine at Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. He is also a committee member of the European Narrative Medicine Society. His communication is entitled An Ecological Health Humanities Hope for the Future. Thank you very much. Mike.
Yes. Bom dia. Buenos dias. Good morning. First of all, I wish to thank the organizers of this fantastic initiative and this fantastic symposium, Composing Worlds. What a beautiful title, and what an important title. It's an enormous honor for me also to give the inaugural conference and presentation. There are a couple of things mentioned by the panel, the introductory panel, which caught my attention. The dean said, "We are all crew." Now I'm going to expand on that and not just talk about humans, because we are all crew. Humans, non-humans, the natural world. And then Martha Nussbaum's, the quotation from Martha Nussbaum's, the crisis in education. This is true. Profit-based thinking. This is true. So let us hope that in the following 2 days, we might be able to begin to change this. So my talk today is on an ecological health humanities, hope for the future. I couldn't begin to talk without mentioning and quoting from the great poet and writer Fernando Pessoa. And in The Keeper of Sheep, he says, I don't have a philosophy, I have senses. If I talk about nature, it's not because I know what it is, but because I love it. So with these words of Fernando Pessoa, I will begin by looking backwards to move forwards. For me, if we look backwards, we can learn many things. And the things we can learn from the past can help us deal with the problems, not only of the present, but also of the future. So in ancient Greece, the relationship between nature and medicine was, let's say, consolidated. This is the temple of Epidaurus in Greece, and I visited many, many years ago. And it's one of the Asclepian temples. Now, the Greeks knew that the impact of natural surroundings on human health and well-being are good for the humans. There are combinations which help us. Nature, music, even dreams. In these temples, they discussed their dreams. All of this was known in the times of ancient Greece. So why have we forgotten this? And why are we now centered on, in the words of Martha Nussbaum, a profit-based thinking, which is, to my point and my opinion, very negative return, let's say. My index. Well, today I'm going to speak about what are the medical or the health humanities, and ecologically dimensioned health humanities, indigenous health humanities, Japanese connection to nature, and of course, I always like to use or to give a few take-home messages. What are the medical or health humanities? It's not an easy question to answer because there are many definitions, but these are two, let's say, I think, interesting, important, and relevant definitions of medical humanities. Cole, Carlin, and Carson wrote Medical Humanities and Introduction. They are all professors in the University of Texas. And they say medical humanities is an inter and multidisciplinary field that explores context, experiences, and critical and conceptual issues in medicine and healthcare while supporting professional identity. The last part, I think, is very important. Supporting professional identity. And Klugman in 2017, he stresses also something which I think we should take into account. The healthcare providers, the patients, and the family caregivers, all of these should be taken into account. All of these stakeholders, let's say, which I don't like the term very much, but healthcare providers, patients, and family caregivers. Now, medical humanities there is maybe, I'm not saying confusion between medical health, critical medical humanities. For me, they are all touching on the same areas from different points of view. But health humanities is interdisciplinary research to examine the intricate relationship between the human condition and health. Students who are in the conference hall and online, you need, the health humanities challenge you to seek to understand through a plethora, through a wide range of diverse perspectives that do not necessarily concur with the viewpoints. They do not necessarily align. This is why the importance of the humanities. The humanities make you think critically. And this is incredibly important in the world of health and healthcare. Because I don't have to tell you, I have to tell some doctors sometimes, and I am not a doctor, but and I have to remind some doctors not to say the diabetic in bed number 3. No, it's the person with diabetes. We're talking about people. We're not talking about cases. This seems obvious, but not always. Let us never forget either that the practice of medicine is human. One person looking after, caring for, not necessarily curing another. And the patient is at a very, let's say, at the edge of his or her life, possibly, at a very critical moment. The patient can be very nervous, can be very worried, and the doctor needs to understand and needs to see the person in the patient. This is really important. Here are some benefits of the health humanities or medical humanities for healthcare professionals, for students, and non-healthcare professionals. I just added that this morning. I mean, it's not only for healthcare professionals and medical students and nursing students. And there are three I just want to highlight. Learn to cope with uncertainty. We live in very uncertain times, as the panel already mentioned. The fact that there is this push for profit, and some people are left behind, or many people are left behind. The second, empathy and compassion. Now, empathy is the feeling for the other person, and compassion is when you act on the feeling and emotions, and then the well-being of the physician and healthcare professionals and students. Any other benefits? I believe so. Observational skills and creativity and imagination. Now, these are extremely important for students, for medical students, for nursing students, for students in any discipline. Creativity and imagination. If you haven't listened to Ken Robinson, he is on YouTube or TED Talks, listen to him about the importance of creativity in education. Observational skills. Well, Sir William Osler, some people call him the father of modern medicine, a very extremely important figure in the history of medicine or modern medicine. The whole art of medicine is in observation. But to educate the eye to see, the ear to hear, and the finger to feel takes time. There are papers, quite a lot of papers, important papers about the importance of the power of observation in clinical medicine. And also there is a big push now to use visual thinking strategies with medical students. Basically, visual thinking strategies are, let's say, taken from the art world into the medical educational world, and students, medical students primarily also in the United States, are taken to museums to observe paintings in a very intense way. And in this way, they can take these tools of observation into medical education, medical practice. Creativity and imagination. Now, Eugenia Naralu is a psychiatric nurse in a hospital, University Hospital Son Espases in Mallorca, where I live. And she is an expert in eating disorders, young people with eating disorders. Now, she uses finger painting with these young people who are unable to express the great anger they feel inside them. Their emotions, they are incapable of expressing their emotions. But through painting, they can. And then after painting, they hug. And then little by little, they can explain some of their deep inner fears. She's doing beautiful work, Eugenia Naralu. So now we move on to the next topic, and I hope I'm in time or within the time limits. And I want to talk about an ecologically dimensioned health care or health humanities. For me, the pandemic was, and for everybody, I suppose, the change. If you read Albert Camus' quotation, plagues or pandemics are nothing new, but we were not prepared, even though the scientists had been warned. We were not prepared. It changed everybody's lives. And what is surprising for me is the way that we seem to have forgotten about it already. I must say that I thought it might change people's way of thinking and people's way of interacting with others. But maybe I was being too optimistic. However, the change meant that we had to reflect. And it was a turning point, and this comes from T.S. Eliot's The Four Quartets, the turning point for maybe our generation or many generations. But there were some moments which were beneficial, and silence was one of them. Silence is something which I think is very important. Silence, reflection. And don't forget that silent is an anagram for listen. I think I will explain that a little bit later. When COVID happened, I was completely sure that there were going to be three pandemics: the virus, an economic one, and a pandemic of mental health. I don't think I was wrong. Maybe I'm understating that. I believe I was correct. Now, all of these three factors are in some ways directly or indirectly connected to nature. So that's why I saw the importance of an ecologically dimensioned health humanities. Because I don't need to explain in more detail. We're destroying the planet. And if we destroy the planet, we destroy not only the natural world, but the world, well, we live in the natural world and we're destroying it. And obviously our health is going to be affected. The COVID pandemic was one example. I hope that we are better prepared for the next. And these are important words by the Director General of the WHO. We have forgotten or ignored that when we harm our environment, we harm ourselves. Two books made a big impact on me in the times of the pandemic. One was by Richard Mabey, it's called Nature Cure, and it's a beautiful book about his recovery from depression with the help of the natural world. He is a very important nature writer in the United Kingdom. And this is a book which I believe everybody should read because it's beautiful descriptions of nature, but it's also interlocked with problems of mental health. And Sue Stuart-Smith, who you will be lucky enough to listen to tomorrow, and I wish I was there, wrote a seminal book, The Well-Gardened Mind. She's a psychiatrist, as you know, and she wrote this book about the importance of nature and gardening for physical and mental health, and it's a beautiful book. So I'm going to talk about two initiatives because it's all very well to talk, but we need to act. So the Doctors of Humanist, of which I'm honored to be the president, in 2021 put together a Nature and Medicine virtual symposium. What were the reasons for this? Well, the reasons are that we wanted to bring together a diverse group of people working from different sides to give their experiences. So we had a very diverse, multidisciplinary group of speakers. We had Native American psychiatrists, we had neuroscientists, we had philosophers, we had doctors, we had students, very broad. And the main goal was to raise awareness about the relationship between health and nature. And this article by Jonathan Coop was another trigger. And I read this when the pandemic took place, or at the beginning of the pandemic. Curiously enough, he wrote it before the pandemic, although it was published in 2021. And it's also an article that I would recommend everybody reads. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but I'm going to explain some important factors. The last point of his conclusion is, with growing recognition that the fate of global human health and the fate of the biosphere are inextricably entwined, the project of a more ecologically dimensioned medical humanities appears both timely and urgent. I would say it's imperative. And I just wanted to show you the image on the left. Could be a garden, could be flowers, but in actual fact, it's a brain, the neurons in a fragment of the brain cortex. So it's incredible. And this is from a week ago. This is from a combination between Google Research and Harvard University. 3 areas of progress towards ecological thinking in healthcare. Jonathan Coop talks about systems, understandings, ecological public health, and ecological mental health. Systems thinking to an ecologically dimensional healthcare lies in its ability to help understand ways in which systems are embedded within larger systems.
Sim, eles vão usar, sim.
And ecological public health, I won't go into in more detail because I think I have about 10 more minutes. I have 10 more minutes, I think.
Espera aí.
And so ecological mental health, well, this is the disconnection from the natural world. And so the importance of reconnecting to the natural world. And this has been proven scientifically as well. And I just want to show you a little video. I hope it works. Coming here to Anglesey, beautiful natural reserve and Ross. Makes me feel and understand deeply how important natural world. Another initiative which I would very much like to talk about is the UNAMES, European Narrative Medicine Society, which is presided by Maria Giulia Marini. And last year we had a very, very important and interesting session about nature, health, and illness. And in this session, we discussed the interplay between the natural world, human well-being, and the challenges posed by illness. So there are many initiatives, or several initiatives, working towards an ecologically dimensioned health humanities. And my idea is to be as it's important to work together. It's important to be as inclusive as possible. Very often we are exclusive in the ivory tower of academia. No, we have to do things. And this is why this symposium to me seems fundamentally important. Composing worlds. The title says it all. Life is a network. There is no nature or environment separate and apart from humans. No. We are entangled or entwined. This word entanglement for me is very important. And I think it also shows very well the relationships between the natural world, humans, non-humans. And I think it's something which I would like you to take home with you. So take home message, the word entangled, entanglement. John Muir was a very, very important figure in the beginning of the 20th century who wrote about the natural world in California. He was also fundamental in the establishment of the national parks in the United States of America, and he writes beautifully. I'm not going to read, but I would recommend anybody to read his work as well. I talked about entangled life, and this book by Merlin Sheldrake, How Fungi Makes Our Worlds. Nature is an event that never stops. We commonly think of animals and plants as matter, but they are really systems through which matter is continually passing. And something which is really, really striking. There are more bacteria in your gut than stars in our galaxy. And you are a different you 5 years ago to 5 years in the future. We are changing, we are transforming every day. This was something we put together in the Nature and Medicine Symposium. I'm not going to show you, but it's still there, and it's photographs from around the world. Here are some of the photographs with people's impressions. So we brought together a tree of medicine with photographs and images. Now, one of the speakers in the introductory panel talked about philosophers, and I think one of the key philosophers is Spinoza. Everything in nature is a cause from which there flows some effect, and he talked about God or nature, and I think he meant God and nature, or God is in nature. And curiously enough, Albert Einstein said, I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in an orderly harmony of what exists, not in a God who concerns himself with the fates and actions of human beings. Indigenous health humanities, I know time is running short, but I think we need to listen to the indigenous peoples around the world, and we can learn so much about our relationship with the earth and the planet we live on. We forget to listen to them at our peril. And with permission by Joseph Ryle, beautiful painted arrow, I am going to show some of his beautiful works of art. On the left, we have clean air, and on the right, healing prayers for pollution, for large bodies of water. On the left, of many wisdoms in the dream time of Mother Earth. And on the right, sun rays, pine trees, generator. Joseph Ryle says, I believe that now is the time for the elders all over the world to talk to their people and instruct. How often do we listen to our elders? How often do we listen to our grandparents or people who have lived a long, interesting lives and are at the end of their lives? I hope it was more often. Joseph Ryle later says, Mother Earth is our land and she belongs to us because we are her children. So let us listen to indigenous knowledge. And this is an article, Embedding Indigenous Knowledge and Voices in planetary health education, indigenous worldviews and knowledges in health, professional education and research, and as pedagogy is an important way to enhance planetary health education. There are, luckily, many organizations trying to restore the balance between earth and health, and two of them I've already mentioned, few names in the Doctors of Humanists. But now I turn to Japan, because I think the Japanese have always understood and understand the importance of nature. And this is reflected in some of their words. Komorebi is the sunlight filtering through trees. Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, was started in the 1980s in Japan, basically by the agricultural ministry to conserve the forests. But now it is a worldwide practice for restoring people's health, both physical and mental. Kintsugi is not about nature, but I would say it's about more. Kintsugi is a philosophy of restoring broken ceramics with gold and making them more beautiful. Hemingway said, "The world breaks everyone, and afterward, many are strong at the broken places." We must never forget that we will be broken one day. We will all be patients one day. And we need to listen to those who have been patient. Richard Mabey, the wood and the water, the ancient and the opportunist, are, I suspect, the two poles of natural rhythms. Life begins in the water and reaches its full maturity in the forest. And then it goes all round again. This is from Sue Stuart Smith, and it's about the remarkable abbess, Saint Hildegard of Bingen, who was respected as a composer, theologian, medical herbalist, and she developed her own philosophy based on the communication connection between the human spirit and the growth force of the earth, which she called viriditas, which is from Latin and means green and truth. So we look backwards to move forwards. We forget our ancestors with great peril. Health and ecology and humanities are intertwined, entangled, or if they're not, they should be. Entanglement. We are all part of nature. We are all part of the natural world, the environment around us. That's why we need to think about one health, a planetary health, and we need to combine humanities and health education. And listen. Well, Sir William Osler, 100 years ago, said, listen to your patient. He's telling you the diagnosis. Why don't we change this around a little bit and say, listen to the earth. It's telling you the diagnosis. It's telling you what we need to do. I'm going to finish with two quotations. The first, Robin Wall Kimmerer, who is a poet, artist, writer. Even a wounded world is feeding us. Even a wounded world holds us, giving us moments of wonder and joy. I choose joy over despair, not because I have my head in the sand, but because joy is what the earth gives me daily, and I must return the gift. Hope. We need hope. and Rebecca Solnit, who is a writer who I admire considerably, and I would recommend many of her books, writes, "To hope is to gamble. It's to bet on the future, on your desires, on the possibility that an open heart and uncertainty are better than gloom and safety." Thank you very, very much. And if anybody wants to contact me, well, here are my emails address and my Twitter address. And on the right was the Northern Lights in the north of Liverpool, my city. And this is a sculpture by Anthony Gormley, 2.5 meters tall, and there's 20 of them on the sands in the north of Liverpool. So when the tide comes in, they're covered, but when the tide goes out, you see the figures. Thank you very much.
It is, in fact, an honor to have you in this symposium. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now we are going to the first panel. Susana Teixeira, are you there?
It is an honor, and it is especially meaningful for me to have these excellent speakers in this panel. The title of our panel is Medicine of the 21st Century, What Role for the Humanities? In fact, we have been talking about person-centered care, and for person-centered care, we know that we need to respect dignity, compassion, we need to promote compassion, and we need to promote respect for the person. And person-centered care has been proposed or has been promoted due to the lack of all the intersubjective dimension that evidence-based medicine has been has characterized evidence-based medicine throughout these years. The question that I have highlighted for this panel is if person-centered care can be fully implemented without arts and humanities. What are the core skills that a physician needs in this 21st century and in the years that follow? how can the digital technologies interact with health professionals, with patients, with caregivers, and which lens is being used to see and read healthcare in our societies. And to discuss these ideas and other ideas that I'm sure will come up with the intervention of our speakers, we have today Teresa Casal, Assistant Professor at the Center for English Studies at the University of Lisbon. Her main areas of research are Irish studies, health humanities, narrative medicine, literary translation, and narrative studies. And she has been, Teresa Casal has been studying the intersections between literature, health, and human experiences. So thank you very much for being with us. And we have also Ricardo Ricci, full professor of medical anthropology from the Department of Mental Health, Social Sciences and Humanities, from the Faculty of Medicine of the National University of Tucumán, professor of medicine epistemology. So Professor Ricardo Ricci, as Professor Teresa Casal, are very familiar with academia and with the lectures at universities and with all this relationship. Not only do they study about the patients, but also about the interaction between all the stakeholders in the health context, but they are also familiar with interaction with students and with the relationship with students, which is quite important as well for this symposium. Professor Ricardo Ricci is a professor of bioethics and legal issues, and professor of anthropology and complex systems. So thank you for being with us. I'm going to ask Professor Teresa Casal to start with the presentation. You have 10 minutes for each, 20 minutes. You have 20 or 25 minutes if you need for each presentation. Everyone who is attending this symposium can write the questions, commentaries in the chat, and I will share with our invited speakers if they are pertinent and important questions or commentaries, and then we will open up the discussion to the audience. So the title of the presentation by Professor Teresa Casal is Reconnecting, which is very much related with the opening speech by Jonathan McFarland, Reconnecting the Humanities and Healthcare, the Person and the Community.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be part of this symposium, which is so important by bringing together people with a footing in different disciplines, but also learning how to speak across disciplines and do things together at this interface from various disciplines so that we care better for each other and the world. I am now going to share the screen. Okay. I would also like to say that, yes, many of the things that have already been said today relate to, will resonate with my preoccupations and my concerns. And I would also very specifically like to thank Professor Susana Magalhães for inviting me to be part of this panel. It is an honor to share it with Professor Ricardo Ricci as well, whom I salute. And I have to say that I hesitated when I was invited to join a panel to discuss the future of the humanities and health. My hesitation had nothing to do about whether the humanities and health need to work together. I believe we certainly need to reconnect the knowledge that comes from different disciplines so as to live better and care better. My hesitation was about that big word, the future, that inscrutable, shapeless thing into which we project our hopes and our fears. The future is what we take for granted until we don't. Until an accident happens, or we receive a life-changing or life-threatening diagnosis, until disaster strikes in the forms of floods, pandemics, or wars. And though we may be tempted to differentiate between natural disasters such as storms and man-made disasters such as wars, by now we know that even natural disasters have a human hand. The future is therefore what we take for granted until something happens that reminds us of how little control we have over it. The paradox is that we know that the future is uncertain, and yet we live as if it were certain. We know that natural resources are limited, yet we behave as if they were limitless. Is it because we live unthinkingly? Because we fear thinking too much about it? Because thinking about it might make us feel powerless? Because we need a certain lightness of being, as Condera has put it? Because the future is perceived to be far away and it is easier to carry on with business as usual? Except the future is not far away. Those of us who watched Al Gore's documentary An Inconvenient Truth back in 2006, so 18 years ago, will have noticed that what was the future then is the present now. And that the inconvenience of the truth had to do with what could be done rather than with what could not be done. The question then is how to face inconvenient truths, such as that we all die and resources are limited. How do we face the vulnerability and uncertainty in societies trained to champion mastery and control? I suggest that change starts with a shift in perspective and the willingness to act on it. And that change involves all of us. It just doesn't just happen out there, decided by those in top jobs. It needs to happen at every level, individual and communal, national and international. The encounter between the sciences and the humanities can bring about that shift in perspective. From my experience as a literary scholar working within a medical humanities multidisciplinary team, the project in medical humanities based at University of Lisbon, it is important to note that the shift in perspective starts at home. When bringing my knowledge of literature to the teaching of medical or nursing students, or to facilitate reading and writing groups of healthcare providers in hospitals, two things happen. I am changed as a person, and I am changed as a literary scholar. As a person, I find myself experiencing how the narrative medicine methodology designed by Rita Sharon and her team at Columbia works on me. I notice what happens when I read together with other people, paying attention to the text and also to my emotions and thoughts as I read the text or watch the painting. When we share our views and discover how the same text or picture is perceived differently by different people, how our personal experience colors our perception. When we then write, not in the usual academic fashion, analyzing a text and displaying our erudition, but when we briefly write to prompts related to the text and allow ourselves to be surprised by what we happen to write on that day in those circumstances. If we are comfortable, we will then go one step further and share what we have written with others, receive their feedback, listen to what they are willing to share with us. In the process, we have gone from being readers to being writers and listeners. Not readers who wish to master a text, and not writers in a creative writing workshop, but people using reading and writing to find out more about others and themselves. Indeed, finding out more about themselves via others, starting with those safe others on the page or on the screen. And sometimes we need a fictional character, for example, to access things within us that are painful, hard to put into words. As a scholar, I find myself asking new questions about how I teach and write about literature. The encounter between healthcare and the humanities has made me aware of how the positivistic stance that was found wanting in medical education has shaped academic knowledge in general, and not just in medicine. And this includes the humanities, so that in literature departments, we have been teaching literature and writing about it in a disaffected and disembodied way, as if we were brains only and nothing else. It has alerted me to how important it is to make room for the multiple layers involved in reading. The affective, which is the most intuitive and immediate one, and which is often repressed in academic settings. The cognitive, the one favored by academia, and the reflective, capable of integrating affect and reason, attention to literature and to its aliveness on its impact on readers. In addition, narrative medicine and medical humanities have allowed me to be present in what I do, both as a person and as a professional. And I think there is a risk when the professional becomes impersonal. There is that risk in medicine, there is that risk in teaching, and virtually in every profession that involves personal interaction. And the risk is eventually also burnout. This is also what the introduction of the humanities in medical education seeks to promote, to allow students to engage in an act of integration, of bringing together their professional and intellectual and existential selves. It is also what narrative medicine workshops in hospitals and patients' associations do, and the effect may be replicated in other areas. The aim is to prompt a crucial epistemic shift. As Morris Spiegel and Daniel Spencer from Columbia have put it, recognition that what one hears in someone else's story can depend on one's own experiences and state of mind, can change everything, can be culture change. And it is culture change to the extent that it makes us aware of the cultural habits and assumptions that have been internalized and of which we are unaware. As philosopher Nicole Piemonte notes, the propensity to ground medicine within a scientific, objective, and anatomobiological worldview is a manifestation of a fundamental and ontological or existential desire to run away from our shared vulnerability of being human. This is not exclusive to the medical profession, but it becomes more noticeable in a profession dealing routinely with life and death issues. Piemonte thus calls for a pedagogy that values the cultivation of the self, openness and humility. And I would say that these ethical concerns should underpin education in every area to promote an urgent epistemic shift. And when she talks about about the fact that we can only ever approach the experience of the other, it means that we're using information, we're using imagination to get as close as possible to the position of the other, in full awareness that we will never fully access it. So we need to be brave in using our imagination to that effect, and humble to acknowledge that we will only ever approach it. So this is then the urgent epistemic shift, from a sense of mastery to an knowledge of vulnerability, from a boundless belief in reason to an awareness of how our reasonings may be colored by our emotions and ingrained cultural values, from a culture that celebrates independence to one that acknowledges interdependence. And this is a crucial epistemic shift crucial to how we care for humans and non-humans alike. And this picture is from Brazil right now. It is useful to look back before we look forward, to be reminded of what brought the health sciences and the humanities together again, an emerging field of medical and health humanities, before contemplating some of the challenges ahead. In the beginning was post-war American Britain, and a medical practice that was not yet as sophisticated and technological as medicine is nowadays. Now, of course, some decades down the road, someone will be saying the same about medicine as it is practiced today. So in the beginning was that primal scene, the interpersonal encounter between doctor and patient. Let us try to imagine the scene in our mind's eye. There is the patient afflicted with their complaints, the doctor armed with his knowledge and the daily experience of its limits. Was the patient also a person in the eyes of the doctor at a time when doctors visited patients at home? Did the doctor remain a person in the eyes of the patient, or was he too much of a hero to share the ground with the vulnerable patient? In 1953, American doctor-writer William Carlos Williams reminded Robert Coles and fellow medical students that an important part of our lives would be spent listening to people tell you their stories. And in return, they will want to hear your story of what their story means. He argued for the need to foster self-reflexivity, since the more open we are about what gets our moods going and how those moods affect our work, the more likely we are to catch hold of ourselves in the nick of time. Williams's views anticipate concerns in medical and health humanities and narrative medicine. The awareness that clinical practice involves interpersonal and intersubjective exchanges, the co-constructed nature of stories in that exchange, the need for medical students and practitioners to hone their interpretative skills and self-reflexive habits as a means to improve care and self-care, and the awareness of the limits of one's knowledge, which may prevent the dangers of overconfidence in a practice faced with uncertainty. In 1948, again in the US, historian of science George Sarton had coined the term medical humanities. 5 years earlier, William Osler has already been referred to the humanities as the hormones of innovatory thinking that activate new ways of thinking. As noted by Brian Hurwitz, Osler and Sarton were among the early voices pointing out that a positivistic understanding of medicine as a science overlooked the fact that clinical judgment is an applied and interpretative practice exposed to uncertainty and therefore requires what Catherine Montgomery describes as a richer concept of rationality than a spare physics-based positivistic account of scientific knowing. Indeed, the failure to question one's assumptions and be alert to potential failures in one's reasoning, such as the suppressive faculty to see the expected and unconsciously dismiss the anomalous, may lead to misdiagnosis and other medical errors, which are predominantly cognitive rather than technical, as has been pointed out by Jerome Groopman. This is what William Carlos Williams had intuited, the need to break old habits and examine what gets our moods going and how those moods affect our work. Developing this kind of self-awareness, he argued, would increase our chances of catching hold of ourselves in the nick of time. He doesn't propose this self-examination as a purely individual endeavor, but talks about being open about it, which would entail a shift not only in individual clinicians, but also in medical culture, to talk about what gets our moods going so as to understand them, to talk about errors or near misses so as to learn from them. Such a shift in the culture is still far from common practice, I would say, to the detriment of the well-being of providers and patients alike. This is where narrative-based practices can be enlisted to make room for a more open and self-reflective culture to emerge. And I'm going to give just two examples. Conversations Inviting Change, as proposed by John Lorner, is a peer-to-peer practice conducted by and for health and social care providers. Narrative medicine, as proposed by Rita Sharon, situates itself within a broader disciplinary ground at the intersection of humanities, the arts, clinical practice, and healthcare justice, with conceptual foundations in narratology, phenomenology, and liberatory social theory. Medical and health humanities provide us not only with methods, which are the ones I've alluded to enable that shift in perspective, but also with conceptual tools and culture-sensitive studies of how stories work, how we make judgments, how power relations operate at interpersonal and institutional level. They also bring more voices into that process of self-reflexivity. Not only the voices of academics from different disciplinary backgrounds, but also the voices of patients, of formal and informal caregivers, as well as artistic representations in various media. For the sake of time, I will single out how epistemic awareness has been enriched by a culture-sensitive conceptual framework derived from law and subsequently applied to healthcare by Javi Carrel. I'm referring to the notion of epistemic injustice proposed by Miranda Fricker and relevant across disciplines. By foregrounding the co-constructed nature of storytelling, Fricker identifies two types of epistemic injustice: testimonial injustice and hermeneutic injustice. Testimonial injustice has to do with the credibility attributed to the listener by the speaker. Is the speaker too young or too old, too sick or too poor to be trusted? Hermeneutic injustice has to do with the absence of conceptual frameworks to interpret a particular story. For instance, to talk about domestic violence in a culture that lacks the concept of domestic violence. Epistemic injustice thus provides conceptual tools for us to become aware of internalized prejudice that may be operating in what we hear or fail to hear in somebody else's story. We see, therefore, that the need to bring the humanities into healthcare had started with the concern about the doctor-patient relation and the need to help medical students engage in self-reflexive practices that might alert them to their thinking habits so that they might check themselves in the nick of time. We see now how over time that process of self-examination has led to awareness of the extent to which we are individual but also cultural beings, playing multiple roles, carrying assumptions of which we may be unaware, but which nevertheless have an impact in our actions and reactions, in what we do or we fail to do. So moving to my last section, looking forward, the coming together of the humanities and the health sciences provides tools and knowledge for us to approach present and future challenges from diverse perspectives. Such challenges include AI, artificial intelligence, genetics, the end-of-life policies, among others. I will conclude with two cautionary tales about challenges facing societies that are now reaping the benefits of the impressive advances of medicine, and especially Western societies with longevity and increased life expectancy. Both reflections are written out of the experience of caring for parents at the end of life. Both call for forms of awareness that involve everyone, from lay citizens to decision makers. The first testimony by Nicole Piemonte and Sean Abreu indeed echoes the warnings by Martha Nussbaum that have already been mentioned. And it has to do with the risks of trusting healthcare to market logic and the need to regulate, excuse me, to regulate that market logic. They write, It should be said that market logic is so pervasive in medicine that even clinicians in end-of-life care are not impervious to its pressure. While hospice care does not function within a fee-for-service model, and therefore is much less profitable compared to other medical specialties, new for-profit hospice agencies are increasing in number. The vast majority of these for-profit hospice agencies are high-quality, patient-oriented organizations. Yet, as with any market-based system, regulation is necessary in order to prevent self-interested decisions, such as cherry-picking patients who are less sick and thus less expensive to care for, provide subpar services, or engaging in other manipulative practices in order to offer less care to patients as a means of retaining more of the per diem payment that comes from Medicare. Prioritizing profits in the care of the sick is problematic in all areas of medicine, but it is particularly unconscionable in end-of-life care. The second testimony is Sally Magnussen's Southern insight after attending a performance of Shakespeare's King Lear. Having read and seen the play several times before, King Lear's speech now gains additional resonance in light of Magnussen's experience of caring for her mother with dementia. Aware of the challenges that the growing population with dementia and their families face, she calls for a new understanding of community, and therefore reminds us that care far exceeds that original scene that we have revisited of the face-to-face encounter between doctor and patient. It obviously includes that scene, but it also includes all of us in the choices and commitments we make as a society and in how interdependent and co-responsible we are for one another. And I'm concluding with her words. It is when he, King Lear, asks his famous question, "Who is it that can tell me who I am?" that my heart beats faster. In all the times I have read the play or seen it performed, I have never noticed that the question's real focus is on those listening. Who is it among the rest of you, Lear seems to say, can tell me who I am? King Lear is our play for today, a devastating exploration of the human condition for a 21st century struggling as never before with implications of long life. As he starts to lose his sense of self, the old king is pleading for someone to help define it for him. And as if also linking to Indigenous health humanities that Jonathan has just referred, she goes on to write, the Zulus have a proverb, a person becomes a person through other people. The Maoris too are said to consider both identity and memory to reside in the group rather than the individual. What if they are on to something? Might there be a clue here to a new understanding of community? What if our elderly, indeed our mentally frail of all ages, could depend on other people to hold their identity for them and tell them who they are? What if that were not just an optional social extra, but the very essence of how we are made? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So many ideas here that I'm sure we will have time to discuss. It was a very emotional and very accurate and very rich presentation. And I really would like to underline the importance of all the ideas, but this one, the last one, that we might depend on others to hold our identity, is particularly essential in our days, and I hope we have time to go back to this one. Now, I would like to introduce, and we will discuss and reply to the questions and after the second presentation. I'm very happy to have Ricardo Ricci, who is far away and started his day very, very early to be with us. and particularly interested in listening to Jonathan McFarland. I'm sure you were up very early this morning. And the title of the presentation is Medical Humanities and the Future, an Irrevocable Will for Consolidation.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say
Susana.
that, yeah, I just wanted to say that Ricardo is going to make his presentation in Spanish, which
Spanish.
is, yes,
Welcome
a
to
pleasure
Spanish.
to listen to Spanish.
Welcome to Spanish. Bueno, estoy muy agradado de participar de este simposio. Digamos, las presentaciones que me han precedido ya me han dado material para pensar por varios días. Voy a comenzar leyendo. No voy a tener una presentación de PowerPoint porque preferí leer y dirigirme directamente con la mirada. Bueno, para mí es un inmenso honor participar de este foro. Por ese motivo, lo que primero que debo hacer es manifestar mi agradecimiento a los organizadores en general y a Susana en particular. Saludo con especial respeto a Teresa Casal. Espero estar a la altura de la jerarquía de la convocatoria de los panelistas y de los asistentes. Además, debo agradecer por la fértil inestabilidad que me produjo el hecho de documentarme y reflexionar a fondo sobre el tema propuesto. En realidad, esto lo destaco porque pensar en el futuro de la medicina, el futuro de las humanidades en la medicina, me ha trastocado la vida durante unos días. Soy un nativo del corazón del siglo XX, por lo tanto, no puedo dejar de ver a la totalidad del siglo XXI como un tiempo por advenir, como un futuro, a pesar de haber recorrido ya casi la cuarta parte de su extensión. Es bueno que la propia zona de confort se convierta de vez en cuando en un tembladeral. Es bueno, claramente, no soy futurólogo, tampoco un eximio lector de los signos de los tiempos. Sí me reconozco un conocedor de las humanidades médicas en el ámbito de la educación médica. Desde esta perspectiva dual de considerar al siglo XX en tiempo futuro desde las humanidades médicas es que encaro la presente exposición. Intentaré compartir con ustedes algunos frutos aún inmaduros surgidos de una extensa y por momentos preocupada reflexión. Estoy convencido de que lo más rico y claro e importante está reservado para el intercambio posterior, cuando ya todo el auditorio pueda hacer oír su voz y compartir nuestras experiencias. La primera parte se denomina perplejidades. El coro de Antígona, tragedia de Sófocles del siglo V a.C., afirma lo siguiente: muchas cosas son asombrosas, pero lo más asombroso es el hombre. Según las fuentes consultadas, la palabra griega deimos, que designa lo asombroso, lo maravilloso, se refiere también, según Heidegger, a lo pavoroso y lo siniestro. El mismo filósofo alemán, hace unos 100 años, afirmó: actualmente la antropología no busca solo la verdad acerca del hombre, sino que pretende decidir sobre el significado de la verdad en general. Y sin embargo, en ningún tiempo se ha sabido menos acerca de lo que es el hombre. En ninguna época ha sido el hombre tan problemático como en la actual. El futuro, el presente, el pasado, en un universo físico tan impasible como insondable, carecen de adjetivos que lo califiquen. Es el hombre el que adjetiva las cosas, los fenómenos y los tiempos. Somos nosotros, los seres humanos, los que vislumbramos un futuro a la vez asombroso y pavoroso. En nuestra tarea de plantearnos el presente y el futuro de la medicina, no podemos ser ajenos a lo magnífico y a lo siniestro. Al inicio de su libro La física del futuro, el japonés Michio Kaku, físico teórico, escritor de ciencia, divulgador científico y profesor de Princeton, propone las siguientes citas. Abro comillas. No creo que al acabar este siglo vaya a quedar sin desvelar ningún secreto relativo a nuestros cuerpos. Por lo tanto, cualquier cosa que lleguemos a imaginar probablemente se hará realidad. Cierro comillas, son palabras de David Baltimore, premio Nobel. Abro comillas. No pienso que haya llegado el momento, pero está cerca. Me temo que por desgracia pertenezco a la última generación que va a morir. Cierro comillas, Gerald Sussman, catedrático de Ingeniería Eléctrica del MIT. Y aún más preocupante, más viejo, pero más preocupante. En realidad, nadie tiene agallas para decirlo, pero si supiéramos cómo añadir genes para fabricar seres humanos de mejor calidad, ¿por qué no habríamos de hacerlo? James Watson, premio Nobel. En este contexto se fue desarrollando el proceso de construir esta contribución al debate de hoy. Se corporizó ante mí la dantesca selva oscura y añoré la presencia de un Virgilio que me ofrezca su guía. Nick Bostrom, un distinguido físico sueco, afirma: si los esfuerzos del desarrollo científico-tecnológico no cesan, entonces todas las capacidades importantes que se puedan obtener mediante alguna tecnología posible serán obtenidas. Se me ocurrió preguntarme la diferencia que habría entre la percepción de futuro que tenían nuestros padres y abuelos con la nuestra. Mi padre nació en el 1924, ahora hace justamente 100 años. Eso me llevó a hacer la siguiente reflexión. Entre 1824 y 1924, la concepción del futuro poseía una alta predictibilidad. No aparentaba representar un problema. La idea del progreso explotó a fines del siglo XIX y marcó un fin de siglo a la vez injusto y auspicioso. Los niños asistirían a la escuela de sus padres. Probablemente ejercerían el mismo oficio o profesión. La medicina poseía escasos recursos y un médico haría más o menos lo mismo que había hecho su maestro. Entre 1924 y 2024, otros 100 años, la cosa cambió de manera radical. Poco a poco se presentaron avances grandiosos en la ciencia, la tecnología, la sociedad y la cultura. Otros presentes y otros futuros se presentaron ante nosotros. Nos vimos en entornos insospechados, en interacciones sorprendentes y rodeados de una tecnología fabulosa. Si bien el futuro se nos presentaba borroso, teníamos algunas constantes de las que asirnos con una aceptable certidumbre. Entre el 2024 y el 2124, el panorama se muestra totalmente impredecible. No hay límites. Como máximo me animo a vislumbrar una perspectiva de 15 o 20 años. El panorama de fines del siglo XXI me resulta totalmente inimaginable e insondable. Cientos de miles de laboratorios de diversas disciplinas se encuentran diseñando artefactos que, integrados, conforman un escenario totalmente impredecible, complejo e incierto, que parece diseñarse de manera autónoma. El futuro, el de la medicina incluido, nos anonada, nos empequeñece y nos deja perplejos. El transhumanismo, esa nueva concepción operativa del futuro del hombre, reúne a científicos y expertos procedentes de diversos sectores del saber: inteligencia artificial, neurociencia, nanotecnología e investigadores en biotecnología aplicada. A ellos se unen filósofos y hombres de cultura, con el mismo fin, el de cambiar, mejorar la naturaleza humana para poder eliminar aspectos no deseados y no necesarios, como son el sufrimiento, la enfermedad, el envejecimiento, y hasta la condición mortal. No sé a ustedes, pero a mí todo esto me produce una profunda perplejidad. La medicina. A mediados del siglo en curso, la ciencia médica estará muy cerca de poner en manos humanas aquel poder mítico sobre la ciencia y la muerte, sobre la vida y la muerte. No solamente tendrá el poder de curar a los enfermos, sino mejorar el cuerpo humano, incluso para generar nuevas formas de vida. Todo esto no será producto de nuestra fe religiosa, será el milagro de la biotecnología. Los avances producidos y los cambios en el concepto de lo estrictamente biológico impulsaron a que el citado Premio Nobel de Medicina David Baltimore sostuviera lo siguiente: la biología de hoy es una ciencia de la información. De hecho, la biología computacional recurre a herramientas informáticas para ayudarnos a entender mejor los sistemas vivos más complejos, y la computación biológica, cómo podemos utilizar elementos como las proteínas, las moléculas de ADN, para procesar y almacenar información. La medicina del futuro inmediato muestra aspectos que es necesario destacar y enumerar. Primero, la medicina genómica. La secuenciación de los genes se encamina a ser un proceso automatizado realizado por robots a muy bajo costo. De ese modo, cualquier ciudadano medio podrá acceder a él. Tendrá acceso a las señas de identidad que definen las características y las firmas genéticas de los organismos biológicos que se hayan inscritas en los ácidos nucleicos. Segundo, la visita del médico o la visita al médico. La interacción del paciente con el médico se modificará radicalmente. La consulta será efectuada en una pantalla que resultará ser una interacción con un programa informático. La aplicación de sensores para las variables biológicas en nuestros cuerpos hará posible anticiparse a cambios en la homeostasis y la aparición de células atípicas, por ejemplo. Eso dará acceso a realizar la corrección inmediata de estos desvíos. La ingeniería de tejidos o medicina regenerativa hará posible la concreción de una especie de tienda del ser humano. Tercero, la utilización de las células madres. Será posible para usarlas para la generación de tejidos, incluso de órganos completos. Será accesible su manipulación a gusto, ya que los avances sobre los mensajeros químicos que deciden los destinos de las mismas hacia órganos específicos estarán plenamente desarrollados. Las células madre tienen potencialmente la capacidad de curar gran número de enfermedades, como la diabetes, las enfermedades cardíacas, la enfermedad de Alzheimer, la de Parkinson e incluso el cáncer. De hecho, es difícil pensar en una enfermedad sobre la que las células madres no vayan a producir un impacto importante. Clonación, cuarto. Los experimentos ya realizados en animales podrán ser aplicados a los seres humanos. Se trata de un proceso avanzado que se haya condicionado a la evolución de trabas jurídicas, éticas y religiosas que actualmente lo limitan. 5. La terapia génica. En un futuro cercano, la terapia génica podrá curar muchas de las 5.000 enfermedades genéticas conocidas, tales como la fibrosis quística, la enfermedad de Tay-Sachs y la anemia de células falciformes. Será posible el tratamiento de numerosas enfermedades genéticas que están causadas por la mutación de un solo gen. Decididamente, uno de los objetivos de la terapia génica es el cáncer. Se sabe que casi el 50% de los cánceres más frecuentes están ligados al daño de un solo gen, el P53. 6. Terapias contra el cáncer. Continuamente aparecerán en el mercado nuevos tratamientos y terapias, todos ellos diseñados para atacar el cáncer en sus raíces moleculares y genéticas. Algunos de los tratamientos más prometedores incluyen la antiangiogénesis, que consiste en cortar el suministro de sangre al tumor, de tal modo que éste no crezca más. Las nanopartículas, que son como bombas inteligentes dirigidas contra las células cancerosas. La terapia génica, especialmente para el gen P53. Nuevos fármacos que actúan precisamente sobre las células cancerosas. 5. Nuevas vacunas sobre los virus que pueden causar el cáncer. Me he limitado a vislumbrar un futuro cercano, como ya dije, más allá del 2040 o del 2050, no me atrevo a aventurar cosa alguna. Los especialistas manifiestan que será posible la creación de hijos por diseño, dar marcha atrás con el envejecimiento e incluso ir en búsqueda de la inmortalidad. El científico norteamericano William Heisland se animó a sostener lo siguiente: es verdad que se nos acaba la cuerda, pero hemos hablado del proyecto de ser capaces de modificar esto en el futuro. En primer lugar, prolongar la duración de nuestra vida, multiplicándola por 2 y por 3, y quizás, si llegamos a comprender bien el cerebro, hacer que tanto este como el cuerpo entero duren indefinidamente. Y no creo que eso vaya a ser un proceso antinatural. Por último, quiero hacer hincapié en el rol de las humanidades en ese contexto, que es y ha sido mi desvelo, digamos. Mis meditaciones acerca del rol de las humanidades médicas produjeron escasos frutos, a mi juicio algo escuálidos. Con seguridad digo que es un tema absolutamente abierto sobre el que hay que reflexionar permanentemente y sin descanso. Las reflexiones que voy a compartir con ustedes distan mucho de ser un vaticinio profético. Tampoco son las revelaciones de ningún oráculo. Son solo cavilaciones provisorias acerca del rol de las humanidades médicas en el futuro inmediato. A más no me atrevo. Valoro en grado sumo aquella máxima que acaso hoy esté más vigente que nunca. Se aprende del ejemplo y la vivencia más que de los discursos. En educación médica resulta ser una verdad incuestionable, casi un axioma. Primero, estar atentos a que impera la posverdad, esa mentira emotiva nacida para modelar la opinión pública, desdeñando los hechos fehacientes y los datos verificables. Ese modo especial de construir discursos engañosos que llegan a convencer porque resultan atractivos, tranquilizadores o quizás convenientes. Segundo, yo reconozco que me voy a poner un poco polémico. Para el futuro, no hacer. No me puedo imaginar a los grandes filósofos griegos, a los artistas y científicos del Renacimiento, a los sabios y a los poetas, a los dramaturgos de todas las épocas, haciendo algo de lo que hicieron, pensando en nosotros, habitantes del futuro. Escribiendo la Divina Comedia, El Quijote o Hamlet, pensando en los efectos que estas obras tendrían en los habitantes del principio del siglo XXI. Eso me lleva a afirmar que todo lo que las humanidades médicas deban hacer, tienen que hacerlo hoy. Solo desarrollándose libremente y acometiendo con novedad los temas de siempre, influirán en la medicina futura. Valores como la imaginación, la creatividad, la determinación, la oportunidad, generosidad, compromiso, entre otros, permitirán la expansión y consolidación de las humanidades en los contextos médicos. Tercero, no más quejas ni excusas. Sinceramente, estoy saturado y cansado de que los humanistas se quejen de lo que la medicina, habiendo sido, ya no lo sea más. Creo que hay que dejar de culpar a la ciencia y a la tecnología de haber torcido la deriva de lo humano. Si las humanidades desean tener un rol relevante en la medicina del futuro, tendrán que ser propositivas, aportar soluciones concretas a problemas complejos, deberán crear y mantener espacios de reflexión con el fin de que los médicos y la medicina se vean a sí mismos con espíritu crítico. Estos ámbitos de reflexión deben proponerse hasta la saturación en los centros de educación y en los sitios en donde se realiza la práctica médica. Estos espacios de intercambio vital permitirán compartir razonamientos y también emociones, frustraciones, sentimientos, miedos y esperanza. Los espacios de fortalecimiento de los vínculos han demostrado ser de utilidad en la prevención del agotamiento profesional, en la falta de satisfacción de los médicos, en la violencia contra el personal de la salud y en la competencia descarnada y artera dentro de los equipos terapéuticos. Les recordarán a los médicos que son personas como todas, vulnerables, falibles, llenos de vicios y virtudes. Cuarto, amigarse con las ciencias duras. De una vez y para siempre las humanidades deben aproximarse a las ciencias duras. Deben hermanarse con las disciplinas consideradas básicas y troncales en la formación de los médicos. El planteo del binarismo excluyente debe ser abandonado y caminar de manera concreta hacia una colaboración sinérgica con la clínica. Va a costar, pero el ser humano es uno y debe ser visto como una unidad, conservando y valorando las perspectivas. Esta aproximación permitirá que las humanidades médicas dejen de ser saberes marginales y pasen a ser gravitantes allí donde se las necesita, en las aulas, en las consultas, en los hospitales y en los centros de investigación médica. El tiempo de la interdisciplina ha llegado para quedarse. Los liderazgos compartidos, el diálogo abierto y la potenciación mutua deberían ser cosa de todos los días en la práctica médica. Ha llegado el momento de escuchar e interpretar la voz del paciente, de promover su participación y compromiso en el acto médico. El ciudadano en estado de vulnerabilidad por una enfermedad, esa persona a la que convenimos en llamar paciente, está llamado a enseñarnos abiertamente a ser médicos. Trabajar en terreno heterogénico. Ya voy terminando, Susana. Las humanidades en general, también las médicas, constituyen un terreno decididamente heterogéneo, variado, impredecible y con frecuencia parasitado por las ideologías. Un terreno de interpretaciones disímiles, dispares y hasta contrapuestas, donde la verdad única flaquea y no es bienvenida, en el que necesariamente debe primar la intersubjetividad y la deliberación. Los argumentos y el respeto deben abrir el camino al logro de soluciones consensuadas, alejadas de ese otro binarismo nefasto, el de los ganadores y perdedores. Conociendo el campo de las humanidades, parece casi imposible lograr el beneficio de acuerdos definitivos acerca de toda problemática futura. Creo que sí podemos aspirar a acuerdos marco o a acuerdos muy específicos en situaciones puntuales y precisas. Sexto, dejar las nostalgias de lado. Por ser nostálgicos de un pasado que se fue definitivamente, por sentir saudades de lo que pudiendo haber sido no fue, nos perdemos la oportunidad de mirar hacia el futuro. Reconociendo el objetivo básico de una medicina preñada por las humanidades. Salvaguardar a la persona, salvaguardar a todas las personas que se encuentran comprometidas en el acto médico, el paciente, el médico, la familia. Las humanidades deben erigirse en garantes de que la medicina continúe siendo una interacción humana de cuidado. Naturalmente, lo dicho, además de ser reflexiones, son profundas expresiones de deseo. Ya llegará el ventarrón del futuro y lo trastocará todo. Nos tirará todo por la borda. Invitará a los seres humanos o a aquellos que nos sucedan, invitará a los seres humanos o a aquellos que no sucedan a concebir modos impredecibles de cuidado. Dijo Iñaki Gabilondo en un discurso introductorio al foro del paciente del futuro organizado por Health Thinking. Comillas, vivimos un momento de transformación vertiginosa. Yo lo llamo tiempo de estupor. Alguien dijo que los últimos y lastimeros quejidos de un agonizante se parecen a los primeros bajidos de un recién nacido. Quizás por eso sabemos que un mundo se va y que otro nace, pero interpretamos con dificultad las señales. Para finalizar, comparto con ustedes la parte inicial de un poema de Walt Whitman, que se llama No te detengas. No dejes que termine el día sin haber crecido un poco, sin haber sido feliz, sin haber aumentado tus sueños. No te dejes vencer por el desaliento. No permitas que nadie te quite el derecho a expresarte, que es casi un deber. No abandones las ansias de hacer de tu vida algo extraordinario. No dejes de creer que las palabras y las poesías sí pueden cambiar el mundo. Pase lo que pase, nuestra esencia está intacta. Muchas gracias. Para mí ha sido un honor compartir con ustedes.
Muchas gracias. I know that Ricardo would prefer me to ask the questions in Portuguese. So I will, when I come to you, I will ask in Portuguese because I think it is easier. Okay, let's start with, I have 2 or 3 issues here that I would like to ask for your reflection and discussion, and then we will open up to anyone else who would like to comment, ask questions, and so on. Is it okay, Ricardo, if I go on speaking in English?
Yes, yes,
okay?
yes.
Okay.
Please go on.
Okay. Teresa, in your very interesting presentation, as Ricardo has made a brilliant reflection as a doctor, as a professor, as a citizen of this world, with a very optimistic perspective. Teresa, I took note of many of your ideas, and there is one that particularly is relevant for me, which is the shift in perspective, and how important the shift in perspective is. And I really believe that narrative medicine and medical humanities can be used and are important for this shift in perspective. Now, Ricardo was polemic, and I'm going to be polemic too, or a bit controversial, which is, for example, thinking about the narrative medicine methodology, close reading, close listening, reflective writing, sharing, this methodology that you have so well pointed out, and the effect that it has on you, and it has been on you as a person, as a professional. My question is, how do you see it working on students? How is it that we, and I really believe, I'm a believer, following Ricardo Ricci, last quote, eu acredito, Ricardo. So the question is, we believe, we know it has an impact, we feel it has an impact on quite a few persons that also believe and that are also likely to feel this. But my question is, how does it work in this world of that Byung-Chul Han so well defines in his last book as the world of the crisis of narration? Mm-hmm. How is it that we can implement this methodology in the world of the crisis of narration? And what is the feedback that you get from students? I know that it depends on which students we are talking about, which level. But Teresa, I would like to, and then I will provide Ricardo with the opportunity to comment as well.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, as you know, in Lisbon, with the project in medical humanities started in 2009, and gradually we have been also involved, and it involves people from different areas, including many colleagues from medical school, colleagues nursing, etc., etc. So, and we have been using that kind of methodology in different quarters, in medical school, in nursing, and also, as I said, also in hospitals with groups of healthcare professionals. I should say, to start off, that I came to believe in the method rather than I was not a believer in the method. First, it's not a religion. It's not a religion. So I came to appreciate the potentialities of the methodology the more I engaged with it. And then it was so it was through practice that I came to appreciate, yes, this makes sense. And actually, although Rita Sharon keeps saying that close reading is the signatory method of narrative medicine, as Nellie Herman, the writer in Columbia, points out, and that is certainly my experience, I think it's the fact that the reader becomes the writer that is really the turning point. It's the opportunity to then get from the text or the painting or the film or whatever it is you're all together looking at and engaging with. And then it's turning it back onto you, making room, taking time to write to a prompt and to see what happens, which involves a place of vulnerability because it's unexpected. You have to be receptive. And then, of course, if you will, you might share, etc., etc. So first, I'm not a born believer. I came to believe in the potentialities of the method. Having said that, quite often when we work with colleagues in medical school, etc., even to validate the sheer existence of these elective courses, they need evidence that it works, qualitative studies that it works. I am hugely skeptical of that. It could be because I come from the humanities. I'm not very versed in those methods, which are more prevalent in the social sciences, etc. But my hesitations about those methods, and we have conducted some. You have an inquiry at the beginning and then at the end and so on and so forth. Why am I a bit skeptical about testing this kind of methodology with studies and methods that are designed for other kinds of things? Because I think that first, the narrative medicine methodology is not, it doesn't operate as a mechanism. It's not an automatic thing. You do this and everybody's going to react the same way. You're dealing with people, and that's the point. You're dealing with people, each of them with their own characteristics. So some will be more resistant and some will be more receptive. So there is that initial attitude that has to do with the life trajectory of each person, with their own personality, with their own circumstances. Usually people in medical humanities also eventually come to medical humanities for some sort of personal reason. So the life story, the personal attitude matters, and it's not going to work in the same way with every person. And maybe that's the other point. And I would go back to the quote from Sally Magnussen, in which she says she had read King Lear various times. She had attended performances, and then there was a day when there was a click. Why? Not because the play had changed, but because something had changed within her, and because her experiences had changed. So this is not a one-size-fits-all kind of methodology, but in any case, there has been positive response from medical students. I think the problem is that we only have like an intensive week with them when we have our elective courses. And the positive responses, they find it liberating to have this kind of space to discuss things that they don't discuss in the other courses and the other classes. They find it liberating, and some even say, why don't we do more of this? Because suddenly this is a space of liberation, of feeling free and feeling authorized to talk about things that worry them, concern them, upset them as students, as future doctors, etc., etc. So usually there is a positive response. Although I do have my qualms about using these qualitative methods to test the impact of those methodologies, because I think the impact, because it works at the subconscious level, the impact may not immediately be perceived by those engaging with it. Maybe they will realize it later, but it doesn't mean it is immediately perceived. That's, sorry.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Ricardo, before I pass on, I'm sure Jonathan would like also to intervene. Ricardo,
Susana, por favor.
has dicho que las humanidades tienen que actuar hoy, ¿sí? As humanidades devem atuar, sí. Mi cuestión es ¿cómo? ¿Qué deben hacer? ¿O qué deben hacer las humanidades? There is a problem with the connection, I think. Okay, Ricardo.
No, we can hear. No.
Okay.
¿Qué deben hacer? ¿Qué deben hacer? Es un universo de cosas que tienen que hacer. Que pienso yo, ¿no? Tengo de profesor en una universidad nacional, por lo tanto, la cantidad de alumnos hace que se vuelva bastante difícil interactuar con ellos de manera personal, cercana, a donde pueda uno llegar con una voz clara, ¿no? Yo creo que, personalmente, ¿no? Del tiempo que estoy en una facultad, yo creo que lo primero que tiene que hacer una facultad es no destruir al estudiante. ¿Qué significa no destruir al estudiante? El estudiante viene con valores, viene a la facultad con habilidades comunicacionales, viene con empatía, viene con amores, con sensibilidades. Y resulta que la universidad, yo estaba en una cátedra del segundo año y yo tenía coloquios con los estudiantes y observaba todo esto, espíritu de servicio, que por ahí son también frases hechas, ¿no? Pero observaba eso. Y resulta que después daba talleres a los chicos en el último año y me encontraba con robots. O sea, ahí evidentemente había habido una destrucción de la persona. Entonces, lo primero que tiene que hacer la educación médica en general es impedir, a eso me refería con el no hacer, es preferible no hacer que destruir, ¿no? Bien. Segundo, otra cosa que nosotros hemos llegado, que lo dije en esta pequeña charlita, es ese hermanarse con las clínicas. Si las humanidades médicas, ya lo hemos comprobado hasta el hartazgo, con cine debate, con narrativa, con role-playing, con habilidades comunicacionales, con esto, con lo otro, con esto. Si no se juntan con las clínicas, es imposible. Hemos tenido experiencias, por ejemplo, en la construcción de las historias clínicas, en la materia de semiología propedéutica, instándolos a los chicos a hacer historias clínicas teniendo en cuenta la perspectiva narrativa, de escuchar la historia, y no solamente eso, sino de escuchar el contexto sociocultural del paciente y valorarlo. Pero, para lograr eso, primero hay que, lo voy a decir gracioso, la noche anterior hay que asaltar la casa del profesor de semiología y atarlo a la cama para que él no pueda, para que él no pueda asistir
Oh,
el día
Ricardo,
siguiente, ¿no?
we can also, también podemos invitar al profesor de semiología para enseñar
Sí.
semiología de una otra forma, paralelo
No, ya sé.
con... No, semiología
exagerando.
y después,
Estoy
semiología
exagerando.
y después una aula de literatura sobre, por ejemplo, de Gavin Francis, usando los libros de Gavin Francis para
Está
ayudar
bien,
todos.
estoy de acuerdo. Estoy de acuerdo, lo tuyo es extremo. También se puede invitarlo a tomar un vasito de cicuta minutos antes de...
Ricardo.
Bueno,
sí.
no, es eso. Y después, perdón, y usé una palabra que en la charlita, a la cual yo le doy mucha importancia, que es saturar, saturar de oferta de humanidades médicas. Saturar. Cine, charla, conferencia, invitado, propuestas, talleres, teatro, pum, 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 pum. Permanentemente saturar de oferta.
Jonathan, just thank you so much. It was very important. Just one more question to Teresa, related with what Ricardo has just said. The proposal is to set up this dialogue and this interconnection, not only connection, but interactivity with the so-called hard sciences, whatever that is, because I really have some doubts about soft and hard. Okay, but do you think that, for example, thinking about Portugal, do you think that there is openness, which was one of the concepts that you have highlighted? Is there openness from the faculties of medicine, from hospitals, from healthcare institutions, is there openness to medical humanities, or what do you think?
From our experience, there is increasing openness.
Good.
There are increasing demands from colleagues in medical schools. There is a turn of generations as well, and clearly there is greater openness to that. I would go back to, and you know, we have more and more requests for collaboration. Is the connection bad?
No, I'm just listening to some noise. I don't know where it comes from. But
so I think there is increasing openness, but I would go back to the amigarse, hermanarse that Ricardo mentioned, to say, and also to saturate, because I think the critical thing of these methodologies is a regular exposure, a regular engagement with them. If we are going to operate a shift in perspective, it means...
there is someone intervening here. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Go on, please.
So if we're trying to break old habits, we need to create new habits. And to create new habits, it takes a shift in perspective, and then the habit of doing it so that it becomes internalized, so that's going back to William Carlos Williams. So you need to create new habits so that in a situation of crisis, the new habits will take over. The new habits, you will then react in a different manner. But it means training them. So it's a humble job. It isn't done just one-off. It's humble. It needs practice. And it needs, you need to change old habits with new habits, and new habits that come together with this awareness of what was wrong about some of those old habits.
Thank you so much. I will give Jonathan also the opportunity to ask a question or make a comment. Just one thing that I think is really, really important. At the end of your presentation, Teresa, you said, what if we need others to hold our identity? And I really think that this should be written on the walls of faculties and hospitals and schools and so on, because we face a challenge regarding artificial intelligence. We are having a lot of guidelines, how to develop, how to implement, how to use ethical guidelines for AI. The fact is, for me, they are very important, but useless if we don't seize the opportunity to reflect upon our humanity. What are we doing? Because if we need others to hold our identity, are we going to, do we think that the screens will do that, that the robots will do that? So,
absolutely, absolutely. Which is why I think that reminder by Magnusson is really very, very important. And I think we will, you know, small children need others to hold their identity. With some disabled persons need others also to hold their identity. Certainly when we are very seriously, very severely ill, then we need others to hold our identity. And in the case of dementia, that kind of brings it home to you. And a lot of end-of-life care, etc. And we need others to hold our identity. So we need to be there to hold other people's identity so that, and it's this, again, it's okay, to say a paradigm shift is a very big word, but it's a cultural shift, because instead of control, mastery, and autonomy, which is what our Western society is predicated upon, heroes, autonomous, independent, we really need to come, and that, I think that's where the medical humanities need to speak from a place of vulnerability. It is crucial to acknowledge that shared vulnerability, and it all needs to come from that. And I think that's where Ricardo also said that about person to person. So we're all the doctor and the patient, and whoever is interacting, but it all needs to come from that place of shared vulnerability. I didn't specifically go into artificial intelligence because I don't know a lot about it. So
that's shared vulnerability.
Yes.
We don't know a lot about it. That's our shared vulnerability. Okay, we are almost, unfortunately, because I would spend my whole morning here with you. Jonathan, would you like to, we have, I believe, because we have to be very strict with time, we have 5 minutes. Would you like to ask any question, make any comment, please?
Well, I mean, thank you very much, Susanna. Thank you, Ricardo, Teresa, for your fabulous ideas. There's so many ideas running around in my head that it's like Plato with the birds in the cage, or like Nabokov with the butterflies in the net. No, the ideas spinning around. But I, Ricardo, estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo en que las humanidades médicas, primero, no son separadas de la medicina y nunca tienen que serlo, y tenemos que integrarlos. Tiene que ser integrado la medicina y las humanidades. No son aparte. No eran aparte en la historia y son aparte desde hace 50, 60, 70 años. Okay, so the integration of the humanities into medicine is critical. Now, not only the subjects of humanities, but humanism per se, because humanities are subjects like anthropology, literature, Teresa spoke so beautifully about, art, etc. But doctors, senior doctors, are models for junior doctors and for students. The students can learn more from their mentors or the older doctors. If they see that the mentor or the older doctor is working with humanity towards the patient. Now I will give you an example. Susanna knows. Dr. Manuel Pera. Professor Manuel Pera is professor of surgery, but he always goes to see his patient before the operation. If it's necessary, hold the hand of the patient. If it's necessary, touch the arm of the patient. if it's necessary, speak to the patient as long as the patient needs. He will do this. And then he will do it afterwards when the patient is recovering. A good doctor is the doctor who looks after the patient throughout the whole process. We're not always going to cure patients. As Teresa was talking about the importance of, well, I think taboo, death is a taboo still to be talked about. We don't talk about it enough. And I remember some 15 years ago with doctors from different specialities talking about death with the doctors for 2 hours. And one of the head of the emergency department said, it's the first time we talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
So it needs to be integrated. But I also would like to comment on Ricardo, what Ricardo said. Los alumnos que vienen con el primer año tienen ilusiones de ser buenos médicos o médicas, doctoras, tienen mucho entusiasmo, tiene ese idealismo de ayudar a la gente, y el sistema se matan esto, se escriman, se quitan este deseo. Entonces, medical humanities, I don't like necessarily the term medical humanities. Humanism in general needs to be integrated from the beginning to the end. And this is so important, Susanna.
Thank you.
So important.
Thank you, Jonathan. This is really important. I just wanted in 2 short sentences, Ricardo, if you could tell us, how do you see bioethics inside of these humanities? Because you are also, you talked about bioethical issues, terapia genética, what was células madres, células madres. Entonces, ¿cuál es el papel, el rol, how do you say, el rol de las humanidades, papel de las humanidades, de la bioética?
Sí.
We have 1 minute.
1 minute.
Perdón. Justo antes de, bueno, mientras pensaba la charla de hoy, hice una encuesta que tuvo cerca de 40 respuestas. Y ahí salieron 2 cosas interesantes relacionadas con lo que estamos hablando, ¿no? La primera es que ante la posibilidad de elegir qué humanidad médica, cuál de las humanidades médicas sería relevante para el futuro y para la educación médica, bioética es excluyente. Es la primera en cantidad de votos. Y la segunda es las habilidades comunicacionales. Y la tercera son las habilidades narrativas, ¿no? Así que ahí, digamos, eso te puede dar un indicio, digamos, de lo que, digamos, yo nunca lo quise aceptar porque no era profesor de bioética en la facultad, era profesor de antropología médica. De las humanidades médicas, la que lleva la bandera es la bioética. O sea,
cierto.
las demás se van a encolumnar por detrás.
Cierto.
Sí. Because narrative medicine, medical humanities are always dealing with ethical issues and are also addressing ethical issues, always. I think this is why I completely agree with Teresa, that we learn to believe by the practice, and this practice addresses self-identity issues, heteroidentity issues, and ethical issues are always there because communication raises ethical issues. So it is the bioethical reflection not only is answered also by the tools of narrative medicine, at the same time, narrative medicine and medical humanities also raise ethical issues in their practice. So this interaction is really relevant, and I think this is really important.
Yes, ahí, perdón que una cosita,
Sí, sí,
una cosita.
sí.
En
Sí.
esa misma encuesta salió una de las, por supuesto había respuestas así de expresión de deseos y superficiales, pero salió en 2 o 3 respuestas que para los que nos dedicamos a las humanidades médicas, señores, han fracasado. Cambien del modo de enseñar las humanidades médicas. Clarito, ¿no? Ese es
No,
uno.
está
Claro.
bien, está bien, está bien.
Y dos, con respecto a la bioética, todo este aporte de la bioética narrativa es algo muy interesante.
Sí,
Creo
sí,
que
sí.
le da una vuelta de tuerca más a la bioética, integrándola a la clínica.
Sí.
I completely agree.
Me
William
too.
Osler said 100 years ago, talked about science and the humanities as twin berries on a tree. They
Yeah.
should never have been separated, and we need to rejoin them again.
Susanna,
Thank
sorry.
you. Yeah,
Sorry.
we are end of
Debate
closing
is
now.
very interesting indeed, but we have to finish. We
Yes,
have to
we are closing. So thank you so much for your excellent contributions. There is a coffee break now till 12.
Yes.
And then at 12 there is the panel 2, which with the title Healthcare, Biomedicine and Ethics, which I'm sure will be very interesting. Thank you.
Muchas
Thank you,
gracias.
Susana.
I'm going to sleeping.
Muchas gracias. Ricardo,
Gracias.
encantado. Teresa.
Yeah.
Good rest. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you.
See you.
our speakers, Professor Ana Sofia Carvalho. She's a full professor at Abel Salazar Institute of Biomedical Sciences at the University of Oporto, and she's an ethics consultant at CUF Hospitals. She was previously an associate professor with aggregation in bioethics and holder of the UNESCO Portuguese Chair in Bioethics at Universidade Católica Portuguesa. She was also the director of Bioethics Institute and a member of European on Ethics and Science Technology Group, and also member of National Ethics Council in Life Sciences Group. And she will present us the future of bioethics, confronting emerging issues. Thank you, Professor Ana Sofia Carvalho.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the honor of the invitation. I don't know if you want me to try to present or if you will put the slides that I already share with you.
Can share.
Okay, so I will try. It's not easy to share. Okay, I think now it's working. Let me share this. Is in presentation mode? Now, yes. It's okay now, Daniela?
Yes, we can see.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I will start. Once again, I'd like to thank the honor of the invitation. And today I have the pleasure to have two honors. First, to be here in the conference and to be invited for such an important event, and also to share the table with my friend Paolo Parini. I've been working with Paolo, I don't know, for several years. And it is really a pleasure to have you here in a conference in Portugal. So let's start. The title of this communication is The Future of Bioethics, Confronting Emerging Issues. However, the ethical issues have been emerging due to a paradigm shift in the world. Paradigm shifts come along maybe once in a generation. They create profound realignment across the globe, across industries, across economies, and across population. This 21st century pandemic has been forcing us to redefine what and whom we value, how we govern, whose opinions we listen to, how we view facts, science, medicine, and even our relationships. At the same time, and with unprecedented velocity, the adoption of new age digital technologies is transforming healthcare deliverable and forcing another paradigm shift. As a society experience accelerating change and so disrupting paradigm shifts, we are so desperate for anything that stays constant. The things and process that provide a sense of steady normality, because everything seems to change all the time. Most people are not used to this type of critical thinking needed to navigate a constantly changing environment, and they need desperately references. That's why ethics is so important and indeed could be an essential path to foster a better future. Therefore, I would like not forecast, but try to discuss the way, in my opinion, we could aspire to be better human beings that could contribute to a better future. So Let's start to dive in ethics. Let's start by its definition. That it's important because you will see that my definition in ethics is not so normal. So ethics is indeed a branch of philosophy that is concerned what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is bad. It examines what is good and what is bad, what is right and what is wrong, in a way that people should live a good life with the others, and that is my concept that is not quite consensual, not only with the others, but also for the others and in just institutions. And that is why I always want to give you my opinion and my definition on ethics, because this definition of living life with the others and for the others in just institution is much more it's much more exigent than the normal ethics definition. So as such, ethics may also advise us how to organize our communal practice and support us in our attempts to create just institutions and systems. The branch of ethics that answers the question, what should I do, is normative ethics. Normative ethics focus on providing a framework for ethical behavior in practice. Three frameworks in normative ethics are consequentialism or utilitarianism, that is not, it's more normal, deontology and virtue ethics. In consequentialist ethics or utilitarian ethics, the moral quality of the action is determined by the real expected consequences or results of an action. So, utilitarianism, probably the most famous branch of consequentialism, holds that an action is ethical if it produces the best results for the greatest number. Deontological ethics focus on the principles, norm, and codes. So actions are considered good if they comply with relevant rules, codes, or guidelines. Virtue ethics concern with personal character and habituation to the good way. To illustrate these theories, I will use the triage of intensive care resources during COVID pandemic. Probably it has been the most challenging times to the ones working in ethics. At least for me, it has been a very challenging moment. Allocation of increasingly scarce resources necessary for high demanded medical interventions during a pandemic is a persistent ethical challenge. When clinical demands exceed the ability to provide crucial and life-saving treatments, resource triage based on one of the previous mentioned ethical theories should be established. The clinical criteria is generally used in daily practice tend to be both egalitarian or deontological, treating all with the same, treating all in the same way, and utilitarian in nature, which means focus not only in maximizing the healthcare related well-being for each patient, but also treating or trying to treat without discrimination. Of course, in a pandemic context, two different forms of utility come more evident. The medical utility, which focus on maximizing each patient's health and, of course, is person-centered, and the social utility, which focus in maximizing the well-being of the society at large. Most countries, except Belgium, refuse to include the first come, first served allocation principle. This approach, as run as lottery, as you can see here in red, is the more deontological approach to triage during COVID. This approach, as well as random allocation, like a kind of lottery, is considered a traditional and egalitarian principle, so deontological, that aims to increase people's equitable access to missing goods. However, some authors argue that this first come, first serve cannot be considered an egalitarian approach, since access to care is worse in low-income people, minorities, and elderly who live alone. In addition, a serious ill patient waiting a bed in intensive care units may be better able to benefit from resources than a patient already in an intensive care unit whose condition is not improving. Random allocation gives equal opportunities to everyone. However, being totally blind leaves our other relevant factors. For instance, it does not determine if a patient who can gain 2 months for life from a person who can, for example, gain 40 years, for example. The utilitarian perspective is an influential moral consequentialist theory traditionally used in severe crisis situation. It aims to maximize the overall benefits for everyone, although there is some discrepancy as to which assets to minimize. In the documents from the different intensive care societies in EU member states, the clinical focus is to reduce the mortality while preserving at least some interactive capacity in the population of patients. There are 2 major approaches within these guidelines for COVID triage in terms of utilitarianism. So the first one, saving as many lives as possible and save people with a better prognosis or more life years ahead. The Italian and Spanish societies both prioritize the greater probability of survival and better prognosis or longer life years. The Swiss and German societies advocate for the preservation of many lives as possible. European recommendations do not directly advocate the youngest first, but take age into account. Italian recommendation said that it may be necessary to set an age limit for admission in intensive care units. It is important to underline that Italian, as everybody knows, has been the first country with a huge huge number of cases of COVID in the beginning of the pandemic. So they did not have the time to make like a good reflection on the guidelines. So everything that I will say about not only Italian, but also Spanish and Belgium, probably the countries that have been in the worst situation since the beginning, is of course also a result of that pressure that they front as being the first one to be hit by the COVID crisis. So although there is not in the guidelines a specific age for admission in intensive care units, we know from the imperial reports that have been produced after this crisis that in Italian, the front line suggested that age limit was set between 60 and 65 years. In the same way, the Spanish recommendation gives specific orientations according to the age and the presence of comorbidities, completing age with prognosis. However, age-related criteria have been considered ethically and legal unacceptable for both the Ethics Committee of Italy and for the Ethics Committee of Spain. For Belgians and Germans, age in isolation cannot be used as a triage decision, but should be integrated with other clinical parameters. The Swiss claim that in extreme situation, people over 85 should not have access to intensive care units. This is a controversial parameter subject to ongoing discussion. Some authors value the principle of dignity and value that all human lives principle of dignity and value of all human life, and argue that prioritization must not be based on patient chronological age per se. Also, misleading message about the value of older people may be conveyed in an age discrimination criterion. Other authors concerning it is right to prioritize younger patients as age played a role for decades in limiting access to care, especially when rationalizing life-saving treatments like dialysis, organ transplantation, and so on. The fair winnings argument favor the youngest patients, who should have the opportunity to live a life of certain duration, and that would be cut off too soon. There has been a public support for the use of life cycle principle in extreme crisis decisions, although never as a primary nor sole criterion. The idea was to give each individual equal opportunity to live through the various phases of life, preserving intergenerational equality. In my view, virtue ethics are essential and effective way of discussing not only utilitarian criteria, but also deontological elements in ethical decision-making. A virtuous person possesses the discernment to identify actions that contribute to the common good with a specific situation. They can also navigate the middle ground between rigidity adhering to the rule and disregarding it entirely. They know how to apply rules appropriately to the circumstances at hand. Unfortunately, current policy maker often fails to cultivate the virtue of prudence. This results in a lack of learning from past mistakes. We, at the moment, don't seem adequately preparing for future pandemics, despite historical examples and the death of 2 million people in Europe overall due to coronavirus. Therefore, I believe that only virtuous individuals leading the way can we successfully navigating this disruption and seize the opportunity to catalyze lasting change beyond the current crisis. This challenge has potential to improve healthcare for good at all. Digital health, that I know that Paul will focus, may allow medicine to be more person-centered, to change the focus from the disease to the person with the disease. But for that, we need persons that know how to behave. AI and other digital technologies could help a lot on the disease and therefore leave more time for more person-centered medicine where illness and sickness are adequately considered. In fact, today, in absence of time and the centrality of the technology and evidence, precision-based medicine are the key drivers of medical encounters and have eroded much of the humanitarian aspect of the clinical medicine. The empathic relationship that physicians and patients once enjoyed is fast fading. How disappointing to recognize that the ideals of the art of medicine as a moral practice are being increasingly transformed into a technological and evidence precision-based focus or business-oriented medicine. So it might be the time to question if there is something lacking into the training of the physicians when it comes to the human dimension of the clinical encounter. In fact, Today, more than ever, knowing how to do it's not enough. Those who don't know how to behave will hardly be able to grasp these paradigm shifts. As stated by Pellegrino, no matter to what depths of society may fall, virtuous persons will always be beacons that light the way back to the moral sensitivity and moral credibility. So to finish, is now consensual that indeed the need for manual and physical skills as well as cognitive ones, and we know that with all these chat things will decline, but the demand for social, emotional, and higher cognitive skills will grow. So even if technical and scientific skills are of paramount importance, without social and emotional skills, we will not do it. So now, in line with Aristotle and Pellegrino and all the philosophers that have been reinforcing for centuries the importance of virtue ethics, McKinsey and all the other big consultancy agencies are strongly suggesting that governments and institutions should consider reviewing and updating curriculum to focus more strongly on these so-called soft skills. Empathy, humility, courage, fairness are indeed the magic password for the future. So, and this is my last slide for concluding, in building a future with digital technologies, the point of departure should be human centricity. By placing the human at the center of our thinking, we underscore the fact that technology is not an end itself, but a means to enhance human well-being and freedom. As stated by Andrew King, in contrast with the smart cars, the future will never be able to drive itself. We all should assume the responsibility to make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ana Sofia Carvalho. Now I'm passing the word to Professor Paulo Parini. He is a professor of clinical chemistry and cardiometabolic diseases at the molecular level. He is a coordinator at Cardiometabolic Unit, a research constellation driving innovative and implementable research and education, which is closely integrated with specialized healthcare. In line with its translational approach, it is linked to the Department of Medicine and the Department of Laboratory Medicine at Campus Flemingsburg. And Professor Paulo Parini is going to talk to us about data-driven healthcare, better to think outside the box or to expand the box. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. And it is an honor. I want to really thank the organizer to invite me. That is an honor to talk to friends in Portugal. And also I thank Ana Sofia for the kind words. I share the friendship and respect to her. It is actually, Ana Sofia is slightly more than 5 years that we are working over changing healthcare in Europe and in the world together. It was a very nice journey, disseminated with success and failures like everybody. Anyway, I will try to share my presentation, and there will be quite maybe technical. Do you see it in full screen?
No, it's not in presentation mode.
And let's, I should wait, stop sharing, share screen.
I'm sorry, Professor, you must first launch the presentation.
Yeah,
and then go to Zoom and then launch there will be 2 pages to launch, either the PowerPoint page or the presentation page. You are probably choosing the PowerPoint page. You must launch the presentation and then then go to Zoom and choose it.
Yes. Do you see now? No.
Not in presentation mode. Probably you should go to PPT and put first in the presentation mode and then share.
Yeah, I will try to do like this and see. I go in presentation mode and
first launch the slideshow.
yeah, is it? Wait, I just 1 second. I do like this now. I share these and you should see yourself and now. Okay. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Do you see it now?
Yes. Yes, Paulo. Now it's perfect.
Yes.
Okay, great. So there will be some technical slides, but I will keep very easy since the audience is quite broad. These are my disclosure, and there is no specific disclosure for this presentation. And I am dedicated to research, but I do still see patients every day. And this is a little bit a headache that I have and everybody have when we work with patients, because luckily healthcare now is very well organized and standardized, but the criteria by which is organized and standardized respect the need of a person that theoretically does not exist, because it's the average of information that we have from epidemiological studies or from randomized clinical trials. So that the problem is when we as a healthcare provider, and it's not only the doctor, it's all healthcare provider, all the people that work with the patients or the individual that are in need of care, they do not meet the average of the individuals. They meet the single individuals. And these patients can actually belong both this quintile or that quintile. And if it belongs to one or the other, there will be a completely different, let's say, process to the patient. This is what we are facing today. But luckily, there's been, let's say, technological involvement that make us able to define the individual that is in need of care, not only of cure, by different scale of information that is beyond the classical clinical presentation. And also there is a bigger access to, for instance, genetic informations and lifestyle risks. But there is a problem that we have organized medicine in a way that is use reductionism. So medicine, the actual medicine that we offer to patients is reductionism in practice. And reductionism is trying to explain things in a relatively simpler way. And to do that, we remove as much as possible the heterogeneity of the single patients. Reducing in practice was very, very important in the past. And because of that, we could really identify milestones that change humanity. But reductionism in medicine became a hinder to develop medicine that is more precise and put the patients in the center. Because this reductionism approach presupposes that patients with common science symptoms, for instance, elevated cholesterol or elevated cholesterol and triglycerides, share the same disease, and they respond similarly to interventions. And this is not the case. I used to say that reductionism is like Taylorism in industry. Taylor was the guy who really time, all the process in industrial development make the possibility to develop complicated system, but Taylorism does not is not able to address the complexity. So this is the shift that we have to do, moving from complicated to complexity, because otherwise we cannot understand the heterogeneity of the patients. And this is very, very important, because we have also to make to change our mindset. Evolution of modern medical research. I mean, in the 16th centuries, there were. I'm from Italy, that's why I pick up Leonardo da Vinci and Girolamo Fracastoro are among the father of modern medical research. Girolamo Fracastoro maybe is less known, but is the one that said that diseases could come from something that was carried in the lineament. And this was a revolution, because until then, there was an idea that diseases were caused by the wrong mixture of different body fluids. That's why in that period, people never slept horizontally. They slept with the upper part of the body vertically, in order to don't make the bile fluid mix with the blood. That would be created disease. But then we had also modern epidemiology, where there was the systematic analysis of what was going on, and Janet Lane Clifton used the first time mathematical methods to modern epidemiology. And this for us is, what do you mean? Was not like that from the beginning? No, it was not like that. And actually the contribution of Janet was terrific, because thanks to her, we could now develop concept of evidence-based medicine, evidence-based practice. But if both are used now in a reductionistic way, there is a problem. And in the beginning, there was a study, and medicine was very much based for few people looked. Then there was a lot of people looked, and we were forced to average them. But now we have these, again, technological tsunami that allow us to define the individual from several perspectives. And these maybe can lead to the fact that we can study much less people, try to identify the driver of heterogeneity in a very few people, and apply them, those tools, not the result. So the changes is of modern medicine and modern data-based healthcare is really to try to define the patients in a multi-scale. Multi-scale means different perspective, and trying to understand that behind also common symptoms, there are different diseases, or same diseases can manifest in different organs with different symptoms. And this, I want to give you a little bit what has happened. I'm a lipidologist, work in prevention of cardiometabolic disease. So this is patients that come to me are referred to my clinic because as a peripheral clinical phenotype, they're either hypercholesterolemia or hypertriglyceridemia. These are the major facts that are carried in the blood in lipoproteins. But as you can see here, how is structured the medicine today is structured by medical domain, endocrinology, cardiology, pathology, nephrology, and is structured by ICD-10 codes, and is structured by definition of disease entities that again reflect the reductionistic approach that was extremely important in the past, but then today is a limitation. Because actually, this person, if I put the person in the middle, is the same person. He can have a combined lipidemia, but he can have also not only myocardial infarction, you can have diabetes, you can have liver fat accumulations, all these problems. Because actually today, and especially in aging population, that is occurring all over the world, but especially in these parts of the world, today we are facing a concept that is called comorbidity. So, but and that is something that we have to try to eliminate this barrier, but especially eliminate this barrier from a conceptual level and a mindset level. So the big challenge is really today from complicated to complex. To give you an idea of what is a complicated thing is the mechanism of a watch. If you open the watch, let's say mechanic watch, you look a lot of machinery and people get scared. But for each kind of movement of each single wheels, you get always the same results. So it's only to understand how to approach the complicated things. But patients are complex because complexity means that I can move a wheel here or there, not necessarily the result will be the same. And that's why a way of integrate all the information, and try to untangle this complexity, a way now that is more and more popular how to integrate health data is to look at data and represent them in a network of interactions with the concept that patients are unique, with the concept that they do not share the same disease phenotype, even if they have pathophenotype, sorry, even if the same clinical picture. Also because now we have to understand that the majority of the treatment we do are treating the symptoms rather than the mechanisms. And that's why it's important to understand more the mechanism and the different mechanisms they have, maybe common symptoms, to may tailor interventions. The artificial intelligence, AI, really is something that helps us in doing that, in integrating the data that we have available. Today, the majority of the AI application is artificial neural intelligence. So it's a, let's say, a slightly easier form of artificial intelligence because it is designed to perform a specific task. Let's say so it has a high degree of human supervision and definitely totally dependent on human in the loop, where there are either other level of artificial intelligence like AGI. AGI is more a kind of theoretical AI, part of AI. But when we are talking about AI, we have to understand also that the future data-driven healthcare is not only regarding understanding to make a more patient-centered prevention, precise diagnostic, precise treatment, but it will also be very important to make more healthcare and giving more care with the less people, but not that we are going to fire people because there is AI, but because today healthcare is in deficiency of people. We are not running hospitals and healthcare infrastructure to the maximum because we don't have enough people to put in place. So that's why some of the analysis that is done on the negative effect in terms of employment of people of AI in healthcare are, quite interesting, but they do not really reflect our situation where we have lack of personnel in all healthcare professions, not only doctors, not only nurses, everywhere we are really short. But also AI can boost in something that is very, very interesting. Because the new vision of healthcare is that the individuals that are in need of care are not only receiver of care, but are participant as well. And especially because the new technological development will help us in monitoring patients outside the hospitals. And because what happened in the patients outside the hospital is the origin of the heterogeneity of the patients, of the uniqueness. Last 2 days ago, I was in the clinic and there was a lady, she was around 50, very with the inborn disease of lipid metabolism, and when I say I'm going to check your blood pressure, she said, no, don't do it because I'm very stressed, so it does not show my blood pressure. I said, you just told me that these last months were totally stressed, and now you want that I measure the blood pressure in a condition that is not relevant to your life? So these kind of things are going to change us because they give us the possibility to collect data outside healthcare. So when you think about AI in healthcare, don't think only how to advance research, how to advance diagnostic, but really how to advance care around the patient's need. And these will also, if you look at natural language processing for electronic health record, will also allow to generate European healthcare, because everybody can read everybody else electronic records. The problem is that we have a total heterogeneity in terms of how much I can read. I work in Sweden. In Sweden, we have a server that is called National Patients Overview. So I can read everything the patient has done within Sweden if it's done within healthcare that is connected to the national healthcare program. So I can see what a colleague in another city has done on that patient that may be temporary in Stockholm, online and directly. So this is very much. But again, the remote monitoring wearables, this will very much give to us the possibility to define the complexity and the uniqueness of the patients. But AI, sometimes when you talk with people or we listen to TV or program, it looks like AI is something that lives its own life, that is totally detached and independent of us. But when we talk about artificial narrow intelligence, it's fully dependent on us. So we have some needs regarding AI. Number one is the explainability of the AI, because if I don't know the fundament of AI, because AI does not tell me the truth, it tells me what I have defined to be the truth, or what I define are the credible sources to give me the truth. And AI is extremely, if not protected, fragile to let's say so, intervention that are tailored to destroy the truth, let's say so. And so far also AI require quite a large amount of data. And every time that you say large amount of data, then connected to one big problem is the quality of data, and another big problem is how data are standardized. And especially if you're looking at healthcare, there is no, let's say so, there is quite a variability in how we introduce the data. For instance, when we use ICD-10 code, do we always use in the same way these codes? No, unfortunately not. And again, AI, since it reflects how we build the fundamentals, the rule on which AI work, are very much also prone to bias and incorrect information. So these are something that we are facing today. But it is AI a reality in healthcare today? Yes, at least very much. We already use a lot of AI in a way that people did not know before the AI now became so popular as a term. But this is also very much used in an advancement of medicine. This is a European project that is coordinated by Professor Harald Schmitz from Maastricht University. Anna Sofia and I are a partner of that. And this is to give you an idea here, by integrating all information of data at molecular level and using network analysis, can be distilled mechanism for which we will use to understand which patients will respond better to the interventions. So we do a kind of mechanism-driven therapy. And this therapy is actually based on the repurposing of either food additive or ferricircuit and tadalafil that are already approved drugs. So giving us the possibility, number one, of this kind of advanced approach to shorten the time from discovering new drug to implementation, because we are not discovering new drug, but we are using drug already approved for human use to a better treatment, and to identify prior treatment the patient that would respond to that treatment, because bearing the effective mechanisms. Another thing that we have started now to which Karolinska Institute and Karolinska University Hospital, where I come from, this is another European project under the coordination of Professor Jan Baumbach from University of Hamburg. It's called Diabetes. And here we are going to use to create virtual twins. And the virtual twins is simply a model that will tell me, in a new diagnosticized patient with diabetes, which kind of treatment or treatment packages have the most likelihood to give the best effect. And we will do that by integrating real-world health-related data, not, I want to underline, not advanced research, health research data like genome-wide sequencing or single-cell RNA sequencing, because we want to create models that goes and are based on what we have currently in the hospital settings. And then, of course, later on, we can implement with more and more information. But in doing that, we don't create common repository of data, because we will locally create algorithm, AI model, that will be then centralized. So we are not going to share the data like it was done in the past, but we are going to create what is called a federated data analysis platform, and where the local model, and of course the local model are biased, we say enriched with information that are typical of that local model. But putting all together, we believe we will be able to generalize and get tools that then will be retested locally and improve every time. But why there is such a fear against AI? Again, AI is nothing that has its own life. Sometimes is presented like a aliens. People look like, oh my God. No, that we have not to be afraid of that. But we have to, very, very important, to think that we who work in healthcare and work directly with the patients, we really should strive to enlarge the box and not think out of the box. I mean, think out of the box. I heard with, oh, you have to think out of the box. You have to think out of the box. No, wait a minute. My daughter, that she's 10 years old, she's very skillful in thinking out of the box. And you know why? Because everybody, every time she gets a Lego assembly kit, she open it, throw away the instruction, and build her own version of what there is inside the box. That is thinking out of the box. But if we do that in healthcare, then we're in trouble, because likely there is a likelihood that we go to jail. Because in healthcare, actually, we have to not think out of the box. Maybe we can dream out of the box. Yes, that's fine, but we have to think how to enlarge the box, because how we need to enlarge the frame of deontological rules we have to refer to. Anna Sofia, she's an expert in ethics. I used to say, and apologize if I say this is not correct, we have to learn how to navigate consequentialistic ethics, meaning that sometimes we do not know a priori what will be the consequences of our actions. But if we keep the compass, the direction, always having as interest the patient that in front of us, that is a good way, I say, to enlarge the box. And especially because if I enlarge the box, I do really create real innovation. Innovation is what I can implement in everyday life to change something. Because what we need is really immediately translate instruction in real life. Otherwise, we create a lot of discovery, and the only innovation that we do is a nice academic career for people like Anna Sofia and I as a professors. But in the everyday European citizens, very little arrive. So that is very, very important. But very much of everything that is related to data, healthcare, and related to AI ethics is really on data itself. Because we have to have fairness, we have to have transparency of the data, we have to define accountability, privacy, security, inclusivity, human collaboration. Again, we have to have the human in the loop, at least initially, but always human supervise what we are going to do. And we have definitely public engagement, because this is more or less how we also, this is reflect ideas and concepts that we have developed also together with Anna Sofia. It is how the future approach, we believe, could be tackled. But so we are discussing, when we talk about data, we're talking about ownership, who owns the data, who govern the data, but also there is a concept that is very, very important, that is custodianship and guardianship, meaning who is taking care of the data, making the data fairly accessible, and see that the data is of highest quality and the data are not corrupted by external influences that may drive specific interests that are not the benefit of the patients. Reducing in healthcare really lead to imprecision medicine. And why now we want patient-centered care is a precise medicine because it reflects more. And here is, for instance, these are among the best sold blockbuster drugs. I'm a lipidologist. We look at like Crestors. To get a patient a benefit, I have to treat 20. Meaning that, and it's quite low level of what is called number needed to treat. But it means that in 19 people fails. Why it fails? Because likelihood this person reflects more the average of what we have done so far. And that's why another big challenge, and that also have a lot of ethical consequences, is that we should be aware that the majority of our guidelines are based on randomized control trials that are important. I don't say that we should not do any more those, but those cannot address the complexity, because in order to be successful in proving that my drug is effective, I remove by very strong, strict inclusion exclusion criteria, I remove a lot of variance. So I select a very homogeneous group of patients that I never or very seldom meet in real life. And that's why later on, drugs do not perform as we thought they were. And that's why also here reflect some ideas, a concept of a future, let's say, clinical trial will look like, that also we have developed with Anna Sofia and a group of collaborators around a consortium, where the only inclusion criteria is by referral to the clinic. And of course, we want to have in that study patients that were above age of 8. And they were referral because of a medical problem. But all the other, apart the fact that the patient was in the end of his life, they were all accepted with all the other disease, with all the other, let's say. So we try to remove as much as possible those hinders that make us unable to, let's say, understand the heterogeneity and the complexity, and use a multi-scale reality, multi-scale with a reality of information that comes from different, to reclassify the patient, identify the one that will maybe respond better to a treatment package, because today there is only our patients that come to the clinic seldom has one drug. They have different drugs, especially these are tailored to cardiometabolic disease, where usually you have drug to reduce sugar, to reduce blood pressure, to reduce the blood lipids. So we have also a new kind of approach. This is my last slide, and I want really to stress that very often when I sit here in the hospital outside, everybody talk about hardware and software to transform healthcare in healthcare, but forget the need we need to invest on brain. And that's why when I was asked to give a talk here, I was very, very glad, because these kind of congresses is prove how to create a new brainware that we need to have to understand how to navigate reality with AI, how to understand the fundament of AI, to define the level of explainability of AI we require to guarantee transparency from all the actors. Because especially in AI, but like in the past, very much healthcare, you can have a lot of authorities and not all laws, but if you don't have responsible people, there will be a tragedy, and responsibility come with education and the right brainware or mindset. Because in the system, in the future, a system will not replace healthcare professionals, but the healthcare professional who can work and understand with AI will replace the one who cannot. And with that, this slide, I want to thank you for your attention. And in case I'm a sailor and come originally from the country from which Cristoforo Colombo comes, it's not neither Spain or Portugal, but it's Italy. But if you come to Stockholm, we can go out and discover the Swedish archipelago together.
Thank you very much for your talk, Professor Paulo. It was very interesting, as well as the one of Professor Nascimento Carvalho. Now we will be open for questions. You should write the questions on the chat, and then the speakers will answer the questions.
While the attendees write their question, may I do a question to Ana Sofia?
Yes, of course.
Ana Sofia, I was listening to your presentation that is fantastic as usual. And when I listen to you, and maybe you attach a little bit, and you also attach a little bit about this. But what I believe is that COVID pandemic has highlighted the fundamental questions that is beyond COVID disease itself. Is that, and it's a question that we know is there, is like the elephant in the room, but we do not want to address it. And this is, at what age is acceptable to die? And at what age is acceptable to only receive a cure that reduce the pain and guarantee a dignity and humanity in dying? And should we use biological age or should we use anagraphic age? And how, if the former, who has to define the fundament of biological age?
That is indeed the elephant in the room. Of course, age is always a criteria, you know, as a physician, that normally people with more age have more comorbidities. But what happened in COVID, and I think it's quite easy, critical, is that you really can establish age as a criteria to benefit or not for a kind of treatment, but in a case-to-case basis. The problem on Italy and in Spain is that the criteria has not been defined considering the prognosis and the diagnosis of a specific patient. So setting an age limit for, and of course we understand that during that specific situation it has been difficult to set up ethical guidelines, but indeed the question is that of course you will need to establish limits, and probably age is one of the most fair limits, because theoretically all of us will pass and will have will be suffering from ages in some part of our life. But and probably we will need to set up that as a criteria because we know that medicine is expensive and expensive. The medicines and all the drugs that are now in the pipeline are ruining all the health systems in the world. So probably we will need to start this discussion, and it's quite challenging because you know that one of the main factors for the starting of this area of bioethics has been exactly the appearance of dialysis and the establishment of the GOTS committee that have been the one that decide who will get dialysis and will survive and who will not get dialysis. And another paradigmatic fact has been in Oregon, that when the transplant starts, the governor of Oregon said that, or defined that he will not start the transplantation medicine because he had such a huge number of women and children without normal care that he will stop the transplantation medicine for 3 years in order to give that money for basic care to the women and children that don't have access to medical care. And unfortunately, no one has been caring or taking care of all these questions of resource allocation. And I really think that in Europe, I don't know if you know that in health, there is no European Commission policy, it's state-by-state policy. But I'm really convinced that we will need to start this discussion about even stopping treatments that are very expensive and that are now in the market, because we will not have money to continue like that. We really need to cut some things that don't make sense. Don't make sense. They always make sense, because even if you can improve the quality of life for 2 or 3 or 5 months, it always makes sense. But the question is that for that, probably you will cut the access to basic treatments to some other patients. So you really need to start this discussion everywhere, because it's really a tough one. And indeed, we didn't learn with COVID, and I've been involved in the European Group of Ethics during the COVID crisis, and all the European Commission member states are saying that, okay, we will think that, we will put guidelines that will help in the future pandemics. And I think now no one is caring for future pandemics. So probably if we will have a future pandemics, we will be exactly in the same, not exactly in the same, but we will not be in the good shape for sure.
Thank you.
About what you've just said, I have a question. That is, how can we assure that the advancements in healthcare technology are accessible and beneficial across different socioeconomic groups? Because, as you've said, there are several treatments that are very expensive, and we pay a lot of money for treating some people, and then we have all other people that also need treatment, and we might not have money to provide them with the basic healthcare. And also, how can we ensure this, with which strategies can we use to always put the human in the center, as you said, because the patient should be in the center of all healthcare that we provide, and all health education that we provide. We fail a lot while educating people on health. So what strategies can we have to promote all this?
It's $1 million question. Yeah, you could start.
Yeah.
It's for both because you're both involved in this.
I do have 2 hours time now, and I really put gasoline on the fire. Honestly, I think is going back. What I think is number one, we need to bring at the table a group of patients that are not at the table. And this maybe already exists, but we have a kind of European body that is advocates and is advocacy of children, because and make a lobby to redistribute the money we allocate for healthcare in the life that has just started, not prolonging too much the life that is ending. But I also say it's nice to see how the different European countries have tackled COVID with different restrictions, and older was the average of the political class of the country, more neurotic relation to how to tackle COVID was taken, just because they were scared to death to die. It's been saying that data, healthcare data, as I saw you, drug repurposing is a way how not only to repurpose drugs that are already approved, but also make a better use of diagnostic that we have in use. And if we do see drug repurposing as a way to use something that already has lost a patent or IP, but not a way how to regain patents and IP for molecules that they lost it. That is a way how to make care more accessible to everybody. Then definitely we will have always a very extremely expensive healthcare, and we need it. It's like Formula One in the car. People can start to think why we have Formula One. Nobody drives a Formula One car. Yes, but the development that we are there to win a Formula car after 10 years is in everybody's cars. So that's why. So we have to balance between these things. And the other thing is that we talk about 3P medicine, 4P medicine with participatory, but we also look at the psychosocial aspect, the 5P medicine. This is very, very important because, again, the COVID taught us that some instruction and prevention instruction we gave failed to reach some group of people, some cultural group of people, some people. So that is also the challenge of the complexity of care, because there is not a standard human being in this world. There is always a myriad of human beings. So the future of healthcare also requires to talk to everybody and reach everybody also with like prevention information. And sometimes you have to show and have respect for some old ideas, but show them and convince them that are wrong.
If I may add something, it's obvious a very difficult question to answer, because we know that we have very expensive treatments, and in Portugal it's very paradigmatic, and it's always strange to see that you are treating persons with the most expensive immunotherapy compound in oncology, and when you are looking to the people in the waiting list of even urgent psychiatric consultation, they have to wait 3 months, 4 months for an urgent consultation in a psychiatric physician. So it's kind of unfair distribution of resources between population, but it's also a question of bad organization within the system. Because I'm really convinced that if you change your approach as a physician to a person-centered approach, probably you will save a lot of money, because you will not prescribe the same thing to patients that probably don't need the same thing as the other patients. So probably you really, if you practice a person-centered care medicine, probably you can reduce the number of diagnostic tests, the number of analyses, and probably be more assertive in the type of medicines that you are prescribing to patients. So probably the best strategy for now is to look into the system and to see that if this lack of time are not spending so much money because you really don't have time to talk, you don't have time to listen the patient's stories, and you are prescribing like a standard of care for patients with different needs and different expectations regarding the way they are interacting with the system. And probably that person-centered care approach will save, for at least in the first phase, some money.
Completely. And also because many times you prescribe the drugs to the patient, but you don't have the time to explain to him how important it is for them to take and why you should take them. And then what you have is people that go to the pharmacy, get their medications, but then don't take it. So it's an expense of money that won't be helpful for anybody. So it's really important to put the patient on the center of the care and have the time to speak with him and to understand and let him speak, because it's been proven that usually the doctors only give around 20 seconds for the patients to speak on the beginning of the appointment, and that's before the first interruption. So we really limit the possibilities for the patients to explain how they feel, what their worries are, and as it has been said by several thinkers, usually the answer is in what the patient tells you. So you must listen to the patient, and many times you have a diagnosis if you listen to him correctly. Then I also have another question, more for the presentation of Professor Paulo. I really enjoyed when you said the brainware, that we have to have the brainware when you're using AI, and then the transition to healthcare. For that, we must provide educational programs, because technology is really advancing at a rapid pace, and sometimes you don't have the time to do the correct education of healthcare professionals. And I was wondering if you have any idea regarding how we can develop this type of programs ASAP, because technology evolves very quickly, and we must be able to provide both the new ones. The students are already involved in this kind of environment, but we have elder physicians, elder nurses that are still going to do healthcare practice for quite some time. How can we integrate them on the short educational programs to provide them with the tools to understand and use these tools the best way they can?
Thank you. Very important questions. But also, if I may, 2 minutes on what you said is very, very important. Talking to the patients and explaining the patients at least why you are doing what you are doing, and I actually the patients that I follow most, they can pass examination lipidology after 2 years they meet me, because every time I really try to make them understood in a basic way the pillar of what we are doing. But here also the technology can help us in allowing the patients to inform us of their needs, of their experience just before they come to us. It's like a flip class organization, because if we use all the technology in the right way and we ask the patients to fill up reports or questions. So we already have and when we meet, we can work more effectively. And actually, I guess it's the same in Portugal. In some, at the Karolinska, we have some open clinic where the patient in the waiting room, they sit around the computer, and already there they fill some information. But actually, they should be able to do it in a way. The other thing is this one. In Sweden, patients can read what we write in their electronic care record, and that changed already healthcare, because we have sometimes it happens that patients come back and say, "Look, Paolo, you have not really understood what I meant, because I read what you wrote and I didn't mean that. It was meaning that." So that's why is how before, when we were dictating our notes in the patient record, were dictated very synthetic for the colleagues to not spend a lot of times. Now we dictate knowing that our patients, they read them. So they should be understandable and they should be accurate and reflective, because you definitely to make a patient-centered care and the precise medicine, you have to listen the patients, not go with already like a systematic, like Taylorism in medicine. Going back to you in the brainware, that for me is an essential part. And honestly, the best way is let's go back to the root. When we have to form healthcare professionals, we have to, let's say, for people that has a wide, broadened cultural arena, we have to go back to put in our educations concept of philosophy, concept of psychology, concept of mathematics, concept of the modern curricula that I see in healthcare, especially for the doctors, will pull out everything. And I used to say, the new generation, if they themselves has no curiosity, they are artisans of medicine, but we need the artist of medicine. So a quick question, a quick way fix, go back and pick up the old colleagues we had, the ones that were really clinicians, because they look at the person that was in front of them, not at their laboratory lists, that they know how individuals are important, how it's important to address their dimension as a human being, not only as a patient. The other thing is again, a little bit going back how university was organized in the past, that independently by which line of university were taking, you had 1 or 2 years of general education for everybody. There was, in the Latin whole system was the 7 liberal arts. A kind of this system is still in Norway, that independently what line you take, the first year is the same for everybody. And in that year, you set the brainware wide open.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I add something?
Yes,
only to say, I don't know if you noticed, but in Karolinska, there is no more computers between the physician and the patient. And I've been talking with Paolo, because it's one of my fights, is that computer between the patient and the physician. That it's quite a burden. And they already have like a system that record for, I don't know, for artificial intelligence or something that recognizes their voice, and then someone will correct the text. But it's only to say that, of course, in Portugal, we don't have that system. And we are very jealous about the system that you have in Karolinska. And about training, of course, you need to train in the digital competences, everybody. But you know that, I don't know, 1 year ago, every consultant company, Deloitte, McKinsey, and everything are saying that, of course, you need to have digital training. All the people in the field of work, even the elderly ones, should have digital training. You know, you should learn how to code, the basic principles of coding and everything. And now, due to the large language models, everything changed, because the large language models could done coding for us. So you really don't need to learn code. You need to know how to ask a large language model to make a code for you. So of course you need to have some basic concepts of digital competence, but as I reinforce in my presentation, you really need to have a set of skills that will enable you to navigate in the future that is completely uncertain. We know that in 5 years, 25% of the jobs will be different from the jobs that we have today. So if you are only training technical and scientific skills, people will not grasp the future of work. So you really need to have people that know how to think, know how to be, know how to interact with the others, know how to have a lot of what we used to call soft skills that are quite important in order to navigate the future of work.
Thank you very much for both your answers. I think this panel has gone pretty well. It was a pleasure to hear you and also to talk with you. And then we're going to finish our panel. There will be a lunch break now until 2:30 p.m. And then we will have panel 3, which will be democracy, social justice, and health systems. Thank you very much to you, the speakers, and to everybody online.
Thank you to you. Bye-bye from Stockholm.
Bye.
Hello, afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, Dylan.
Yes.
Hi. Hi, how are you? Hello, Professor João. Thanks for both of you for participating. It's a great honor and a privilege. And we have a large audience on the virtual contact, which is, in some extent, it's a pity because interacting directly is another world. I thank you very much for taking your time and being so kind to join us in this effort. Without further saying, I would like to ask Professor Deva Kumar to start the presentation. And if you have the time to stay and also listen to the presentation of Professor Fernando, and I think in the end we will have a short discussion that eventually will put together the two concepts that are going to be discussed. Thank you very much again.
Okay, thank you. And let me share my screen. Is that okay? Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. It's an honor to be speaking to you all, and I apologize, my Portuguese is very bad, so I'm going to stick to English. So my name's Dylan Kumar. I'm a professor of global child health in University College London, based in the Institute for Global Health, and my talk is going to be on, my talk is going to be on racism and xenophobia and the impact on health. So the work that I'll present is primarily related to two publications and one that is upcoming. So the UCL Lancet Commission on Migration and Health, which was published in December 2018. The Lancet series on racism, xenophobia, discrimination in health, which was published in December 22. And then a little bit, I might mention on the Lancet Commission on Racism in Child Health, which is the current work that's ongoing. Broadly, I have three key messages that I want to present, which led to the work on racism. And one is for people working in health professionals, academics, to have a wider recognition of racism, xenophobia, discrimination as determinants of health, to be considered alongside the other big determinants of health. If you think about the environment, climate, socioeconomic status. The second is that this is a global health issue. There are similar drivers and consequences based on the similar issues of caste, ethnicity, indigenous status, migratory status, race, religion, skin color. These are issues that happen around the world in every society. Different groups may be persecuted and affected, but there are similar health consequences across the world. And finally, to focus on structural issues. It tends to be that people think about racism, they think about interpersonal racism, they think about how it may affect the individual. But I'd like to take a step back and to think about the structural causes of why racism may happen. So the work on racism specifically started in 2019, and that's before the global discourse increased on this topic. And two major things happened in 2020. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw early on targeting of East Asian people in many countries around the world, the labeling of the coronavirus as a China virus, for example. We saw ostracizing of migrant groups at borders, keeping people out. And then the murder of George Floyd, and then the subsequent Black Lives Matter protests around the world. But it's important to say this is not about the actions of a single person. This is about the deeply rooted systems of oppression that result in the deaths of innocent people. And if we look at COVID-19, so this is a graph from the Office for National Statistics in the UK, and this shows COVID mortality in England in the first and second waves in England. And what we see is, compared to the white British group, Bangladeshi women had a 4 times increased mortality. Bangladeshi men then had a 5 times increased mortality compared to white men. And we see this stepwise increase for Pakistani groups or Bangladeshi groups as Black African, Black Caribbean groups, all with higher mortality than the white British population. And why should this happen? Because these are people living in the same country, living in the same societies, the same health system, but we still see this difference, stark difference. And it comes down to a few different reasons that are structural and institutional in their cause. People from Black, Asian, minority ethnic groups, as a way of defining groups in the UK, are more likely to get infected in the first place. People from Pakistani, Bangladeshi groups more likely to work in the service industry, for example, to come in contact with the virus. Black people more likely to work within healthcare, not to come in contact with the virus. More likely to live in overcrowded accommodation, meaning the virus can pass from person to person more easily. They're more likely to have barriers to access the health system. So barriers, charging barriers, for example, issues around understanding the health system, issues around language. So when they present later and in a more unwell way. And they're more likely to have underlying non-communicable diseases, meaning that when they get COVID, they become more unwell and are more likely to die from it. So there are multiple structural causes that lead to individuals becoming unwell and dying from this novel infection. So what is racism? We define racism as an organized system that affords power and privilege according to an established hierarchy. And racism operates to protect those at the top of that hierarchy, to protect their rights, power, and livelihoods, usually at the expense of other people. Xenophobia is a similar concept, but fear, hatred, discrimination of those who are considered to be foreigners. And then finally, discrimination, so differential treatment or outcomes that are unfavorable towards a group or an individual based on their identity. So for racism to exist, we need racial categories. And this goes back to the 1700s to Johann Friedrich Blumenbach and Karl Linnaeus, who described groups of people. And it's important to say these are social categorizations. These are not based on biology. These are based on the opinions of these two people. Blumenbach described the colors, many of which are commonly still in use today. Linnaeus went a step further, though, to talk about different groups and characteristics of those groups. Americanus being choleric, obstinate, Asiaticus melancholy, haughty, Africanus indolent, negligent, Europeanus being sanguine, muscular, inventive. There was an implicit hierarchy within those different groups, with the European people, the white people being above the others. And this has played out throughout science and throughout medicine. One example is eugenics, and I say this as a professor of child health in University College London. UCL was the scientific home of the eugenics movement. Francis Galton coined the term eugenics, in fact. Francis Galton, famous scientist, statistician, followed by Carl Pearson, who worked in eugenics as well. So according to Galton, eugenics deals with what is more valuable than money or lands, namely the heritage of high character, capable brains, fine physique and vigor. It aims at the evolution and preservation of high races of men. We're dividing people into two distinct groups, those who are worthy to give life and those who are not. UCL has increasingly recently looked into this issue. There was an inquiry into the history of eugenics in UCL. And one of their statements, this is a quote from the inquiry, that really goes to how eugenics is still prevalent today. Around the world, eugenics of one form or another is implicated in compulsory sterilization, legislation on mental deficiency, immigration law and racist policies, the notion of natural intelligence, normalization of segregation by race, ability, and class. And one of the most famous examples of racism within healthcare and science and medical sciences, the Tuskegee study for syphilis. And in this study, which Black people were specifically targeted in southern states of the US. So the study had 600 Black men, about 2/3 with syphilis, 1/3 without. And the study was designed to look at the natural history of syphilis. So without proper informed consent, these people were monitored over time. And they were given some things, free exams, free meals, burial insurance, but not told about the real reasons behind the study. And this is important because the study started in 1932. By 1947, syphilis was a recommended drug of choice. But the participants were not treated for syphilis until the study stopped in 1972. So being an infectious disease, the people became unwell, but also passed it on to their wives. Children were born with congenital syphilis. And this, importantly, this prompted a change in research ethics and research laws, and the idea that informed consent, participants have to be taken care of within studies. So I'm going to talk about our conceptual model. So to think about racism in multiple levels, and this starts with the individual. So the individual, we can think about multiple stages of life and how racism can affect health. So even at birth, there are associations with babies being born with low birth weight, small for gestational age, adverse perinatal outcomes. We see in childhood asthma, depression, malnutrition, that progresses into adulthood, increasingly non-communicable diseases, increasing cancer risk. Then in older life, cognitive decline and mental illness. And there are primarily behavioral, psychological, and physiological pathways that this can happen. This was described by Yin Paradis in a systematic review, who described broadly these three ways in which racism can affect health. There's the bottom pathway, which is maybe the most obvious. People think about assault, that people can be physically hurt from a racist attack. The top pathway, denial of services or goods, certain groups excluded from the health service. But there's a middle pathway as well, these physiological pathways by which stress, an increase in stress, and what we call toxic stress, or the idea from Arlene Geronimus of weathering, repeated chronic stress above what the body can cope with. And this leads to overregulation of hormones, neuroendocrine system, the activation of the immune system, chronic inflammation. We get these epigenetic changes to the expression of DNA that can result in physical changes to the body's biology based on activation of the stress response. So in our review, we looked at the many different ways in which racism can affect health. And this is not specifically to read the slide, but just to show that there's a huge number of studies covering lots and lots of different conditions throughout the life stages, from birth to older life. And going back to our migration work, so one thing we tried to do in our migration commission was to look at the ways, some of the myths around migration, and try to challenge some of those myths. So one of these was that migrants are disease carriers who pose risks to resident populations. The reality is that migrants are more likely to become unwell themselves, and the risk to the general population is negligible. But it's a way that the health system treats migrants that results in them becoming unwell. A systematic review by my colleague Rob Aldridge looked at almost 100 studies with 15 million migrants across nearly 100 countries, and found that the standardized mortality rate was actually lower for migrants than the host population. Migrants tended to be healthier, and in many ways that makes sense. Migrants are people who can move from their places of origin. We saw similar numbers for male and female migrants, slightly lower mortality for refugees. But importantly, certain subgroups within that, so mortality from, I think, infections, from violence was higher amongst migrant groups than other groups, but overall mortality was lower. We then thought about the communities that people live in. And communities can be protective. They can protect the person from the effects of racism. They can also propagate racism. We can see communities that ostracize people. And another thing that's important to think about is that communities are not necessarily physical entities. They can be virtual. Increasingly, there are virtual communities. Thinking about young people that can be targeted within those virtual communities as well. We then thought about the physical spaces that people live in and the consequences of the environment. There can be issues like air pollution. There's been a debate in London, for example, on high levels of air pollution. And certain people, Black communities, are more likely to live in parts of London which have high levels of air pollution. We did a review on this topic that was published last year and found that racially minoritized groups, migrants, indigenous communities, are more likely to face the impacts of climate change, despite contributing less to this. A study looking at carbon dioxide emissions, for example, found that the global north, making up 14% of the world's population, are responsible for 92% of historical CO2 emissions, in excess of safe planetary boundaries. And these graphs, again, it's a little bit difficult to see, but the top graph is the carbon dioxide emissions, and the four bottom graphs are where the consequences lie. And we can see very distinctly that the countries in the north, the rich countries, have emitted more CO2, but it's the countries, the global south, that are facing the negative consequences of climate change. And if you're interested in this topic, I'll have a link to our Race and Health website at the end, where you can look up our work envisioning environmental equity, where we speak with young people in Brazil, Uganda, the Philippines, to talk about the issues that they're facing. So moving on to the structural causes. So as I said at the start, I'd like you to think about the structural reasons around which racism exists. And we described two different phenomena, one of separation and one of hierarchical power. The idea of separation, which arguably is natural, that humans like to separate into groups, like to compare one group to another group. And this happens very commonly, happens amongst sports teams in the same city, for example. But then the second part of that is the hierarchy. That is not just groups separate, these are put in a hierarchy where certain people are deemed to be above other people. And these structures have been these structures can result in changes to laws and the way societies are governed. I guess most famously the apartheid regime in South Africa, the Jim Crow laws in the USA that segregated certain states. And the structural causes are really the reasons behind why, behind the health consequences that we see. So one of these structural causes is in migration, where we deny migrants on the grounds of public health protection. And we argue that this is not supported by the evidence. So thinking about migration and migration journeys for a moment. When I started this work, I would think about starting from a place of origin, moving to a destination. But really, that transit phase can be very long, can be very problematic, traumatic sometimes. Sometimes transit is very short, that people may get intercepted and sent back to their place of origin. In the case of our new Rwanda bill in the UK, asylum seekers coming to the UK can be sent directly to Rwanda to be processed by the Rwandan government. We can have these very long transit phases where people may be stuck within an interim phase for years or decades even. And there are numerous health consequences related to this. The International Organization for Migration described these many different ways in which the adverse health consequences along that journey can affect people, from nutrition, from hypothermia, injuries, gastrointestinal effects. So if we think about health restrictions on entry, mobile populations often met with punitive border policies, arbitrary detention, abuse, extortion. We did a systematic review that showed that detention is associated with negative health outcomes, especially mental health. And migrants, including young children, can be detained. So we would argue that restrictions are impermissible on public health and human rights grounds, that there's the right to the highest attainable standard of health applies to all people, not just residents. And integrating migrant populations would actually benefit entire communities and be better for everyone. But underlying this is the politics, and the increasingly populist politics that are designed to identify, to scapegoat other people, to target other people. And this is coming from some of the biggest leaders in the world, the most powerful people in the world, are coming out with populist politics that scapegoat certain groups. So finally, in our conceptual model, we thought about the ways in which the structural determinants result in the health consequences, and that's through the health systems. So again, one of the myths around migration are that migrants are a burden on services. What we see that in the UK, for example, migrants are a gain to communities. About a third of doctors within our National Health Service graduated in a different country. The NHS, the National Health Service, is hugely dependent on foreign staff and would collapse without the influx of migrants upholding the national institutions. Migrants also contribute to economies. They work in the communities that they go to. They increasingly, with demographic changes and aging populations, migrants, young adults are needed. We then map the different ways in which racism can exist within a health system. And there are numerous examples here. There are examples of discrimination by health workers. There can be discrimination towards health workers as well. But importantly, there can be many ways the health system is set up that doesn't actively discriminate. It doesn't deliberately discriminate, but can do in the way that the system is set up in terms of language, bureaucracy, physically where health institutions are based. It could be issues around algorithms within healthcare that automatically correct for race, kidney race corrections, for example. So there are many ways the health system can be set up that is racist, and that isn't about an individual person. This is about the structure of the health system. And one example of this is within the UK, where undocumented migrant children can be excluded from health services. So these children who don't have the right documentation to prove their immigration status. There are around 120,000 children such as this in the UK, about half of whom are born in the UK. And in the UK, those migrant children are charged for secondary care treatment in hospital up to 150% of the normal tariff. And if there are debts, those people can be referred to the Home Office. So these are people who deal with border control. So what does this mean? What are the results of this? The children may not be treated for the illnesses they should be treated for. They may present late. Parents may rightly be worried about going to see the doctor. Newborn care, for example, is charged. Antenatal care, average cost of £6,000 per delivery is charged. And even for safeguarding issues, so trafficked children are excluded from this, but it's difficult to know who's a trafficked child often, so there might be charging issues initially. And then finally, we added a ring around this to indicate the life stages and an arrow indicating intersectionality. Sorry, my Peter froze. So one example here is on unaccompanied minors, a review led by my former PhD student, Susanna Corona-Maioli, who looked at unaccompanied minors who are individuals traveling without the parent or adult who's responsible for taking care of them. And we found numerous examples of health conditions, physical conditions, nutritional deficiencies, infections, low vaccination state, lots of mental health issues. And this is related to those difficult transit journeys that people take, but also the discrimination faced on arrival at their destination. And our third paper looked at intersectionality. So we described case studies from around the world and looked at different types of discrimination and tried to include this idea of intersectionality where an individual has multiple identities that come together, and discrimination can be a confluence of all of those identities together. We described the many similarities or differences between these different cases around the world. So noting that history, colonial influences are important, the ideas of separation hierarchy, as I mentioned, institutionalization, particularly in our Australian example, and violence, direct violence, but also structural violence that affects people. And then our last paper looked at what should be done. So we tried to map interventions from the individual level to the structural level. I think it's fair to say that most of the interventions tended to be individual. They tend to be quite short-lasting interventions. The ones that were probably more effective were the structural interventions where we can change what happens in a society. We've then applied this approach to different settings. So this was, again, our climate change work where we looked at discrimination at these multiple levels, what the problems are, what can be done. And I often come back to this idea of action must be multisectoral, society-wide. We have to focus on that individual person affected by racism, the child who turns up to an emergency department. But to focus only on that individual misses the bulk of the problem. And so we also have to look at the institutions, the communities, the structural causes, and try to make changes at all these levels. And then we came up with these 6 key principles of decolonization, taking account of intersectionality, increasing diversity and inclusion, reparative justice, focusing on an anti-racism approach, and taking a human rights approach. And I feel that these kinds of approaches can be applied both to practice and also to research. And I want to end with one final quote. So this is focusing on migration again, on illegal migration and how it affects children. So this is a new bill that we have in the United Kingdom. And I give this quote because it's very easy to say, this is not my problem. This is for other people to deal with. These are political, structural issues. So as health professionals, we have a duty of care for all children. We cannot be silent bystanders to overtly health-harming policies. With threats of deportation and detention looming, we've never experienced a time more critical to deliver compassionate, trauma-informed care to children seeking asylum. But it's not enough to simply treat the child's medical conditions. As trusted health professionals, we can articulate the devastating circumstances these children have come from and make the case for their ongoing needs. We must challenge policies with evidence, engage decision makers in discussion around social justice, and participate in advocacy actions. Our patients trust us with their stories, and our response to such a privilege cannot be passive listening. We must both hear and act. And finally, I want to play a short animation. It's very easy for me to talk to you in conceptual terms about racism, about conceptual models, interventions, but racism is a very personal thing. So one thing we did, we posed this question: what does racism mean to you, to individuals around the world? And we put this together.
Racismo para mí significa definir a otro como distinto y diferente a mí, de una manera tal que vale menos como persona. Por ejemplo, en Chile, donde yo vivo, crecí en una familia donde el tener color de piel blanco, ojos claros o color de cabello claro tenía mayor valía, y yo, siendo morena, sentí desde muy pequeña que yo entonces era menos bonita, o lo que decía o pensaba importaba menos. En el espacio profesional también he sentido experiencias de ser definida como menor valía por ser latina en Europa, lo que hace que uno viva la vida desde un lugar de más miedo, de mayor inseguridad sobre lo que piensa, hace o dice.
Racism to me is the beauty standard that we have in Samoa. If you look more indigenous or local, people will treat you in a way that is less than they would treat a foreigner.
My first awareness of racism was as a young brown child visiting the UK. It was to feel judged or watched every time I went into a shop or boarded a bus. It was to know implicitly that I was considered to be a different category of person than the members of a more powerful majority. It was to feel that I had to be an exemplary representative of my minority group who was deserving of acceptance, and to know that I always had to be alert to my precarious position. When I returned to live in Sri Lanka, my situation was completely reversed. I was privileged to be a member of the majority, and it was my neighbors, friends, and colleagues from minority groups who lived with the very real possibility of violence that could threaten their homes and lives.
I recognize racism in our school systems, but in the form of colonialism. As a Ghanaian citizen, we were colonized by the British, which means that we had to adopt the British education system. However, years after we have gotten our independence, we are still, to a larger extent, being taught with the same education structure, which to me feels just not right. To a larger extent, the education that most Africans are getting is still colonized, so it makes it very unrelatable to young people.
Racismo é que é errado a gente falar mal da pessoa só por jeito que ela é. É muito errado. Então eu ia falar para a professora quem tá fazendo racismo, para ela conversar. E é isso.
So thank you very much to everyone who spoke in that animation, and to Mita who put it together.
Dear Della, thank you so much. It's an inspiring presentation. I will now pass to Professor João Fernando. So in the end, I think the two components of this session will provide an extra understanding of these issues. So please, Professor João Fernando, you may start by...
First of all, let me thank you for your kind invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to accept the invitation of Professor José Calheiros from Universidade from Fernando Pessoa. And also it was a privilege to hear this last presentation that was very actual for our debate right now in Portuguese.
Pode expandir. Tem que pôr em modo de apresentação o PowerPoint, se não se importa.
Yeah. Okay. So I was told that telling that it was a very actual presentation for our last debates on last weeks on racism and migration in Portugal. My presentation for another side is also very actual, because of course we are on a year of elections in Europe, and also a year of a decisive summit of United Nations in New York in September around future rights and future generations. So my presentation is on democratic institutions, the well-being economy, and the rights of future generations. And is from my own experience as a practitioner who is in fact engaged as an active citizenship, fostering and promoting future generations' rights in Portugal, in Europe, and at international level. I will project this first slide that is from Our World in Data, that is a very known project based in the UK around statistics, and who shows our relation as living people with our past, our ancestors, and with our future. And of course, the humanity, that is around 8 billion people today, is much less than the humanity that already lived and have died. It's around more than 100 billion people, and much, much less than the people that presumably will live after we died. But in fact, our world are in an intersection of very dangerous crises, both climate change, war, and other risks on confrontation at global scales. This is the present, and of course, when we speak about consequences of climate change, is more likely to be more dangerous for next generations, but not only for far away next generation, but for our children, our grandchildren, who certainly can be living on the 23rd century. When we talk about future generations, we are talking about time, and it's very good to travel across time and to see that most of changes in development, in fighting against poverty, or in the health, is a kind of long-term progression and flourishing. In fact, I have here once more two graphics from Our World in Data, one for global child mortality, and we see in 800 more than 40% of child died until the 50th year of anniversary. Nowadays it's of course much less, and we have much good child health in nowadays, and of course the same is valid for poverty, where majority of people in 820 lived with less than 1.19 US dollars, and today only a fraction of people is living under extreme poverty. So when we talk about future generations, we can talk about past generations and the effort that our ancestors have done in order for us to be in a very good shape when comparing with 1 or 2 centuries ago. So the question that we can do like Jonas Salk, that was an American virologist and medical researcher who developed the first successful polio vaccines. One of his questions, it was, are we being good ancestors? In fact, I share the opinion of Roman Zarnik, that is a social philosopher who wrote The Good Ancestor book recently, and he will publish in June another book on the history of the long-term thinking. In fact, it was not only the legacy of the polio vaccines that Jonas Salk gave us. It was, I think, this belief that we need to be good ancestors. Of course, Roman Krznaric presents like a fight between short termism and long termism. In fact, today we live on a tyranny of clock with digital distraction, political presentism, speculative capitalism, network uncertainty, and perpetual progress based on indicators like GDP, gross development product. But of course, there are experiments along the history that were determinant for our present well-being, that were determined by deep time humility, by legacy mindset, by intergenerational justice, or by cathedral thinking. I live in Lisbon, and of course, Geronimus and other cathedrals that are in our city were not built in 2 years or 10 years or 50 years. Some of the cathedrals were built in more than a century. So it's long-term thinking. And of course, those that strive for the stewardship of our planet believe also in long-term thinking. One of the short-termism is on economics, and not only on the capitalism side of economy, the corporate profit economy, but also on public accounting, because of course, in each year, we need to evaluate the growth of a country. Each 3 months, we evaluate the growth of a company, and in each second, we evaluate, or the algorithms evaluate the growth of the financial transactions in the markets. So I will quote Robert Kennedy, the United States Senator, that it was important, and it was quoted by Wellbeing Economy Alliance, that is a very good experiment at the international civil society. And it told, yet the gross national product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry, or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debates, or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except that which matters, which makes life worthwhile. So what are the challenges that the institutions in the democracies are facing, especially in Western liberal democracies? The first is, of course, short-termism, that refers to the tendency of democratic institutions to prioritize immediate gains over long-term sustainability. There are 4 main manifestations of short-termism: the infrastructure decay, governments defer infrastructure maintenance, like in hospitals, schools, bridges, and other infrastructures due to high upfront costs. The environment degradation, policies favoring short-term economic growth harm the environment. Health investment, prioritization of immediate responses over prevention neglects long-term health benefits. And unsustainable debt. Governments accumulate excessive public debt for popular programs, and future generations bear the responsibility of repaying this debt. The second challenge are the limitations of traditional economic indicators. The GDP does not account for natural resource depletion or environment damage caused by economic activities. On the social equity, GDP does not reflect income or wealth distribution. And on the quality of life, GDP ignores factors contributing to well-being, such as health, education, social connections, family care, and leisure time. And the third challenge is the influence of powerful interest groups. The lobbying, mainly corporations that have money and resources and knowledge to persuade policymakers to enact legislation that favors their interests. Campaign contributions on elections, donations to political campaigns, grant interests groups significant leverage over elected officials, and media influence. Policy makers may enact policies aligned with bias and misleading narratives promoted by these groups on media. So we need to reform the democratic institutions for the well-being future. There are some features that we can consider that are global features for better institutions to address intergenerational fairness. The first feature is broad mandates. Future generations' interests include more than just environment interests. In fact, here in Portugal, we have already experiences and research since the 80s of the last century that in fact intergenerational poverty exists. And when it happens to have to be a crisis on economic and the welfare system or unemployment, even middle-class families became return to poverty. And this is intergenerational conditions. So we are not only talking about environment, we are talking about also other issues like social welfare, welfare state education, technology, democratic institutions, minority languages, etc. Knowledge and expertise. Future generations' interests can be predicted. The representatives should have the means to adequately access their interests. Motivation, pluralism, and argumentative quality. In fact, we don't know who will be the next generations, how they will live, how will they will think, what will be their preferences. But in fact, if we put our pluralism and references and argumentative capacity, we will be much more likely to be more precise about future foresight and to help, in fact, protect the rights of future generations. Independence, of course, representatives should resist the pressure of short-termism entities. The balance between present and future, of course, there needs to be a framework on intergenerational fairness. We cannot do policies that harm neither future generations, neither present generations. Compatibility with fundamental rights. Representation of future generations should respect current citizens' fundamental rights. On the institutional reforms, we can establish independent future planning bodies like future generations commissioners, long-term planning commissions, implementing well-being budgets like well-being budgeting frameworks that already exist in some countries, well-being impact assessments that are being developed currently, and mandating future generations impact assessments through legislation, through standardized methodologies, and through independent review. But we need, of course, to enhance public participation with public consultations and deliberative forums, consultations, citizens' assemblies, deliberative forums. Education and awareness raising is absolutely fundamental to change mentalities over the short-term thinking. And community-based initiatives like local well-being projects, participatory budgeting, and community-led monitoring and evaluation. We already have some experiments, real experiments in concrete countries, like the Wellbeing Future Generations Act in Wales since 2015. I was just in Wales at the end of April, and we were discussing the experience of the Future Generations Commissioner for Wales, and I think we must learn with the Wales experiments because there is some improvements on thinking about and evaluation about economic development, but also environment, cultural well-being, and of course health. The Finnish Committee for Future is another experiment. The Permanent Parliamentary Committee reviews government proposals for a long-term perspective. The Intergenerational Solidarity and Fairness Act in Germany, the Future Generations Act in Hungary, that established the Ombudsman for Future Generations, the Sustainable Development Act in Quebec, Canada, that requires evaluating government decisions based on sustainability, that considers economic, social, and environmental impacts over the long term. And in Portugal, the Climate Framework Law, that it was incepted in November 2021. The law aims to ensure that all policies contribute to climate objectives and that all sectors of the economy and society play their part. Portugal, in fact, is the first country to advance a structural evolution in international law by considering the climate as a common heritage of humanity, committing to promote this recognition within the United Nations. There are also experiments on alternative economic measures like the Gross National Happiness in Bhutan or the Human Development Index promoted by the United Nations that combines life expectancy, the education, and income indicators, highlights the investment in human capital and well-being. The Social Progress Index that measures social and environment provision by countries encompasses basic needs, well-being foundations and opportunity. The Better Life Index developed by the OECD that includes housing, income, jobs, community, health, governance, life satisfaction, work-life balance. There are, of course, several case studies on Bhutan, New Zealand, like the experiment on well-being budget since 1990. There are also some studies around the Wales experiment and local experiments like Santa Monica in California that developed the well-being index for residents with 6 domains: health, economic opportunity, learning, place, community, and social connection. But there are also new initiatives at international level. The first one is an initiative from the Secretary General of United Nations that proposed in 2023 with our common agenda used to concrete steps to account for future generations' interests inside of United Nations. And is promoting the summit of the future, where we expect to be adopted the Declaration on Future Generations and a pact for the future. In fact, this is already a long-term discussion, because Oikos, and I am the executive director of Oikos, back in 2012, we pushed for an ombudsman on future generations inside United Nations. But right now is the Secretary General that wants to establish an envoy for future generations, and also a forum for future generations to share good practice, best practices of member states of United Nations. In Wales, at the end of April and the beginning of May, we had the opportunity to discuss and to finalize the Wales protocol for future generations, that is about the implementation of the Declaration for the Rights of Future Generations, that will be discussed in September in New York. So there is already a proposal from civil society and practitioners on foresight to actually provide some guidance to member states on how to implement the Declaration and the Pact for Future Generations. Some key understandings. The first is that future generations are those not yet born, are not only child. Importance of addressing gender rights and disability rights, the value of indigenous knowledge and intergenerational voices, restoring environmental resilience and, as a cornerstone. Some proposals and calls for actions. The first one, the first group of recommendations is to people and communities. First, developing collective narratives on future. Second, convening intergenerational conversations. Third, investing in futures literacy. Fourth, establishing participatory mechanisms. And fifth, promoting cultural shift and protecting the commons. For governments and member states of the United Nations, supporting political leaders, encouraging long-term preventative policies, and strengthening parliamentary oversight. Building technical capacities, develop foresight and long-term thinking to ensure intergenerational fairness. Co-creating future-prepared policies, and this can be applied to climate change, but also to health, climate adaptation, and to prevent outbreaks like the COVID pandemics that we had in the past. Engaging the private sector, involving the companies in long-term development and hold them accountable. Measurement and accountability mechanisms, creating systems to measure progress and ensure sustainable development accountability. But of course, also for multilateral systems and institutions, including the United Nations agencies. So foster the inclusive multilateralism, increasing civil society and youth participation in the multilateral processes, setting a clear strategic direction, planning beyond the Agenda 2030, and addressing long-term trends and plausible futures. We need to bridge the actual 2030 agenda on SDGs, including health-related SDGs, to a much longer term development agenda. Strengthening, monitoring, and evaluating mechanisms to tracking, to make accountable the governments on future-oriented goals. Working regionally, of course, in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, in Europe, and build resilience to set clear agendas also at the regional level. Building capacity and accelerating assistance in order to strengthen foresight capability inside agencies and at the control level. At the European Union, where we will have elections for the European Parliament on the 9th of June, in fact, Oikos is part of a larger and broader coalition in Europe in order to push for an European agenda on future generations that have three concrete proposals. In fact, the first proposal is to have an interinstitutional declaration on future generation rights. The second is to have a commissioner for future generations that can act as a vice president of the commission. And the third one is on future generations impact assessment, improving the actual better regulation guidelines that are already in place in the European Union. As we know, there are already some foresight departments inside the European Commission, even in member state countries, like in Portugal. We have Plan APP, that is an interagency and interministerial body that is in charge of foresight. But what we feel is that we are planning on health, we are planning on environment, we are planning on infrastructures, but without a purpose. And I think we need to rediscuss the foresight to have, in fact, a purpose that is the stewardship of planetary and human health for both current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor João Fernando. It's a privilege also to hear your developments for the future and the comprehensive presentation on initiatives that are going on and that most of us do not know, including those not yet born. So this is time for us to ask the participants if they have a question, and due to the technical procedures, the questions should be placed on the chat, and then we will identify two questions that will be addressed to our our colleagues. So we will be waiting a little bit for any question, but in the meantime, I may ask something that probably is not quite complete, perfect in terms of a round table like this. But I may ask Professor Delan Deva-Kumar if you want to comment on the Professor Fernando's presentation on the future of the generations, on the future generations, and how it interacts with the idea of social justice, racism, xenophobia, and so on. Is there something that we can get from one talk to the previous presentation?
Thank you very much. And I was thinking through that presentation, I should contact Professor Fernandez. It's fascinating to hear about this work. I grew up in Wales and live on the border of Wales, and I've heard about what Wales is doing, but really not to that extent. So it was really fascinating to hear more about that. I think this links most directly with the current work we're doing on racism and child health. So this is a Lancet commission, and within that, we're thinking about what the major crises are for children in the future. So we have a working group looking at that, thinking about climate change, on conflict and war, on AI and digital health. And so we have these kind of 5 things, pandemics and also migration, and how racism interacts with some of these to result in usually the most disadvantaged people being more disadvantaged by this future event. And so I thought it's fascinating to hear about this work, to hear about the thinking, to hear about how it's hopefully being institutionalized within the European Union, within the United Nations as well. And I'd love to speak more with Professor Fernandez about this, to find out more about this. But I think it very much, very directly relates to that, and particularly thinking about children and their children as well. I've done a little bit of work on conflict and war, and how the intergenerational consequences of conflict and war. So these things we're doing now will last a very long time. So we need to think about that now. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you very much. I would also like to ask Professor Fernandez if he wants to comment on the interaction of his vision and the developments that are occurring, and the concepts that were introduced by Professor Deva and Kumar regarding social justice, and eventually making the bridge to the work in the field done by the institution that you are the president, Oikos, in countries that are now also changing their political ways, either in Africa or in South America, and also in Portugal. Some of the aspects that were addressed are currently occurring in Portugal. Could you comment on this interaction between your work and the work of your institution and the concepts that were also brought here? Thanks.
Thank you for asking, and I think we can and we must connect each other, because our presentations are very, very complementary and relevant nowadays. And in fact, I was thinking on some of bridges that we can in fact build. As I said, migrations are a very very precise discussion in our societies, and not only in Portugal but in Europe and elsewhere, and are very, very relevant. But I would like to make a special bridges on a positive level. That is, in fact, I addressed my presentation of on the needs for reforming democratic institutions, mainly on Western liberal democracies, because in fact I think we should learn in our democracies with other cultures and traditions. In fact, if we see all major religions and all major traditional knowledge in the indigenous peoples elsewhere in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America, in Australia, etc., we see that in fact future generations and the relation with past and future from present generations is very different from our short-termism in Western liberal democracies. So I think, in fact, we have values on participation, on freedom, that, of course, needs to be fostered in our societies. And I think they are a value on human rights, etc. But we need to learn with others. And I think currently with the migrations, we already can establish not only links through books, but also through people. In fact, some 2 months ago, there was an experience in Lisbon, Future Days, that was organized by a collective of people. And it was very interesting because there was a participation also of minorities in Portugal. And I think it was a collective experience of learning with each other. So I think migration, it's not only an issue to discuss about, but also an opportunity that we need to raise in order to improve our own institutions and processes on democracy. So this is one first observation. The second observation is that, in fact, we live in a polarized world. It's not only the war between states, but it's also inside civil societies and inside the national parliaments. So I think we need to depolarize the discussions and to bring humanity to the discussion. So I think both to discuss the migrations and health, or racism, or xenophobia, or short-termism, we need, in fact, to build bridges. And one of the discussions that we at Troikos always have with other civil society organizations is that we don't need to bridge alliances with concrete parties, but we need to discuss with all parties, from the extreme left to the extreme right, to the far right. So I think we need to discuss with all of them from a humanity vision, a social vision, to discuss racism, to discuss future generations, short-termism, etc. So these are two observations that I would like to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not usual that speakers interact during the session, but since it's all virtual and we are not going to interact during the coffee break, and also our interaction is important for the colleagues that are attending on the internet. I think this was a very good way of putting you together and hoping for the future. We have one question that it's related to the studies of Professor Devan Devakumar on issues related to gender. If I remember well, you presented data on the COVID and not only by social, racial groups, but also by gender. But eventually you may want to add to something to this question on gender, both by one of our colleagues.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? So I talked about gender in relation to COVID-19.
Your research in intersectional in the intersectional approach. I would like to know if this research, including the issue of gender, and I commented that you also had presents some information on that.
Yeah. So the one of the early slides on COVID, that's from the Office for National Statistics. So that isn't an analysis I've done. This is what they've done, and I showed their graph. So in our series was 4 papers, and we had one focusing on intersectionality. So yes, gender was a big part of that. In intersectionality, I guess this idea looks at multiple identities that people have. The original work by Kimberly Crenshaw was focusing on gender, on class, and race, particularly focused on Black women in the USA. And what we do see is by gender, you see differences. So this intersection between ethnicity or race and gender leads to different outcomes, different kinds of outcomes amongst the different groups. And that particular paper was case studies, so we didn't have specific statistics around it. So that was looking at experiences of different people, but gender is certainly a very big part of that conversation.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if there is any other questions from the participants. If not, we must prepare and organize for the session that will come next. But I would just like to say a few words. Today my English is not fluent enough, but I was quite anxious because I did not receive your confirmation that you will be participating. So that explains a little bit what is happening to my language, my speech. So what I would like to say, this is not only a crucial subject or a collection of subjects that must be addressed in an integrated way. And I think that what we have tried to do with the organizers and the other tables that are being organized was to introduce these issues of future generations and what the world is now facing in terms of this dialogue, North-South, climate change, social justice, and many, many other issues. I'm wondering what happened to Sustainable Development Goals. They have gone down the drain, probably. I don't know if the United Nations in September will come with new goals, new set of goals, or saying from the millennium to the next millennium. But from my point of view, what we need is action, and action is getting together and working together. And I think with this, I'll finish. But before finishing, I just want to confirm that you feel free, you feel comfortable if we have taped this session, and if this session could be available in our internet YouTube platform. Please just let me know if you have any comments that you don't want this to be developed. Just let me know. Are you comfortable, Alan?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, we are all teachers, and we must share our knowledge, and eventually people would like to revise some of the tables and the concepts. And let's finish with a word of hope for the future, and think that the Kennedys did not finish their job, and look at what happens, what's going on in America and in other countries. Let's think that it will be possible to recover from that loss, and also that our countries will improve in these issues and treat migrants and other communities as equals as we should do to everybody. Thank you so much. On behalf of all of my colleagues in the organization, I would like to convey my thanks to you, and just announce before closing that we will have now a break here, a real break downstairs for probably the table. I thank Rui and I thank Elsa for being here with me with the technological support, and also you. And the next session will be Societies, Technologies, and Artificial Intelligence. It sounds that artificial intelligence is going to save us all from all the evils, but we will be aware. Thank you so much. All the best, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Professor Dalland, I will contact you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Daniel, viva, está a ouvir-me?
Ligação.
Boa tarde.
Liga o som, Daniel. Daniel, viva.
Só um bocadinho, tenho aqui o som no outro computador. Ok, agora sim. Alô?
Ricardo,
Sim,
está aqui um senhor a perguntar-nos se a sessão, que está aqui fisicamente no auditório, a perguntar-nos se a sessão vai ser em inglês ou português.
a sessão vai ser bilingue. O Daniel vai falar em português e a Miriam vai falar em inglês.
Ok, obrigado.
One in English, the first one will be speaking in Portuguese, and then the second in English.
Eu vou fazer aqui um teste, desculpa. O que aconteceu aqui? O Zoom, porque eu não tenho aqui o Zoom como deve ser. Não. Pode ser. E agora, screen share. Ricardo, desculpa, o que é que estás a ver?
Estou a ver um cogumelo.
Estás a ver um cogumelo?
em um cogumelo binário. Não era isso que devia estar a ver?
Não.
Ricardo, acho que podemos começar, está na hora, ok?
Muito bem.
Não sei porque que eu tenho aqui. Ah, ok, já percebi.
Já está. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to panel 4, entitled Societies, Technologies and Artificial Intelligence. This panel is going to be bilingual. We have two speakers, Daniel Catalão, who is a Portuguese journalist and a scholar specialized in new media, new technologies in information, is going to speak in Portuguese. And then Miriam Moron, who is a Colombian writer and a pedagogue. She's going to speak in English. And they both are going to address the same topic, which is the impact of artificial intelligence in nowadays society. We know that information is not the same as knowledge. Information is, a friend of mine says that information is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, and knowledge is understanding that you should not put a tomato into a fruit salad. And I think it's a good comparison. And we are going to talk about the impact of artificial intelligence in both information and in knowledge. We are going to see how it affects the dissemination of information in the media system and how it affects the dissemination of knowledge in the classroom. In order to understand the impact of artificial intelligence in the media system, Daniel Catalão, who is a PhD in digital media and is a professor at the University of Maya, where he teaches television journalism and cyber journalism, is going to talk about how artificial intelligence is impacting the way we perceive the world, and also the way it's going to change our interaction with the reality around us. Then we'll have Miriam Moron, who is a Colombian writer. She has been exploring and investigating educational systems and educational methodologies. She has a bachelor degree in modern languages, and she is a linguistics specialist. She also has a master's degree in neuropsychology and education, and she's applying for a doctorate in education, and she's very knowledgeable about the new methodologies in education regarding the use of artificial intelligence, and also the personalization that it may insert in the classroom. And so I'm quite sure that we are going to have a very interesting panel here. Without further ado, I will let Daniel Catalan start with his presentation. Then we'll have Miriam, and afterwards we'll have a few minutes to discuss any questions that you want to pose. So, Daniel, when you're ready, please.
Muito boa tarde. Vou tentar partilhar aqui. Penso que estará visível o slide, certo?
Sim.
O Composing Worlds 2024, é isso que estamos a ver. Muito boa tarde a todos. Vou tentar aqui extravasar um pouco por a ideia da comunicação em si, ela está cá também incorporada, mas como compor mundos, novos mundos, como sugere o título deste simpósio, é indissociável da incorporação da máquina física e dos seus sistemas digitais no ser humano, não mais como externalidades, mas sim como elemento corpóreo. Então, o debate, vou começar por aí, o debate entre bioconservadores, para já, e transhumanistas, vai ganhar naturalmente cada vez mais força nos próximos anos, até se tornar central numa cada vez mais estruturada ou desestruturada tecnosociedade. O desenvolvimento da biotecnologia e dos implantes é, de facto, o catalisador para o confronto entre o bioconservadorismo e o transhumanismo. Os bioconservadores não se afastam da prevalência da natureza humana, pelo que sustentam uma visão que aceita somente o prolongar da vida dentro dos limites naturais, aceitando os desenvolvimentos tecnológicos como recursos para tratamento ao serviço da medicina. Porém, os transhumanistas concebem a ideia de um super-homem, um homem 2.0, ideias pós-humanas, a liberdade morfológica, direito a modificar o próprio corpo, a prolongar a vida, em suma, eliminar o conceito da morte. Na realidade, o que é a morte? É uma boa pergunta para esta hora da tarde. Não é seguramente o que se pensava há menos de 100 anos. Uma paragem cardíaca, por exemplo, equivalia ao fim da vida. Atualmente, tal já não é verdade, e a ressuscitação com recurso a um desfibrilhador permite concretizar uma reanimação cardiorrespiratória que seria vista outrora, de facto, como um verdadeiro milagre. Conseguir prolongar, de resto, a vida é uma das maiores revoluções humanas, quer por via de fármacos, quer por via dos pacemakers, que são hoje muito banais, e que asseguram artificialmente o funcionamento do coração, ou até mesmo de um coração artificial, como vemos aqui, made in Portugal. O fim da surdez, por exemplo, já é banal para muita gente, ou para milhares de pessoas, graças aos implantes cocleares. Mas ainda falamos de aparelhos estranhos ao corpo, apesar de implantados. O caminho faz-se naturalmente para o inexorável desenvolvimento da tecnologia que seja incorporada pelo corpo humano e, simbioticamente, aceite por ele como parte integrante. Os seres cibernéticos deixaram de ser apenas do universo da ficção científica e passarão a fazer parte da sociedade. Neil Harbisson, que aqui vemos, é desde 2004 o primeiro ciborgue legalmente reconhecido por um país, quando o Reino Unido aceitou que a fotografia do passaporte incluísse a antena que tem implantada na cabeça. Esse dispositivo ajuda-o a ultrapassar a cromatopsia, uma doença que só lhe permite ver o mundo a preto e branco. O olho artificial que criou capta então as cores e transforma-a em sons que ele consegue interpretar para distinguir as diversas tonalidades dos objetos. Em 2010, ele fundou a Cyborg Foundation, uma instituição que procura ajudar quem quiser tornar-se ciborgue e defender os seus direitos. E em 2016, esta organização elaborou uma lei fundamental dos direitos dos ciborgues que proclama como princípios a liberdade de desmontagem, o direito, por exemplo, a não ser coagido a desligar ou a retirar dispositivos que estão instalados no corpo, a liberdade da morfologia, portanto poder fazer alterações ao corpo, a igualdade para mutantes, o direito à soberania corporal e o direito à naturalização biológica, portanto o direito de propriedade sobre aquilo que está no nosso corpo e que seja injetado, infundido, fixado, anexado, o que quer que seja. Segundo esta fundação, a geração atual é a primeira a poder decidir que órgãos e sentidos pretende ter. Defende-se assim uma clarificação na relação entre os dispositivos e os organismos, já que há uma diferença entre a tecnologia que permite saber coisas e a tecnologia que permite sentir coisas. Estamos para lá do tomate, portanto, e da salada. Remete-se aqui para um conceito do sentido artificial, sendo que o estímulo é obtido pela tecnologia, mas a inteligência, essa é humana, é um ser biónico, é o oposto da inteligência artificial, que é criada pela própria máquina. O biohacking é já uma realidade, e tal como o PC, enfim, provocou uma revolução digital e uma explosão de criatividade, também agora há inovação fora dos ambientes normais, dos laboratórios, que liberta a criatividade humana na exploração dos limites, da incorporação da tecnologia no corpo humano como sensores para os mais diversos fins. A bailarina precursora de cyberart, a Moon Ribas, por exemplo, possui 2 implantes nos pés, sincronizados com sismógrafos online, que lhe permitem sentir os sismos e dessa forma criar coreografias literalmente telúricas. Não estranha que estas intervenções suscitem questões éticas, legislativas e de regulamentação, porque o status quo é desafiado por biohackers que odeiam a autoridade e a imposição de limites. Nick Bostrom, em 2005, fez a diferença, ou a defesa, aliás, da dignidade pós-humana, rejeitando em 3 argumentos a ideia de que a dignidade depende da natureza humana. Segundo ele, a natureza humana é mutável e já mudou ao longo da história. Não há nada intrinsecamente valioso na natureza humana que justifique a atribuição de dignidade apenas a humanos. A dignidade humana já foi violada em várias ocasiões, como na escravidão e no genocídio. Este autor realça que se a dignidade é um status moral, em particular o direito inalienável de ser tratado com um nível básico de respeito, e é a qualidade de ser honrado, ter valor, nobreza e excelência, então, em ambas as definições, a dignidade é algo que um pós-humano também poderia possuir. E se o que somos não é uma função somente do nosso ADN, mas também do nosso contexto social e tecnológico, ao defender-se a dignidade pós-humana, está a promover-se uma ética mais inclusiva e humana, que irá aceitar as pessoas tecnologicamente modificadas do futuro, tal como os humanos do tipo contemporâneo. Todavia, esta evolução biónica não se faz apenas na penumbra, quer tenha ela subjacente intenções curativas ou de melhoramento humano. A Neuralink, por exemplo, de Elon Musk, implantou em janeiro deste ano um chip no cérebro de um tetraplégico que lhe permite movimentar o cursor do rato ou peças de xadrez num videojogo, como vemos aqui, só com o pensamento. Em 2022, o cientista Tom Oxley criou o Stentrode. É um pequeno implante cerebral que transforma o pensamento em ações e, portanto, em texto. No primeiro teste, foi usado por pessoas incapazes de se moverem ou falarem para escrever e enviar mensagens via o WhatsApp. O futurólogo Ray Kurzweil prevê que na década de 2030 já o cérebro humano se possa expandir tecnologicamente e ligar-se diretamente à nuvem, portanto aos data centers que alimentam a internet por via de nanobots implantados no neocórtex. Será uma extensão não biológica a estimular uma nova ordem de existência. Haverá comunicação instantânea, expandem-se as capacidades de pesquisa, a inteligência torna-se escalável e até poderemos ter comunicação cérebro a cérebro. Portanto, pergunto eu, ou pergunta, obviamente, a comunicador, que formatos de mensagens e interfaces haverá no futuro? Qual o papel dos média? Que conteúdos teremos? Que tipo de transmissões? Vamos ver, ler ou sentir as notícias? O streaming será direto para o cérebro, sem outra interface? Viver em mundos virtuais tornar-se-á banal? A multiplicidade do ser atingirá um patamar que torna indistinguível o sentir do ser físico dos demais avatares que podem ser criados? E a morte, voltamos a ela, a morte que hoje conhecemos deixará de ser o fim da vida? De facto, como já foi dito, o conceito atual de morte não é o que era há 100 anos. E como será daqui a 50? Não é estranho, por isso não é estranha a tentativa de desenvolver tecnologia que permita colocar os pacientes com doenças ainda sem cura num estado de letargia até que um tratamento seja encontrado e a pessoa possa recuperar a consciência, as suas capacidades físicas normais e prosseguir a vida. É o caso de projetos de criogenia, como os estimulados por Max More, como este, mas as alterações impostas por um novo mundo já fazem caminho nos cérebros humanos, nos nossos já, em virtude de toda a pressão tecnológica que está a impregnar o ser humano no cotidiano, de forma a que algumas externalidades deixam de sentir-se como exógenas, mesmo quando se tenta contrariar e negar a realidade. A transformação dá-se pela simples razão de usar essa tecnologia. O maior exemplo, como se percebe pela imagem, é obviamente o smartphone. Ele é hoje tão nosso como as mãos e os braços. E ainda que seja uma externalidade, ele não é sentido como tal e obriga-nos, na realidade, a ser ciborgues, sem que tal nos apercebamos. Na nossa cabeça, já somos todos ciborgues. E se nunca pensaram nisso? Estou sem bateria. Ou estou a ficar sem bateria. É isto que se ouve permanentemente, em detrimento da formulação do género: o meu telemóvel está a ficar sem energia, ou a bateria do meu telemóvel está quase descarregada. Ninguém diz isto. Há aqui um assumir mais do que semântico de que aquele pedaço de tecnologia faz parte do ser. E quando está prestes a apagar-se, causa uma angústia de perda, um desespero e uma desorientação. Quem nunca sentiu o desejo, portanto, de possuir um smartphone incorporado? Sendo ele constantemente manipulado em ações que se tornaram rotineiras, é natural um desejo de o tornar biónico, corpóreo. Será então o sucedâneo do atual telemóvel um dos tais novos dispositivos que criará o humano 2.0? A incorporação da tecnologia no corpo humano, com fins de melhoramento, poderá soar extravagante e ignóbil para uns, mas é excitante e uma aspiração para outros. Mas todos deverão refletir sobre a ética e a responsabilidade. Em 1998, Andy Clark e David Chalmers, no artigo The Extended Mind, a mente prolongada, já sugeriam que a tecnologia poderia vir a tornar-se parte de nós e descreviam um cenário de futuro, um futuro cyberpunk, onde alguém teria um chip implantado no cérebro que lhe permitia mover os objetos no ecrã do computador. Ora, isso hoje já é verdade, como vimos. Assim, a tecnologia suscita uma velha reflexão em torno de se saber onde termina a nossa mente e começa o mundo externo. O que nos remete para como o pensamento se pode tornar em ação. Se a minha mão pega numa maçã ou num tomate, porque assim o pensei e desejei, é legítimo admitir que a ação foi minha. Porém, se a ação se desenvolveu via implante, de quem é a responsabilidade pela ação? Do humano que pensa ou do dispositivo que cria a externalidade? Será que o livre-arbítrio do indivíduo funcionou ou poderá ser colocado em causa pela existência de um tecno-intermediário? É o indivíduo responsável por seus atos? Contudo, a atualidade mostra-nos que está em acelerado desenvolvimento um outro influenciador maior da atividade humana, que apesar de exógeno se poderá apoderar então rapidamente da cognição sem a necessidade de invadir fisicamente o cérebro. Falo naturalmente da produção resultante da inteligência artificial e do caminho incessante para a inteligência artificial geral. Pela primeira vez, a humanidade possui um sistema artificial capaz de produzir e não apenas de reproduzir. E com isso, as externalidades de IA podem influenciar a cognição, impor narrativas que se sobreponham às atuais lendas e histórias que estruturam a sociedade. E quando alcançada, a inteligência artificial geral poderá criar novos mundos, realidades alternativas e, em pouco tempo, produzir e disseminar novas verdades sucedâneas às que persistem nos tomos de história, por exemplo. Sendo insaciável, incansável, persistente, a IA poderá conversar e disseminar ideias que, como sementes, se instalam na mente humana. Se consideram esta ideia excêntrica, atente-se ao que as redes sociais estão a provocar nas sociedades. Criadas para a aproximação de amigos, grupos e povos, também estimularam a desavença, a mentira e o ódio, em doses descomunais, sendo vistas até como ameaça à democracia. Sky Marson avisa para o facto dos espaços não físicos encorajarem o escapismo, o comportamento viciante e o isolamento emocional. E Sherry Turkle realça que para aqueles que estão solitários, mas com medo da intimidade, a tecnologia da informação tornou possível ter a ilusão do companheirismo sem as exigências da amizade. Pensar nisto no século XXI seria perto de ridículo, pelo que não se deve descurar por exuberante a capacidade, o poder de manipulação da inteligência artificial geral. E há um consenso generalizado de que a internet produziu novos ambientes sociais e reestruturou padrões de comunicação e percepções do espaço. Este vídeo anda. Está a correr? Está. Os avanços em termos de imagens estáticas e de vídeo permitem já criações tão realistas que locais e pessoas produzidas artificialmente se confundem com a realidade. O que aqui estamos a ver é produzido por computador, nada disto nunca existiu e a pessoa, por mais real que pareça, nunca existiu. A síntese do som, a partir de gravações de segundos, assegura que se pode emular a voz de alguém para dizer o que ela nunca disse. Juntemos então agora o vídeo sintético. Vamos tirar aqui. A imagem desta política norte-americana é verdadeira, está manipulada e a voz não é dela e o texto é outro. É apenas um teste, mas levanta aqui um sério problema. Portanto, se juntamos o vídeo sintético à síntese de áudio e à capacidade de produção de textos, temos um professor multilíngue espetacular ou a maior fábrica tóxica de fake news e deepfakes jamais imaginada. E se a este caldo ainda juntarmos agora a tal pitada de organismos cibernéticos e dentro de anos robôs com motricidade próxima da humana, estabelecemos as bases de um novo mundo que já foi mais do domínio cinematográfico. Porém, como referido, a inteligência artificial não carece de estrutura física para poder manipular o mundo. Basta-lhe manter a conversação com os humanos. Não necessita de um dedo para carregar no botão de lançamento de um míssil. Basta-lhe plantar essa ideia numa mente com acesso a tal poder. Como escrevi numa reflexão em dezembro de 2023, eu vou só parar aqui a partilha para ficar agora a ver-vos. Enfim, para terminar, depois de descobrirmos como é que o ChatGPT acabou por criar uma pressão tão grande, veio-me logo à cabeça esta ideia de que o agnosticismo da tecnologia é sempre quebrado pela ação do homem. Se a inteligência artificial aprende, o que ela aprende tem por base o que a humanidade produz, então a capacidade de manipulação é apenas uma das habilidades que as máquinas conseguirão desenvolver, mas com uma potencialidade tão refinada e perfeita que percepcioná-la será apenas uma quimera. Assim, o recurso ao simbólico para a intervenção no mundo real será uma ação sedutora para máquinas que, não tendo a consciência do que é manipular, serão capazes de o fazer de forma exímia, insuspeita e perfeita para concretizar as tarefas que lhe afetarmos e alcançar os objetivos que lhe traçarmos. Conseguir usar os humanos será uma atividade menor para a IA, considerando que são seres, os humanos obviamente, facilmente sugestionáveis e suscetíveis à orientação inconsciente. Basta pensar no olá pai, olá mãe, através do WhatsApp. Portanto, o que vivemos agora é apenas uma etapa da nossa evolução genética e existencial. A civilização sofrerá mutações que ainda não imaginamos. Sou um otimista, mas os seres biológicos designados como humanos serão algures no tempo, apenas ferramentas para alimentar e ajudar as máquinas a a alcançar desideratos por ela delineados. Portanto, como libertar-se e talvez evitar este futuro distópico? Não desvalorizar, não subvalorizar o que está a dar mostras de ser insaciável e internalizar a noção de que não estamos apenas perante mais uma ferramenta. Ao contrário de tudo o que foi criado pelo homem, a inteligência artificial toma decisões, aconselha e faz. Obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, Daniel. Interessante, muito interessante e com muitos temas para discutirmos no final, certamente. Estas questões não são exatamente novas, mas começam a ganhar agora contornos muito mais relevantes e desse ponto de vista merecem ser discutidos. Estava a ouvir-te e a pensar que essa questão da falsificação da informação acelera-se sobretudo quando os zeros e uns do código binário se introduzem no sistema comunicacional. Eu nunca me esqueço que em 1995, quando Nicolas Negroponte lançou o livro chamado Ser Digital, e eu o dava aos meus alunos em sala de aula, um aluno que pretendeu fazer um trabalho sobre o e-mail, que era uma tecnologia emergente nessa altura, propôs-se fazer um pequeno inquérito a especialistas na matéria e um deles foi exatamente o Nicolas Negroponte. Mandou-lhe um mail, a tal tecnologia nova, e 3 dias depois tinha a resposta e veio ter comigo muito entusiasmado a dizer que tinha a resposta do Nicolas Negroponte. A pergunta era quais são as principais vantagens e desvantagens do e-mail, e o Nicolas Negroponte respondeu-lhe: olha, a principal vantagem é que 3 dias depois de me ter enviado essa pergunta, tem aí a resposta. Se não fosse o e-mail, provavelmente teria muita dificuldade em me contactar. A grande desvantagem é que você não tem a mínima certeza de que eu seja o Nicolas Negroponte. E isto já em 1995 assinalava como, na verdade, estas tecnologias digitais começam a abalar a confiança que nós temos na realidade e a confiança até na nossa própria personalidade, não é? E achei muito interessante aquilo do estou a ficar sem bateria, que é uma frase que eu digo muitas vezes como crítica até à marca de telemóvel que uso, e não vale a pena aqui repetir qual é que é, mas o Daniel já de certeza que sabe. Isso tem naturalmente repercussões em todos os níveis, e um deles é naturalmente a questão do conhecimento e as questões pedagógicas, que são agora o tema que a Miriam nos vai trazer. Não fiquem espantados por a Miriam ir agora falar em inglês e eu estar aqui a apresentá-la em português, porque ela domina perfeitamente o português, como eu já tive a oportunidade de testemunhar, e portanto ela compreendeu tudo do que o Daniel aqui nos trouxe, e certamente depois também terá a oportunidade de interagir com ele se achar pertinente. Mas então vamos deixar a palavra à Miriam para nos falar dessa outra componente mais associada à questão da educação e do conhecimento, mas sempre com este pano de fundo que é mote desta conferência, que é o compor mundos e esta questão do bem-estar que está associado ao tema que aqui nos une. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado, Daniel, muito obrigado, Miriam, por terem participado, e agora então deixo a palavra à Miriam, por favor.
Pronto, obrigada, Ricardo. Obrigada, Daniel, também pela intervenção. Gostei muito, que já tenho notado muitas coisas que são muito interessantes para mim, para continuar a escrever, a pesquisar sobre o tópico. Pronto, vou compartilhar minha apresentação. Não tem som, mas pode compartilhar o som também. Já estão a ver?
Sim, sim.
Pronto. Vou por aqui. E já está. Okay. So, I was reflecting about what to talk in the intervention. I was also aware about time, because there's a lot of things that, well, we can discuss about society and the voyage, as I call it, of us as human beings with technology and artificial intelligence. So I'm gonna try to move here and to try to summarize, even though it's a little bit long, but I'm gonna try to short. So I was reflecting, the first thing was how to deal with this integrate relationship between the society and the transformative that we have day by day with the technologies. And first thing, as Daniel was saying, well, of course, technology has become an integral part of modern society, and it shapes the way that we live, the way that we have the perception of life, how we interact with others. For me, is quite interesting when I am in a meeting or in a reunion, even familiar reunion, and we have to face with this situation with everyone is chatting through the internet or only scrolling in the social media, but they are not talking each other's. And even though sometimes I can find message through WhatsApp, for example, from my children, tell me something that they need, but they are in the living room and I am in my room, and I don't understand why they have this need of text, but not to come to the room and tell me what they need to say. So this is a quite example of how technology shapes our life, and it was really interesting to hear Daniel saying that even the devices are external, they are part of us like hands. So I was thinking of that and the rapid advancement of technology, particularly now that I want to talk the artificial intelligence in education and how did it spark and spread to transform education now. Why it matters, I think that is obviously, but I want to bring it here. I think that is crucial for us as human beings to start having these dialogues and conversation around policymakers about business and the impact in political issues and financial issues, and to comprehend for real the complexities of this kind of technology in our society and in the shape of the new generation that we are facing now. For instance, in education, we can find, for example, students with new interests and new ways of learning just because they are in so contact with the technology and with the artificial intelligence that they have another way, different way to process the thinking, process the way that they learn new things. So the first thing that I thought it was necessary was to kind of have this chronological historical context of technological development and how is our current landscape of AI applications. So we have to start, of course, with the Industrial Revolution. We know that it was the beginning of this significant technological advancement. And with the inventions like the steam engine, we start thinking about how to materialize processes in production that could revolutionize the way of doing things for the humans. Then in the 20th centuries, with the rise of computing, of course, and we will be talking about this later, the invasion of the computer, of course, in the mid-20s, paved the way for digital revolution, and in the start, giving us these breakthroughs like how was the future of life and the future of human being with these advancements. Then we have in the 1950s, 1950 between 1960s, the emergence of artificial intelligence. And then we start using that. That was the beginning of using this term of artificial intelligence, and leading with this the birth of AI research as a field in science fields. But in this beginning, it was focused in try to process faster tasks, having multitask. And game playing and language translation, but also it helps a lot in the Second World War to to help to decipher some encrypted message. Okay, then we have in the late of 80s and beginnings of 90s, the advancement in machine learning and neural networks. And with this, we saw this big progress for artificial intelligence, such as machine learning algorithms and neural networks, enable us to have more sophisticated AI systems. And then we start thinking about how to emulate the way of thinking or the way of works of our brains and try to copy in or reproduce in the artificial intelligence for making decisions. Then we found in the 20s until 2010, the big data and cloud computing was the first time when we also could use something like the cloud to put all the vast information that we have from internet. For these days, I think that we use more the space in the cloud than the space in the computers. It's not so necessary now to have this computer with this big space to storage our information, but also we can, for example, buy a space in the web, in the cloud, to storage our information. And even sometimes it's more secure because even if we have loss or have a damage in our computer, we always can be sure that we will have our information storage in the cloud. Then in the current landscape of AI applications now in the 2020s, we have integrated the AIs in various aspects of our life as a society, from these virtual assistants like Siri or Alexa, to this predictive analytics in healthcare and finance, for example, PayPal, that we use it a lot also, and give us not only the opportunity to worldwide use our money and try to do some exchanges, but also propose more security in for banking. So some milestones that we can find with technology are, for example, this, which I consider one of the most important, and that's why I brought it here, was Charles Babbage analytical engine. It was sadly not finished, but it was kind of the groundwork for the future computational machines. Then we have the invention of the Colossus, as I was saying. The Colossus, developed by British code breakers, was the world's first programmable digital computer, and it played a crucial role in decrypting German communication during World War II. Then we have in 1947 the invention of the transistor by John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, and William Shockley. And it was really the great milestone because it was a key component for the development of the modern computers that we use now. And then we have the microprocessor that help our personal computers to be faster and to have storage more information and to have the capability to do a lot of things in just even not seconds, really, really fast. And this guy, we have to thank to him, Tim Berners-Lee, because he invented the World Wide Web, and thanks to him, we can now access to information, to the vast information of the web, and we can use it as a public access because even though the artificial intelligence and the advancement in technology were there a lot of years ago, it was not for public access, and this was like the first step where we can begin feeling that this kind of information and power could be also by public use. In 2011, we have Siri, the first mainstream AI assistant. It was introduced by Apple. I suppose that you know it, probably some of you use it. And it was, I think that this first stone to beginning thinking about these technologies such as ChatGPT or Gemini, because it was the first assistant that support us. And I love to think that these new technology are also a support for us, but not to replace us. This is interesting because it was in 2012, AlexNet wins the ImageNet Challenge, large-scale visual recognition. And it was really significantly because it was the first step to think that a machine could win to a human being. And then we have AlphaGo, who defeats Lee Sedol, who was in that moment in 2016, the world champion in board game Go. And this really marked a milestone for AIs and the ability to defeat with intuitive and strategic thinking a human being. So finally, in the latest, we have the 2020s, the GPT-3 release, OpenAI, which I know for sure that all of you know it, release these these power machines in artificial intelligence, which is one of the most advanced language model to date. Now we have not only ChatGPT 3.5, now we have ChatGPT 4.0, and we have also Gemini by Google, and we have Dolly, and we have a lot of artificial intelligence that help us today to the process of creation and production. And these then have these biggest concerns about how these kind of platforms are reshaping the way that our society is changing and thinking about future. So what kind of impacts we can find out? I think that positive impacts could be the efficiency and productivity, as I was saying. Of course, when we think about a tool like ChatGPT, I remember I love to write books. And I remember that I used to have this friend of mine that was always editing my books, like if I wanted to change it of language or I want to change some things or review. And of course, this was a work that he'd take like 2 or 3 months to work with it, just focusing in my book. And then with this revealing of ChatGPT, now he can do the work in 2 or 3 weeks, and it's really amazing. Sometimes it's kind of I don't know, like concerning about how much we gave to the artificial intelligence and how we take for us in the process of creativity. Just because when I saw to my students, I can find that a lot of them use it not only as a support, but it's like the base for everything. They cannot think if they are not getting inside the Google search, or they are interacting with this ChatGPT or Gemini to find out if the information that they have is true or not, or how to create better the content of something that they are creating. So sometimes it's difficult to identify how much is their creation and how much is creation of the machine. But of course, it shows us efficiency and productivity, which is also so immeasurable in today's rush days. The convenience and personalization, of course, in the case of education, we have these virtual assistants that help us not only as Siri to anticipate user needs, but also in education, we can find these assistants that can support, for example, for evaluation, qualifications, and we can find that we can personalize the path of learning of students, and that helps teachers to have more time to do other things that are also necessary, and of course that are really important for us, because we as a teacher sometimes we don't have enough time to cover all the needs of our students. Then in EA, innovation and advancement, I think that when I reflect on that, I am always thinking about how the artificial intelligence and the intelligence of things are pushing us all the time to discover new things of doing things. And it's really, I think that it's really difficult to us to think about it, because it's like we learn how to do things when we were younger. Then we go to the university and we study and we are academicals, and we also learn how to do things in the way our teachers teach us, and the way that we discover that we can process that in our mind to create the way that we perceive things. And then the artificial intelligence came to us again and show us a new way of do things. And we have to also take this advantage and learn how to do it, because our students needs to learn that way. They cannot do it in the way that we used to. So in some, or for an instance, we have to I don't know, like I don't know if the word is to forget what we learn and to learn it again. But of course, we have to have this open mind to new things, because all the time the world and the technology is pushing us to understand that the world is changing all the time, and we have to go with it in this challenge. And then the accessibility and inclusivity. I think that even though there are some communities that have these barriers of technological and also I don't know, like such as the difficulties with the financial opportunities that some countries gave to education and technological issues, or probably because they're not so easy access to internet. What we have to know for sure is that the artificial intelligence and the intelligence of the things are always improving itself to work also to help with disabilities, so can help human beings to make things easier. And if you see it, and if we reflect on that, for an instance, now we live in a world when we have everything like immediately. We need to know how to cook a recipe, and then we have just to Google or looking in YouTube, and then we will find the recipe of this that we want to cook. Or if we need to reach somebody, even though I have this application that was given for a great friend here in Portugal, that showed me that there was an application in internet that I can use to know exactly where is my child. And even though with the artificial intelligence that is imposed in the application, I can listen to my child, even if he is not near of me. I mean that he is in the school, but I can open the application. I can know what is he exactly doing. And it's amazing how the capacity of the artificial intelligence and the new technological of things. Also, we have to, I think, that stop and continue having dialogues and conversations around the challenges and ethical considerations. I think that this is really important, because we have mesmerized about the artificial intelligence, but we have not stopped about important things like, for example, the kind of roles that now we have to be prepared for. We get used to maintain ourselves in this industrial revolution. So we learn how to do things and how to work with things as mechanicals. But now this is something more. This is something about how a machine is trying to emulate the way that we think, the way even that we felt, and the way that we do things, with a big differentiation that because they are machines and not humans, then sometimes they are not tyrants, and they can store information and easily pick the information and use it again. Something that, of course, we can do in our brains, but we have to train our brain to do that. And another concern is the privacy and data security. This is related to the access to the sensitive information that the AI has and handle, and how it can lead to identify theft or abuses. And of course, the algorithmic bias and fairness, because we can find, of course, if AI is a machine that is trained by a human, the human is not perfect, and that's why we can lead to discriminatory outcomes in areas such as hiring or lending or criminal justice. Even if you can check it, if you want to interact, for example, with ChatGPT, for example, and you ask it for something, it's going to answer you as you were a man, even if you were a woman. That's the kind of bias that we are talking about. So for future outlook, some things that we can think about the AI and how we will have to manage in our future, of course, is continue pursuing and working in the advancement in deep learning, because for sure this is something that will continue training the techniques and the hardware for acceleration, because the idea every time is to improve the capabilities of the AI systems. And thinking about AI and the edge, because thinking of this proliferation of what I was explaining in a moment about the Internet of Things, then we have to reflect in how these AI application will be every time smartest. So they are really autonomous in this moment, but they have kind of a line of stop. But every time it's going to be more trained, and that's why it's going to be more autonomous. So this capacity, this skill that it has, we have to think about it, how much it will be lead to not only to reproduce what we need as a task, but in some point to have a decision making that can lead to another thing for us as humans. For example, also we have the AI system that become more complex, like the AI for XAI. It is like as I put it here, the explainable AI is a technique that enable the AI to understand better the way that we explain them things, so they have more capability to take decisions, for an instant, to increase the trust and the accountability that we have in AI, but also lead us to think about probably the ethic decision or moral decision of how on how much we are going to give the AI to take decisions for us and to shape our lives. And we are seeing this in the pressure that we can find in social media. We find in the scrolling of Facebook or Instagram, these perfect lives of people showing that a lot of things are easy to do and the perfect life is there just one step through the window, and all of us can take us, is just waiting for us. And I'm not saying that it's not possible, but we have to understand that there's a lot of things in the social medias that are not really the representation of these people. It's just something that is managed through technological things, such as Daniel was showing in this guy that he was showing in a video, and he was saying like, this is not a person, this person never ceases, everything made by artificial intelligence. So that's the point where we have to think about what is true and what is not true from everything that we saw in the internet. So here I give some speculation that I have on how it will be. We have to deal with the artificial intelligence, for example, with the personalized healthcare that I myself have been using. There is a special device that I have at home. It is given for my secure. It's kind of when I need a consultation with my doctor, he asked me like, okay, you need to do this half an hour of having the consultation with me, and you send me the information. And with that, my doctor that is in another place, not at home, can know my pressure, my blood pressure, my temperature, even my mood, because I have some question about how vital I felt today. And this gave him some important information to deal with the consultation that day with me. So it's amazing to see kind of healthcare devices like this, the augmented reality, of course, and virtual assistant that will continue empowering themselves, and we will be surprising about all the things that they will do for us and even to replace us. And that's another important thing that we have to reflect on. And I want to move on some case of a study just to finish. I have in healthcare AI, the IBM Watson for Oncology uses AI to assist oncologists in developing personalized cancer treatment plans by analyzing vast amounts of medical literature and patient data. This is incredible. This is all artificial intelligence powered that improves treatment outcomes and enhance patient care. We have this example, which is something that has been there kind of 10 or 12 years. This is Khan Academy, and it uses AI algorithms to provide personalized learning experience for students, and it's such great tool for students, even for agency that we need for our students to give them the chance to, to manage their own process of learning. PayPal in finance, we can find it that has these fraud detection algorithms to identify and prevent fraudulent transactions in real time, which is so great. We have smart cities like Singapore, which is one of the smartest cities in the world, and have this nation initiative to leverage AI and IoT technology to optimize urban service and infrastructure. And it's incredible. Singapore is kind of, when you go there, it's kind of another world inside world. Then we have lessons learned from AI failures, such as Amazon hiring algorithm. It was really sadly, but Amazon could find that they have this algorithm to hire people, and then it found that it has like this bias with women in job candidate evaluation. So this kind of incident highlight us how we cannot give it all the trust to AI, but we have always to intervene in the process because of course it needs the human hand. Facebook news feed algorithms, you know that Mark Zuckerberg has been so criticized because of this. But if you notice, you can scroll your Facebook and you can even say something that you need or that you are thinking or chatting with another person, and suddenly you have a lot of propagandas of this product that you are talking about or this need that you have, and it's amazing. But it's kind of violation of our privacy and data. Microsoft Say chatbot, it no longer exists, but it was really, sadly, it was designed to engage with users on social media platform, but it quickly turned into a platform for spreading hate and offensive content to women, and it was quite out because of this. And then we have this, which is we continue working and searching about this advancement in technology, which is the autonomous vehicle. You know, this, I think that now Uber has this technological advancement where you can be picked up for a vehicle without a driver, but we can continue searching and looking for how to be safer because there are several incidents involving these autonomous vehicles, including some sadly fatal accidents. So my final thoughts on the intersection of society, technological, artificial intelligence are these. First of all, thinking about society, we have to for sure understand that we will evolve alongside technology and will be shaping by AI. So we have to face this challenge and opportunities that the AI offers to us. reflecting about AI, for sure, is a catalyst for innovations and enhances our human capabilities, but we have to take a look about the race's ethical concerns. And for technology, I know that driving this societal progress that we are living every day and shaping the future of the governance of the cities, for sure we need more dialogue and conversation that requires this responsible development of these new technologies. So thank you for giving me this space to chat with you and to, you know, to share my thoughts about it. I think that we have to continue thinking of how to model, you know, like a responsible way of learning and teaching our students, our new generations, the best way to use the technology, because technology and artificial intelligence is something that is there with us. It's not something that is going to disappear, even though now every time we use it more and more in our life, and we have not only to accept, but to understand and to deal with it. So I think that we need not to put it apart in our life, but to try to embrace all the opportunities and challenges that the artificial intelligence can lead for our society. Thank you. Ricardo, you're mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Miriam, for the very interesting presentation. I also took a lot of notes, as you did with Danielle's presentation. I think we all learned a lot from your presentation. I agree with you. We should embrace these challenges and also the opportunities, and we should try to make a conciliation between the analog world and the digital world. My studio here is a kind of illustration of that. I have a screen on my left and I have paper books on my right. So I believe that maybe we can do everything at the same time. We can preserve our identity as analog beings, but also take advantage of the digital beings that we are going to be more and more, as you very well have argued in these two presentations. So now we are going for the discussion. We'll wait for any questions posed by the participants in this seminar. But until then, and while we wait for the questions, I would like to know if you want to interact with each other in Portuguese or in English, wherever, and make questions to each other before we go to the public. Sim, Daniel. Estás muto. Tens que pôr a voz.
Não se consigo ver.
Não te estamos a ouvir. Mas realmente não estás em mute, não?
Não.
Não sei o que é que se passou. Ah, já está.
Eu acho que tinha um outro microfone escolhido. Achei curioso a Miriam ter falado do que nós aprendemos com os professores. Eu ontem tinha tido essa discussão, a conversa na universidade, exatamente, que a preocupação em torno, não sei, gostava de ouvir a Miriam sobre isso, porque também tenho pensado que é. Confesso que a minha preocupação em relação à inteligência artificial, ao uso, não é tanto com os alunos, mas sim com os professores. Porque os alunos é algo que lhes está a surgir à frente, é uma realidade nova. Contudo, os professores estão já muito focados em metodologias, em formas, já aprenderam, já ensinaram, está tudo muito mecanizado e podem resistir, e se resistirem, pode haver de facto um choque cada vez mais, ou cada vez maior, entre o que é a realidade da sala de aula que o professor quer e a realidade da sala de aula que os alunos querem. O que é que achas, Miriam?
Vou tentar responder em português. De facto, eu trabalho com professores também para tentar fazer estas mudanças em inovação e tecnologia, por causa também de todas estas metodologias ativas que já existem, não é? Mas por vezes, quando estamos a falar da inteligência artificial, eu sempre estou a encontrar-me com essa situação onde um professor diz-me: olha, Miriam, eu tenho 30 anos de trabalhar assim, não vou mudar, já está, ponto. E não há discussão, ou seja, é totalmente fechado. Mas depois, então, entrar a refletir sobre a importância de compreender que não se trata da pessoa em si, ou seja, eu compreendo que tu, como professor, já tens um parâmetro, uma forma de ver o mundo e de ensinar as tuas aulas, mas também tens que ver a quem estás a ensinar, porque se não tens a quem ensinar, não tens nada para fazer. Então, vocês estão a ensinar pessoas, e pessoas que são deste mundo mesmo, que está cheio de tecnologia toda, e, portanto, a melhor maneira de acercar-nos a nossos alunos vai ser através daquelas coisas que são interessantes para eles. E a tecnologia e a inteligência artificial são, por acaso, de interesse para eles, um interesse total. Eles convivem com a tecnologia todo o tempo. Como tu estavas a dizer, quase que são as mãos, as partes deles, quando estão descarregados os telemóveis, é como quase estar descarregados eles também. Não funcionam, não conseguem funcionar o pensamento, qualquer coisa, porque eles precisam do telemóvel. É como se a vida acabara. Quando nós nos sentamos a refletir sobre isso, então é quando temos que pensar, pronto, se isto é tão importante para eles, é por ali onde eu tenho que começar a chegar a meus alunos. E assim como eu tento fazer este discurso para eles, para tentar abri-los às novas oportunidades que a tecnologia pode dar. Também é verdade que por vezes muito difícil trabalhar nestes dias, sobretudo porque nós temos uma realidade. Por exemplo, antes nós estávamos acostumados a que uma forma de ensinar funcionava para todos. E tinha que ser assim. Eu não tinha diversidade na aula. Eu fazia uma lição e essa lição era para todos. Agora eu tenho que compreender que meus alunos são diversos e, portanto, têm uma maneira diferente de aprender e de perceber a vida. E, portanto, eu também tenho que dar oportunidades diversas para eles aprender e para eles demonstrar o que aprender. Já por aí, já começa a ver esta situação em que eu tenho que fazer mudanças na forma de fazer meu ensino. Depois, está a tecnologia, cada vez mais inserta na nossa vida para tudo. Então, nós queremos trabalhar com eles uma apresentação ou uma pesquisa de algum tópico em especial, não precisamos que eles façam uma tradução de alguma coisa. Temos que procurar por sistemas ou aplicações que funcionem para eles. Eu tenho alunos que são muito bons trabalhando com Canvas, mas depois tenho outros que não conseguem trabalhar em Canvas e têm que trabalhar em outra aplicação. E assim, ao final, eu tenho alunos que podem entregar-me um trabalho em Canvas, um Padlet, ou estão a utilizar só PowerPoint, porque é a única coisa que eles conseguem fazer. Mas eu tenho que compreender que estas diversas formas de entregar um resultado, ao final, são um resultado mesmo de sua capacidade de aprendizagem e aquilo que eu tenho que avaliar. E ali, então, começa através da conversa sobre se eu quero inserir novas metodologias que sejam mais perto ou afines com as necessidades dos meus alunos. Então, eu também tenho que fazer essa mudança na forma em que eu ensino.
Uhum. Eu, depois de vos ouvir, reforcei ainda mais uma ideia que tenho e que é um paradoxo, de alguma forma, que é, na verdade, as máquinas, e agora em particular a inteligência artificial, estão a reconhecer a nossa identidade e a individualidade mais do que os outros seres humanos faziam connosco. E o que a Miriam estava agora a dizer na área da educação é extremamente interessante, que é a inteligência artificial vai poder personalizar ainda mais aquilo que são exatamente os processos de aprendizagem. Uma coisa que nós, professores, devíamos ter feito e compreendido há muito tempo e fomentado. A verdade é que as nossas salas de aula continuam exatamente iguais a como eram há 500 anos. com uma sala com 20 alunos ou 30 alunos que são completamente diferentes entre si, mas nós continuamos a achar que uma mesma mensagem é suficiente para todos eles. Não é? Esquecemos daquilo que é a individualidade de cada um deles e a necessidade que o próprio sistema educativo tem de ir ao encontro das expectativas de cada um daqueles alunos perante a matéria que está a ser lecionada. E essa questão da personalização, que eu acho que é uma das grandes conquistas desta era digital, não é? O Nicolas Negroponte, voltando ao livro Ser Digital, tem lá uma expressão que eu gosto muito, é a expressão the audience of one, a audiência de uma pessoa só. Isto é, agora, com estas tecnologias digitais, nós podemos nos dirigir a cada pessoa como se ela fosse o total da audiência, pela capacidade de personalizar as informações. E o Daniel também salientou isso na apresentação dele, e eu acho que é uma das tendências que me parece, e sendo otimistas, como eu acho que vocês os dois também foram, relativamente ao que nos espera com estas novas tecnologias.
Ricardo, desculpe, aqui uma questão que foi colocada, se calhar o Ricardo não tem acesso à questão que foi
Não
colocada.
tenho acesso às mensagens, não.
Ok, então eu vou pedir à Elsa para colocar essa questão e depois, se ainda tiver tempo, eu também gostava de colocar uma questão. Mas primeiro a da nossa colega Marina Lencastre.
Ricardo, penso que melhor será eu ler a mensagem,
Sim,
já que tu não consegues
claro.
ver, e vou lê-la em
Não
inglês,
consigo.
porque a questão foi colocada pela Marina Lencastre e ela fez a questão em inglês, portanto assim toda a gente consegue percebê-la. Então a pergunta da Marina seria: question for the panel. She's not specifying. So the cyborg is probably still a minorities issue, but IA, linked to information, is a truly societal and even a geopolitical problem, as well as a mental health issue. The social media enhance human tendency to commentary and rumor. IA takes this to a completely new level. What are the tools that journalists have to deal with and control truthful information and reality for the benefit of individuals and democratic societies?
Não sei se quem é que quer começar.
Exato, é para os dois, na verdade.
Sim.
Sim, o que tenho para dizer é que o mundo tornou-se cada vez mais perigoso para os jornalistas. Não é de facto por causa das balas ou das guerras e dos projéteis, mas é efetivamente pela dificuldade que hoje existe em verificar alguns conteúdos. Uma das áreas pela qual sempre muito me interessei desde o início foi exatamente a área da desinformação, e ao longo dos últimos anos dediquei-me nas aulas a ensinar na prática os meus alunos a identificar conteúdos falsos, como se faz com um vídeo, como se faz com uma fotografia, como fazer as pesquisas, como detectar, que ferramentas é que podem ser usadas, e quando as ferramentas não existem, como é que nós à mão podemos manipular as fotografias e os vídeos para tentar encontrar o original. Os tempos não são fáceis, porque na realidade um dos vídeos que eu mostrei foi produzido por inteligência artificial, e a nova tecnologia de síntese de vídeo, de áudio e de texto faz com que a produção destes conteúdos sejam efetivamente cada vez mais realistas e, portanto, são verdadeiros sucedâneos da realidade. Nós hoje vemos filmes, e a OpenAI abriu espaço para realizadores de cinema produzirem curtas-metragens e, na verdade, são inacreditáveis. E aquilo que está a ser feito é que, à primeira vista, é muito difícil, começa a ser muito difícil, e em breve será quase impossível, detectar o que foi produzido por inteligência artificial e o que é real, o que foi gravado com uma câmara, ou se é aquela pessoa efetivamente a falar, porque o vídeo sintético e a técnica do lip sync permitem que coloquemos alguém a falar, a dizer aquilo que nunca disse, com uma particularidade agora, é que podemos usar a própria voz da pessoa, nem sequer precisamos de ir buscar a voz de outra pessoa, não, nós podemos sintetizar a voz da mesma pessoa. Portanto, isto para eleições, nos momentos eleitorais, vai ser extremamente difícil. E o desafio dos jornalistas é mesmo muito complexo. Desde logo, vai ser necessário fazer aquilo que é o horror dos jornalistas, que é o terem que esperar, pensar duas vezes antes de publicar. porque a pressa está a ser de facto muito inimiga, e esse é o maior problema com que o jornalismo se vai defrontar agora, que é a pressa de publicar. Os outros já publicaram, nós temos que publicar. Isto é demasiado espetacular para termos dúvidas, mas há que ter cada vez mais dúvidas e ir à procura das bases do jornalismo, ir escavar, ir à procura do original, onde é que estará, qual é o contexto, e fazer isto tudo sem pressa, porque caso contrário a situação só vai piorar antes de melhorar. E nas circunstâncias em que estamos, eu temo que isso venha a acontecer, a situação ainda vai piorar antes de melhorar, mas acho que o jornalismo vai continuar a cumprir o seu papel, e os jornalistas têm que se mentalizar exatamente que estão perante um novo tipo que não é uma ferramenta normal, como eu disse, é algo completamente novo, e que, portanto, perante instruções muito claras, podem ser ferramentas de propaganda como nunca se viu até hoje. A capacidade de produção é imensa, as máquinas não se cansam, estão sempre a aprender, estão sempre a aperfeiçoar-se, e, portanto, o jornalismo vai ter quase que regressar à idade da pedra na forma como trabalha, porque só o contexto, só a história, só o background, só a memória é que vai permitir muitas vezes poder detectar esse erro, que é, mas a pessoa disse aquilo onde, como, em que circunstâncias, eu recordo-me qual é o cenário, isto é verdade, não é, porque, como disse, a imagem pode ser da pessoa, a voz pode ser da pessoa, e inclusivamente, em algumas circunstâncias, o discurso até pode ser o próprio da pessoa, mas retirado do contexto e colocado numa outra circunstância. E isso é que é absolutamente dramático.
Miriam, do you want to make any other remarks?
Oh, I was, when you were talking, Daniel, I was thinking, for example, in the case of Bruce Willis, for example, you know, that he has this disease where he is losing his mind. Then he gave permission, authorization to use his image to continue working in the entertainment. And it's amazing how we can find these artificial intelligence applications that can emulate him. So we can continue looking forward to find propagandas or information, or even short, I don't know, short insertion of him in movies or shorts because of this authorization. And we can find, as you said, this lot of spaces where we believe that we are seeing the truth, but we are not seeing it, in fact. I think that thinking about journalists, I think that they're kind of course that probably they should center on kind of the vigilance, the integrity, the collaboration, which will be, well, they are, but they will be such important to continue working and trying to embrace these values, to try to defeat the situation with the fake news and the use of the artificial intelligence in today's world. I think that collaboration also is essential to fight against this situation with the artificial intelligence. We know for sure that we need to, I think that not only the journalists, but everyone as a community, to have this partnership with media professionals to be sure about how to check for the information that we have every day in our life, because there's a lot of misinformation. And one biggest concern in, for example, in education is how our new generation, the young people, the children, they are facing reality without reality. Because if we think about it, we have, for example, our family or our children or our students saying something that is not true, but they believe it's so. And sometimes it can be dangerous. So I think that this is a team effort to have these policymakers to understand better how it functions and how we can deal with it, but also how we can kind of programming a reality that is in fact real and not fake.
Thank you, both. Rui, quer colocar a sua questão?
Sim, Ricardo, sim, ainda temos tempo. A minha pergunta é mais para o Daniel Catalão, embora naturalmente a Miriam também possa responder. Mas eu, embora não tenha sido o ponto da sua conferência, eu percebo isso, mas gostava de o ouvir sobre esta questão. Nesse admirável mundo biónico que descreveu, como é que fica a questão da privacidade? Na verdade, como há tempos dizia a Dilma Rousseff num discurso, não há liberdade sem privacidade. E, portanto, gostava só de ouvir um bocadinho sobre isso.
Eu acho que a privacidade já morreu há muito. Ainda não demos por ela, ou muitas pessoas ainda não deram por ela. Porque na realidade todos os dias nós entregamos a privacidade. Mas aquilo que eu alertei, acho que a situação só vai agravar-se. Só vai agravar-se hoje, é quase impossível. São poucos os ermitas que conseguem ainda manter-se fora da rede. É muito difícil, porque todas as transações, tudo o que nós fazemos é digital. Há quem não tenha smartphone, mas alguma atividade vai ter que fazer que vai pôr em causa a sua própria privacidade. Mas as coisas só vão piorar e com a incorporação, e esse é o debate, aliás, eu abordei aqui sobre a questão dos implantes, que vão tornar-se banais, não há de tardar muito. E uma das questões que se debate, a propósito da própria privacidade, é se o que eu incorporo no meu corpo é meu ou é de quem. Por exemplo, essa discussão coloca-se com os implantes cocleares. Os implantes que as pessoas colocam para poder ouvir, o acesso ao equipamento ou ao software ou aquilo não é da pessoa, é da empresa que possui ou que faz a manutenção. E com tudo aquilo está implantado. E como é que eu sei que aquilo que está implantado cumpre somente o papel para o qual foi definido? Ou quando o que é que nós estamos dispostos a trocar da nossa privacidade a troco da segurança? Eu ontem vi uma demonstração, houve avanços da OpenAI e houve avanços da Google. E um avanço da Google, a propósito da privacidade, foi logo a primeira coisa que me veio à cabeça, que é a possibilidade a demonstração mostrava com o telemóvel a passar na cozinha ou num sítio qualquer e ia descrevendo as coisas e depois a determinada altura a pessoa que está a demonstrar pergunta: viste os meus óculos? Onde é que estão os meus óculos que eu perdi? E ele diz: não, os óculos estão ali naquela mesa em cima junto a, não sei que é um livro ou uma coisa qualquer. E ele vai lá e os óculos estão. O que significa que estes sistemas de videovigilância podem de facto registar tudo e, ao contrário de nós, não esquecem, partilham. E quando uma máquina aprende, todas aprendem. E quando uma sabe, todas sabem. Portanto, eu acho que a privacidade, que eu acho que já morreu, só vai piorar. Não encontro forma, peço desculpa, não encontro forma de ver o que é que sobra da privacidade. Quando estamos aqui, obviamente, a falar nesta sociedade em que todos estamos juntos e partilhamos e estamos conectados. Para ter privacidade, de facto, temos que nos tornar verdadeiramente ermitas e ir para cima do monte, eventualmente, para uma gruta, e mesmo assim não tenho a certeza. Acho que alguma privacidade. Mas eu acho que as coisas só podem piorar. Agora, está entre nós... nós estamos num momento de início. Isto é uma revolução que está a acontecer. E como é uma revolução, nós não temos capacidade para assimilar tudo. Mas apercebemos-nos dela. E eu acho que uma das vantagens que nós temos em relação a muitas outras tecnologias, esta está a ser muito rápida, nomeadamente com a inteligência artificial, a forma como está a ser aplicada, mas nós estamos a aperceber-nos dela. E o debate que está a ser criado, todas estas discussões, podem ajudar a contribuir efetivamente para ver de que ponto, onde é que nós podemos colocar aqui as tais guardas e as tais regras que permitam, de alguma forma, ter algum controlo sobre este sistema. Mas eu não sou muito otimista em relação a que nós possamos controlar demasiado os sistemas de inteligência artificial. Porque a evolução é tão grande e a partilha é tão rápida que a grande preocupação vai ter que ser no treino, na transparência, mas eu acho que pela primeira vez a ameaça é verdadeira e não pode ser levada de leve, como já vi até algumas pessoas responsáveis de universidades levarem-na de leve porque acham que a inteligência artificial que estamos a viver ainda é um inseto, não, é uma coisa pequena. Só que se nós fizermos as contas ao facto de que, na realidade, só em 2022 é que nós começamos a ter a inteligência artificial democratizada, o avanço a cada passo não é incremental, é mais do que exponencial, é uma coisa descomunal. E quando sair agora o GPT-5, vamos de certeza ficar de boca aberta. Porque a demonstração que eu vi ontem da OpenAI, com a conversa e o diálogo, e aí é que está o problema, o diálogo com a máquina, a capacidade de a interromper, de lhe pedir, de ela responder, não haver latência, e cada vez que nós fazemos isto, ela aprende e aprende connosco. O desenvolvimento da máquina é muito superior àquele que nós temos e vai ser em todos os sistemas, portanto, videovigilância, audiovigilância, tudo o que nós fazemos, sistemas bancários, nós somos apenas números facilmente detectáveis e, portanto, eu não sei o que é que será essa privacidade. Professora, talvez possamos considerar alguns níveis de privacidade, mas o que chamamos ou o que queremos achar que temos de privacidade, efetivamente, dificilmente teremos a partir do momento em que temos um telemóvel, em que temos um sistema de televisão em casa, de IPTV, em que nos ligamos a um computador, em que passamos nas portagens, em que levantamos dinheiro, em que pagamos um café. Tudo isto é rastreável, tudo isto conta a nossa história, tudo isto mostra quem nós somos. A questão é saber o que é que nós estamos dispostos a dar. Porque, na realidade, a tecnologia tem sido fantástica. O Apple Watch já salvou a vida a muitas pessoas, por exemplo. Mas, para isso, elas tiveram que dizer o meu médico ou os serviços vão ter que saber ao segundo onde é que eu estou, como é que o meu coração está a bater e o que é que eu estou a fazer na vida. O que é que nós estamos dispostos a dar.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. Vamos encerrar aqui a sessão, so let's finish here this panel and the seminar for today. I believe we're going back to work tomorrow at 9:30 with the 5th panel called Planetary Health, Interactions and Implications for a Changing World. I hope we all can be there. Again, Danielle and Miriam, thank you so much for coming and for your very interesting presentations, and for everybody, thank you for attending, and see you soon.
Bye.
Thank you.